Hello, Harrisburg School District parents and guardians. This week, the Harrisburg School District will host kindergarten registration events at Ben Franklin, Downey, Foose, Melrose, and Scott Elementary Schools on Tuesday, Wednesday, and on Thursday from 3:30 until 7 p.m. All students registering for kindergarten must be 5 years of age by September 1st, 2020. Parents, you will need the following to enroll your child: a parent ID or driver's license, your child's birth certificate or passport, 2 proofs of address documents, including a signed lease, a deed, property tax bill or mortgage bill, a current utility bill or a driver's license, a Department of Transportation identification card, a vehicle registration, or a current credit card bill. You'll also need your child's immunization record and a completed registration packet filled out and signed. We look forward to registering your child for kindergarten at an elementary school near you. See you this week.
Good morning, good morning. It's Mrs. Graham back for another day of learning with Harrisburg School District. Welcome. Let's get started. I'm going to start first of all with showing you your learning journal, your learning at home journal. If you have that, maybe you could go get that so that you can jot some things down on one of your pages, some things you learned from today's lesson or from one of the shows you watched. And then, how did this apply to your real life? Is there anything you remember Mrs. Graham talking about from yesterday's lesson on Tuesday? And then you could draw things on the back of what you learned. And, how does this apply to your life? So see if you can find your journals. I love that Cougars on the front there. Yo, go Cougars. And we're going to get started with our lesson. This is Unit 9. Again, Lesson 1, Week 7, and it is Wednesday, hump day, woo-woo. Mr. Frog and Mr. Crab are back, and I have, where is he? Mario is back too, and he's going to do some things with you today, and here we go. We have the joke of the day. How do trees get on the internet? How do trees get on the internet? I know we all struggle with getting on the internet, and we're having some connection issues. I know there was some connection issues in my Zoom meeting this morning. Everyone was freezing like a tree, froze. But anyway, how do trees get onto the internet? How do you think? Let's use our brain and think. How would they get on to the internet? What are some words you use? I think I hear it out there. I hear it. I hear it. Easy. They just log on. Trees get on by logging on. All right, here we go. That was a joke of the day. Get you smiling and laughing and blood pumping. Remember, what are our rules? We have new rules out there because of COVID-19. Yep, it's my mask. I'm washing the hands. But we also have some learning rules that we have to follow. Welcome back. Day 2 this week of learning on Wednesday. I'm Mrs. Graham, kindergarten teacher at Foose School, room 101. And there's 3 rules at Foose School: to be ready, and at all of our schools in Harrisburg, to be responsible. There it comes bouncing in. And to be respectful. The 3 R's: ready, responsible, and respectful. 3 rules, 3 R's. Show me them. Let's talk about our learning, listening icons. Your eyes are ready. Your ears are listening. Your voices are quiet. Your mouth is quiet. You're listening. And your body's still, or your hands are still, not playing the video game or on the phone or pushing somebody that's sitting over here next to you. Let's just relax and then think about our learning rules. Focus, focus, listen, listen. Use your self-talk and be assertive. So think about what that means. Focus on what we're talking about today. And I'd like you to listen to Mrs. Graham and to what all of these ladies and gentlemen are saying on our Channel 20 lessons for Harrisburg School District. If you have a question, you could send it through Dojo to your teacher, to your kindergarten teacher, or whoever's watching this. Maybe there's a first grader watching this and enjoying Mrs. Graham here today. Self-talk. If there's a TV in the background, I have to do it, even to talk over what's going on in my house, the television on over there, a refrigerator opening. Use your self-talk. Make some connections. How do you got to make connections and use your self-talk? Talk through things, distractions going on, and repeat what Mrs. Graham is saying. So we have our journals now. We're ready with a crayon or a pencil, and we're going to start about putting down some of the things that we are learning today. And here we go. This is my favorite song.
Sorry, open for reading. Background Builder. Unit 9. Rules we follow. Follow the rules. Follow the rules. This is how you follow the rules. You have to help and do your chores. You have to help keep your house clean and do your chores. Follow the rules. Follow the rules. You can help out when you follow the rules. You have to stop before you cross the street. Look both ways before you cross the street. Follow the rules. Follow the rules. You will be safe if you follow the rules. You have to be fair when you're playing games. You have to follow the rules when you're playing games. Follow the rules. Follow the rules. You will be there if you follow the rules. Follow the rules. Follow the rules. Isn't it fun to follow the rules? Follow the rules. Follow the rules.
So we're going to follow the rules. We're going to listen to Mario. Mario's back, or your lion puppet. I don't know what your lion puppet's name was, but in our classroom, it was Mario, and Mario is here, and we're going to talk about some initial sounds. Are you ready? Listen carefully as I say a word. Bunk. What's the word? You're right, bunk. Now, take away the B sound and replace it with D. What's the word? Dunk. Very good. Dunk. Michael Jordan will dunk the basketball. You ready? Let's continue. Dunk. Now take away the D and replace it with a J. I heard it. Junk. Yes, Mario got it. Yay, Mario. Junk. Now, junk. Take away the J sound and replace it with a sound. The ship did what? It sunk. You're right. Very good. I see you saying those words. And that is all. Let's move on. We are going to do some reviewing. You ready?
Long Yu is amusing. She plays the ukulele and sings continually. You. Long U has a sense of humor. She juggles cucumbers and continues to sing. U, 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 U. Long U has many regular shows. Her musical performances are most unusual. Help Long U sing her unique song. U, 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 U.
So remember, you is my name. You is my name. Two sounds I use, short U in cub and long U in fuse. So remember, what was the letter again? What was the letter again? U. Do you see the letter U? Letter U. All right, let's work with the letter U sounds. You're going to listen for a sound long U in the middle, the medial sound U in the middle. And when you do, you're going to raise your hand. Raise your hand. All right, so let's think of some of those words that might have a U in them. Fuel, very good. Unit, it begins with the long U. Bugle, that's right. That was Mrs. Graham's bugle. All right, so let's listen to some other words that might have a U sound. Are you ready? I'm going to say several words. If you hear a word that contains the long U sound, you should raise your hand like the little puppy dogs on our screen here. Raise your hand. And I'm going to take a look and see who's raising their hand. I'm going to take a look and see who's raising their hand. Are you ready? Listen to these words. Cube. Cube. Is that the middle sound? Yes, you're right. Very good. Raise your hand. Sit. Do you hear the long U sound? I don't even hear a short U sound. Mute. Mute. Yes, you do. Good job raising your hand. I like to see all those hands being raised. Ready? Let's try another one. Pan. He was cooking with a pan. Yes, no. Okay, no hands raised on that one. Let's try another one. Oh, that dress is very cute. 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 Do you hear it? You do. Good job. All right, raising your hand. I love it. Awesome job. Very nice. Okay, so we talked about some words that have the long U sound in the middle. Now we're going to link the sound to the letter after we listen to our vowel songs, because we're going to have to link all those songs. Are you ready? You ready? Let's hear vowel song. You remember our vowels? We learned them. Very good. Are you ready? Let's link the sound of the letter. If you hear a word that has a long U sound, you're going to say U. If it has a short U sound, like tugboat, you're going to say ugh. Are you ready? You ready? Here we go. Listen to these words. Duck, duck, ugh. Right. Good job. You ready? Another one. Mute. Put yourself on mute in the Zoom meeting so there's no background noise. You can hear the lesson. Mute. You're right, long. Tub. Get in the tub. Hug. Absolutely. And let's try another one. Mule. The cart was pulled by a mule, kind of like a donkey or a horse. Mule. You're right. Good job. That is the long U sound. Give yourself a pat on the back. I love it that you got some of those. Now let's take a look at some of those words. Are you ready? Now, you are going to be able to show the letter that makes the long sound U. We're going to take a look at some of these words. I hope you can see them. I see the first one up there is orange and it says cute. And I would like someone to come up and point to the letter that makes the long sound U. Ready? Go ahead. That's it. Nice job. There's the letter that makes the long sound U, and the E tells it to say its name. Let's try another one. Huge. Huge. Ah, there it is. That's that letter U right there. Good job. High five. You found it. And here's this little animal down here that might pull a cart or something like that to help lessen the load of you having to pull a cart. It would be a mule, mule, mule. Do you hear the U in there? Where is it? Can you come show me? That's it. Awesome sauce. Wonderful job. And there's one more. I need to go to the refrigerator and get some cube, ice cube. Cube. Are you ready? There it is. Good job. All right, let's try the next one. And you're going to get to move and freeze. So get ready for a brain break. You ready? Get ready. Do a little moving and freezing.
Healthy music for a child's heart, body, and mind. Move and freeze from the award-winning CD, Brain Boogie Boosters by the Learning Station. Come on, move. Come on, move. Come on, move. Put your right hand on your left knee, your left hand
On your right.
Your knees move in and out, your hands stay tight. Now keep on with your moving, but switch hands on your knees. Keep on moving
In and out. I say freeze.
Come on, move and freeze. Come on, move and freeze. Come on, move. Come on, move. Freeze. Put one hand across your shoulder, one hand across your back. Now jump in place. Do you like it like that? Yeah! Switch hands across your shoulders and switch hands across your back. Now just be nimble, just be quick, just like Jack. Come on, jump. Freeze. Come on, jump. Freeze. Come on, jump. Come on, jump. Freeze. Everybody shake your body from your head down to your feet. And don't stop shaking until we stop the beat. Shake it to the east and shake it to the west. Shake it, shake it, shake it with my friends who are the best. Come on, shake and freeze. Come on, shake and freeze.
And we're moving on. take a look. I hope you're all ready and the blood's pumping and up to your head after that little brain break. And here we're ready. And we're going to work on taking a look at something on the screen. Who knows what this is? If you went to the apple orchard on a field trip in the fall, you might have seen, you got it, a scarecrow. And the scarecrow looks like it's made out of, what is that? Straw, absolutely right. And it has a job. In order for those pumpkins to grow, it's got to scare away the birds. Yes, it's got to scare away the birds. Scare those birds away. So this is a scarecrow. Later on in this week, we're going to look at some of the story from Peter Rabbit. And there's a scarecrow there. And the scarecrow has someone's clothes on. We're going to see whose clothes the scarecrow, Mr. McGregor, put on the scarecrow. So let's keep looking. All right, so that was, just so that you know it's a scarecrow, we're going to take a look here at some more things coming up. Farmers and gardeners put scarecrows in their gardens and their fields to keep the birds away, so that the birds go somewhere else. Are you ready? Let's take a look at some comprehension strategies. So, making connections. We talked about this. Good readers make connections between what they have experienced, like the apple orchard field trip, and what they're reading. So there was a story, what green beans need, and here they were. They were here. And then we're going to talk about a little girl and her grandpa, and she needed to put a fence around it because grandpa said, "Oh, I see those bunnies over there. We better put a fence around it." Well, the same thing happened, making the connection. Same thing happened in The Tale of Benjamin Bunny by Beatrix Potter. Peter Rabbit, same thing. Same thing. One morning, a little rabbit sat on the bank and he pricked his ears and he listened to the trot of a pony. And a gig was coming along the road, was driven by Mr. McGregor, and beside him sat Mrs. McGregor in her best bonnet. So he was planting plants too. Mr. McGregor's a farmer. And he had to put a fence around. Yes, he had scarecrows up and different things. And so we're making a connection between what happened in what green beans need and what Mr. McGregor had to do. He had to put up a fence around his garden too, to protect the garden from Peter Rabbit, Benjamin Bunny. All right, let's take a look at our next connection. We're going to clarify something here. We're going to clarifying helps readers understand what they're reading, and they can stop to figure out anything that's confusing if something doesn't make sense. So take a look. You can see Mr. McGregor there. He's in his field, and Benjamin and Peter Rabbit and Cottontail's mom is down here, and she's talking to them. So we're going to clarify something here. I'm going to read a little bit of this. When Mr. McGregor returned, he observed several things which perplexed him. Grow your brain there, big word. It looked as though some person had been walking all over the garden in a pair of clogs. Only the footmarks were too little. Also, he could not understand how the cat had shut herself up inside the greenhouse. Well, clogs. There's a pair of clogs, the author says. The author writes, there's a pair of clogs, and they make footprints. I'm going to clarify, what are clogs? Do you think I wear them on my hands? No, they make footmarks. I wear them on my feet. What would they be? Yes, they're shoes. Good job, friends out there today in Harrisburg. They are shoes. So we clarified the meaning that clogs, because we read in the context here, only the footmarks were too little. There we go. Clarify. Another comprehension strategy you can use when you're reading and you're not sure of what a word is. Let's develop some of our vocabulary here. First one, relations. Do you see that? That means you're in the same family. People who belong to the same family. So what are some of the names of the relations in your family? Yep, mom, dad, Sylvia, Ben, Jair. Good job, friends. Kayla, awesome. So let's look at another word here. Tumbled. Oh, that looks like Jack and Jill. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his crown. Oh, and Jill, she's coming tumbling after. Tumbled means to fall. Yep, fell. And what about should? Should is a good idea. Should you do something? Should you go swimming when it's 30 degrees out? Should. That means good idea. Something's a good idea. If something is worse than something else, that means it's unpleasant. Which would be worse, the sound of birds chirping or a fire engine? The fire engine, probably. That would be worse or unpleasant. Yep, unpleasant. So we went over some vocabulary today. Our relations who are in our house, tumbled, should, and worse. All right, let's take a look. So in your journals, you could be jotting some things down that you were learning today. And here they are. You have the rules. We talked about our rules, our listening rules, and our learning rules. We have all of those. We talked about the long U. Some of those words that have the long U in it, like unicorn. You're right. And we talked about a mule quite a bit today. Yes. Mute. Put yourself on mute when you're on a Zoom meeting so you can hear the lesson from the teacher. Mute. And you could mute your video game maybe if you need to listen. Mute. Some of those words that have the long U sound in the middle. What did we talk about? Mute, mule, cute. The dress over there, it's cute. That's cute. Oh, your doll is cute. Love it. You built an awesome house there. It's cute. Great job. So all of those words have the long U in the middle. We had long U words that start at the beginning of the word, like unicorn, university, uniform. You're right. We have to wear a uniform. Mrs. Graham has on Clifford today, so that's her uniform. And we talked about a scarecrow. We're going to see in our story with Benjamin Bunny, there's a scarecrow, and the scarecrow has clothing on. And we're going to talk about that a little later this week. Our comprehension strategies. Yep, we were making connections with that field trip. We clarified what clogs were. Yes, in certain countries they wear clogs. We don't always wear clogs. We might just call them slip-ons or something like that. But in the story by Beatrix Potter, they talked about clogs. And we learned all of the new vocabulary. We did, what was it again? Relations, tumbled, should. Is it a good idea to go swimming when it's really cold or when it's really hot? That would be a good idea. You should go swimming when it's 90 degrees out. Good idea. Things are unpleasant. Yeah, that's when they're the worst. What's worse? Sirens. I'd rather hear the birds, so the sirens would be a worse idea. All right, so you can work on your journals when we say goodbye here. Jot some things down that you were already learning and what maybe you're going to see in a television program on WITF later, or what we were doing here. And then what's some of your new learning? What was something new you picked up here? Maybe some of the words, maybe you saw some of my words that I wrote there and you're going to write them in your book. So see you soon, friends. Until tomorrow, I want you to take care, stay safe, remember our rules, and I will see you tomorrow. Thank you, friends.
Kindergarten, Open Court, High Frequency Words. Unit 1. A. The. And. Go. Unit 2. Had. He. I. See. Has. You. Unit 3. We. Of. Am. Unit 4. At. To. As. Have. In. Is. If. Unit 5. Can. His. Him. On. Did. Girl. Unit 6. For. But. Up. All. Unit 7. Look. With. Her. What. Was. Were. Unit 8. Said. That. Down. They. Boy. Out. Unit 9. Do. Little. Be. She. there. Unit 10. Then. When. Same. Units 11 and 12 reviewed all the previously learned high-frequency words. Great job!
Good morning, first grade friends. Thank you so much for joining me again this morning. I am so very happy that you are here to grow your brain with me today. We are going to have so much fun. So this is me. I'm Miss Roberts. I teach at Foos Elementary School, and Foos is right there. So you might have seen Foos Elementary School, or you might go to Foos Elementary School. If you don't go to Foos Elementary School, my name is Miss Roberts, and I'm really happy that you're here with me today. If you were here with me yesterday, you know that we learned a little bit about prefixes. We're going to talk about those again today, and we're going to read a really, really awesome story together today. So I'm really, really excited to grow our brains together today. So before we can get started on growing our brains, there are a couple things that we need to remind ourselves about. We need to remind ourselves about those 3 R's. Yell them at me. Do you remember what the 3 R's are? You're right. They are ready, responsible, and respectful. So in order to be ready to learn, you want to make sure you have your eyes watching, very good, and your ears listening. That helps you become ready to learn. In order to be responsible, you want to make sure that you have your body still, because if your body is going crazy town all over the place, it's really, really hard to pay attention and focus and grow your brain. You also want to make sure that you are respectful by having your voice quiet, because if you're chatty McChatterson, then you can't hear what I'm saying, and then your brain can't grow. And sometimes at home, it's really, really hard to focus so that our brains can grow. So I want you to try to see if you can get to a quiet place. Because like sometimes my dog barks really loud. So if I'm trying to grow my brain, I have to move away from her because she can be loud sometimes. So we are going to review the prefixes that we learned yesterday. Do you remember the 2 prefixes that we learned yesterday? You're right. We learned about the prefix un and the prefix dis. The prefix un means not, and the prefix dis means not, or the opposite of the word. So let's review so that we can refresh our brains about what we learned. So this first word, what is this word? You're right. That's the word happy. So if I take the word happy, that's our base word, and I put the prefix un in front of it, well, then that just means not happy, because we know that un means not. So if I'm happy, I might look like this. And if I'm not happy, I might look like this. You got that right. So let's try this word. Can you tell me what this word is? You are correct. That's the word finished. So finished is our base word, but when we put un, the prefix un in the beginning of the word, that means not finished. The word is unfinished, which means not finished. Instead of being finished, I'm not finished. This is the word like. Very good. When we put the prefix dis in front of the word like, it makes dislike. So if I like something, that means I enjoy it. If I dislike something, I don't enjoy it. It's the opposite of the word. And this is the word. Do you remember this word from yesterday? You're right. It's the word obey. And remember, to obey someone means to listen to them. So if we put dis in front of the word obey and make it disobey, that means that I'm not listening to you if I'm disobeying you. So now we're going to do some blending or some sounding out words. We did this yesterday. So remember, since your brains have grown so much, you should be able to blend these words in your brain and then read them out loud. Remember, you could break them up into syllables. So all of these words have prefixes on them. You can read the base word and then add the prefix to it and then read the whole word. That's another strategy. So I want you to blend all three of these words in your brain. I'm going to give you a couple seconds, or you can pause this video if you're watching on a computer or something. So I'm going to give you a couple seconds. You're going to blend them all in your brain, and then you're going to read them out loud to me, and then we're going to read them together. Go. Okay, here we go. We have the word disused, disused. So if you use something, that means that you're engaging with it, you're using it. Disused means you're not using it. It's just the opposite. This is the word unjust, unjust. So if something is just, that means it's just right, it's good. So if something is unjust, not good. And then we have unsnap, unsnap. So if I'm gonna snap something together, like I'm gonna snap my shirt buttons together, if I'm gonna unsnap, that just means I'm gonna take them apart. It's just the opposite. I want you to do the same thing with these three words. Go. Okay, here we go. We're going to read them together. Unfold, unfold. So if I fold clothes, that means that I lay them very nice and neat. If I unfold them, then I take them apart. So this one is a little tricky. We have discover, discover. So our base word is cover. If I'm going to cover something, that means you're not going to be able to see it or figure it out. If I'm going to discover something, I'm going to open it up to be seen, or I'm going to figure out what it is. Let's try this word, disvalue, disvalue. So to value something means that you really care about it. If you're going to disvalue something, you're not going to care about it as much. And we have these three words here. Go ahead and blend them in your brain. Okay, here we go. We have dislikes, dislikes. So our base word is likes. If someone likes something, that means they enjoy it. If someone dislikes something, that means they do not enjoy it. What is something that you dislike? I heard you say that you dislike when someone is mean to you. I dislike when someone's mean to me too. That's why I'm always kind to other people. Here we go. Let's blend this one. Unpacks, unpacks. So if someone is going to pack something, that means they're going to put, like if I'm going to pack my lunch, I'm going to put my lunch into a bag. If I'm going to unpack my lunch, I'm going to take everything out of my bag. And last word, unlocked, unlocked. So if we look at our base word locked, if I'm going to lock the door, yesterday I locked the door, because remember ED means we did it in the past. Yesterday I locked the door, and then I can say yesterday I unlocked the door, which just means the opposite. And now we're going to do a sentence. So before we blend the other words in the sentence, I want to go over these high frequency words with you. Remember, they're underlined because they're high frequency words, which means that we see them at a very high frequency. We see them a lot when we read. And because we see them so often, we don't want to sit there and sound out each high frequency word, because that would take a long time. We want to just be able to know them when we see them. So what's this one? That's the word with. Very good. And what's this one? That's the word her. Very good. Kiss your brain. You are rocking it this morning. So we have with and we have her. I want you to take some time to blend each of these words, and then I will read them to you, and then we will read the sentence together. Great job. So we have the word Maria. That's the naming part of our sentence. Often disagrees sister. So if we go word by word, we have Maria often disagrees with her sister. And our stop sign is a period, which means that we're just saying. This is a declarative sentence. We're not telling anyone to do anything. We're not showing any type of emotion. We're not asking any questions. So we're just going to read this like we would talk. Our voice doesn't go up. We don't show any emotion. We're just reading. Here we go. Maria often disagrees with her sister. One more time. Maria often disagrees with her sister. Great job. Air high five. Awesome. So we're going to move into reading our really exciting story today. Remember that our theme this unit is red, white, and blue. Very good. You're right. And we're talking about patriotism and what it means to show patriotism. So our concept vocabulary word today is loyalty. Have you ever heard that word, loyalty? So when you show loyalty, you have complete support for someone or something. So someone who shows me loyalty, and I talked about this friend a little bit yesterday, it's my dog, Bella. There she is. And she's actually sitting here on the couch. Let's see if you can see her. There she is. She's sleeping. She doesn't want to show her face. But she shows me loyalty because she always supports me. If I'm sad, she comes and sits by me. If I want to play, she always plays with me. If I want to go for a walk, she always walks with me. She's always by my side. She shows me a lot of loyalty. So can you think of someone who shows you loyalty? It can be a pet, a person, someone in your family, a teacher, a friend. Great. I heard a lot of really awesome answers, and they are all correct. There was no right or wrong answer. It's all based on your opinion of who you think shows you loyalty. So we're going to talk a little bit about loyalty in our story today. So now we're going to develop some vocabulary. So all of these words are going to be in our story today. I'm just going to read them to you one by one because in our story, you're going to learn about them. So I'm not going to tell you about them right now. We're going to learn about them while we read. Because then tomorrow we'll take a closer dive into our story. So you'll already know what these words are. Okay. Patriotism, represent, honor, salute, anthem, environment, operates, exist. So now it's time for us to read. The title of our story is called Patriotism, and it's written by George Frey. He is the author. This is an informational text, and while I get to our story, I want you to think about what an informational text is. Yes, an informational text just means that the story is going to give us some information about something. It's going to teach us about something. Okay. Patriotism is the love of our country. We show patriotism by honoring the people and the symbols of the United States. So on this page, we have one of our vocabulary words. So I'm going to click on it. We're going to learn about it. Then we're going to read the page.
Represent. To be an example of.
Actually, let me, 1 second. This way you can hear it better. Okay, let's try it now.
Represent. To be an example of or stand for something. I am proud to represent my school at the city's spelling bee. Represent.
Now we're going to read this page. We respect our country's flag to show we are all connected to each other. The flag has a star to represent each state in our country. People show their patriotism by flying the flag. Many people fly the flag at home on holidays. They fly the flag to celebrate. Look for flags on the 4th of July. You will see them all over. The flag is also flown at places in our communities every day. It flies at schools, libraries, fire stations, police stations, government buildings, local businesses. Where do you see our country's flag being flown? Well, we have quite a few vocabulary words on this page. We're going to start with patriotism.
Patriotism. Love that people feel for their country. The family showed patriotism by hanging a flag outside. Patriotism.
Honor.
Honor. To show respect to people who are admired or to things that are loved. It is an honor to help my teacher read the morning announcements. Honor.
Salute.
Salute. To make a sign of respect by moving your right hand to your forehead at an angle. She raised her hand to salute the officer. Salute.
Anthem.
Anthem. A song that is important to a group of people. They sang our national anthem before the game. Anthem.
People show patriotism by standing up to honor the flag when it goes by in parades. Some people salute the flag. Some people take off their hats to show respect. The flag flies at special events, such as sports games. It flies at speeches given by important leaders. People place their hands over their hearts when singing our national anthem to the flag. Those who protect our country show patriotism. Soldiers, police officers, and firefighters are brave leaders. We show them respect by thanking them. Leaders in our cities and towns help protect us too. The mayor is the leader of a town. The town council works with the mayor. They show patriotism by working for the people in their community. Environment.
Environment. The community around you. There are a lot of computer monitors in an office environment. Environment.
Operates.
Operates. To function or behave in a particular way. The manual explains how the camera operates. Operates.
Exist.
Exist. To be real or present. Dinosaurs do not exist today. Exist.
Everyone can show patriotism by sharing ideas to make the community better. People talk to the town council and the mayor. Others meet with community leaders. When the community works together, we create a better environment for everyone. It is important to know how your community operates. Many levels of government exist, from your neighborhood all the way to the president in the White House. Learning how these systems work together is part of our responsibility as American citizens. When we pledge to respect the country, we show patriotism. Some students do this by saying the Pledge of Allegiance in school. The pledge is a promise to respect the flag and our country. Can you think of other ways to show respect for the United States of America? How are you patriotic in your everyday life? Awesome job, friends. So I want you to think about what you liked about that story. And we're also going to practice, we're going to talk about some comprehension. So comprehension is really, really important because if you don't understand what you're reading, then there's really no point of reading. The magic of reading is learning new things and being able to just take your mind anywhere and learn all about new things. So if you can't understand and remember what you're reading, then there's no point. So we're going to practice two very important strategies for comprehension. We're going to practice how to make connections, and we're going to practice how to summarize. So first, we're going to talk about making connections. And when we make connections, we connect the story that we're reading to something that we already know or something that we already experienced. So I'm going to reread page 204 of our story, and I'm going to tell you about a connection that I have. Then I'm going to ask you about a connection that you might have had. People show their patriotism by flying the flag. Many people fly the flag at home on holidays. They fly the flag to celebrate. Look for flags on the 4th of July. You will see them all over. So I had a connection when I heard the word 4th of July because I remember when I was little, we used to go see fireworks on the 4th of July. And I would remember driving to go see fireworks and I would see American flags everywhere. So when I was reading that page, I had that kind of connection. Did you have any connection when you were reading that page? Did it make you think of anything? I heard some of you say fireworks. I heard some of you talk about the flags. I heard a lot of great answers. So I want you to keep thinking about some connections that you might have had when reading the story. And later on, when I'm done teaching you this lesson, you can open up your journal and you can write about some of your connections. That's a great idea. Now we're going to talk about summarizing. So when we summarize, we basically just tell the story in our own words. We only talk about important parts from the story. So we are going to summarize page 207 of our story. The flag flies at special events such as sports games. It flies at speeches given by important leaders. People place their hands over their hearts when singing our national anthem, "To the Flag." So let's summarize what we learned about patriotism on this page. When does the flag fly? You're right. It flies at special events, and it flies when important leaders give speeches. When do people, or I'm sorry, what do people sing our national anthem to? You're correct. They sing it to the flag. Absolutely. So a couple things that we learned today. We talked about these special vocabulary words. They were a lot of vocabulary words. So remember, they were patriotism, represent, honor, salute, anthem, environment, operates, exist. If you remember what some of those vocabulary words meant, I want you to take out your journal and I want you to include them in some of your writings. So maybe you want to write about the national anthem. Maybe you want to write about something that you like to honor, or how you show patriotism. Or maybe you want to draw a picture of someone saluting. Anything to get you to know those vocabulary words, because those are some really big, awesome words, and they would really juice up your writing. We learned about this special concept vocabulary word called loyalty. We sounded out and read some words together with our prefixes un and dis. So when you are writing today in your journal, you can include some of these words. You can include some words that have these prefixes un and dis in them. And we've reviewed those prefixes together. So that is what we learned together today. When you join me tomorrow, we are going to talk some more about these prefixes. We are going to take a deeper dive into our story about patriotism. We are going to practice those vocabulary words again so that they really get stuck into our brain. So tomorrow, I want you to come back ready to grow your brain with me, ready to work hard, and excited to learn, because I am going to be so incredibly excited to learn with you tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining me today, first grade. Your teachers love you, and we miss you very much. This isn't the same as being in the classroom together, but we're excited that we still get to learn together in some sort of way. And hopefully we can get back into the classroom soon. We really miss you. Love you. See you tomorrow. Bye.
First grade open court high frequency words. Getting started. C. The. Is. Up. Have. I. A. There. Unit 1. Can. On. Am. And. Did. It. Had. Him. Said. In. Has. At. Unit 2. Call. Look. Was. What? Big. Got. All. If. To. Get. Ask. Of. As. He. His. Just. Unit 3. Down. It's. Red. Help. Six. Then. That. This. Jump. Four. Out. Little. Went. Will. When. Are. Unit 4. Girl. Her. With. Any. From. Like. Water. But. Do. Long. My. No. Where. An. They. She. Yes. Were. Unit 5. Ride. Walk. We. Well. Make. You. Them. Go. After. Over. Or. To. Be. Green. Take. Unit 6. Every. Come. Going. Me. 2. Here. Pretty. Some. Could. Day. Play. Sleep. Don't. Came. Right. Unit 7. There. Away. How? No. Want. Now. 1. Saw. Old. Wood. Blue. Unit 8. Berry. Good. Brown. About. Around. 5. Into. Boy. Before. Yellow. Unit 9. Your. Unit 10. Five. Unit 11. 4. Put. Unit 12 reviews all the previously learned high-frequency words. Great job!
Good morning, boys and girls. Glad to have you back for another exhilarating day of learning. My name is Mrs. Loy, and I do teach at Ben Franklin School. Glad to see a lot of my Ben Franklin Bulldogs out there today, and glad to see all of the rest of you as well. We are going to take another look at Unit 5, which we started yesterday. It's all about citizenship, and we're still working on Lesson 1, and it is Day 2. Yesterday, we got the unit kicked off by listening to a story about Sophia, whose family left the country of Greece to come to America in the late 1800s to make a better life. Today, we're going to get a chance to read about another family who immigrated to the United States in search of a better life. In order to be ready to learn today, I need you to do a few things for me. Please gather your journal and some paper and a pencil to be ready. Get a comfortable spot and put away anything that you might be distracting to you. So if you have an LOL doll next to you or your Nintendo Switch out, go ahead and put those things away until we're all done. I only have you for about 30 minutes and we have a lot to do today. I need everybody to do me a big favor. I want you to take a deep breath. Good. Now, I want you to put your eyes on me. I see lots of ready, responsible, and respectful learners out there. I think we're ready to begin. We have lots to learn today, as I did mention. At the end of today, you should be able to read some words, build oral language and vocabulary skills. You should be able to read a decodable story and practice predicting and visualizing while reading a text. And we'll talk a lot more about what that means when we get to that part of the lesson. Yesterday, we started talking about this sound spelling card, and we see the double O here. And on the double O, it's going to make the sound, like Mr. Hood's foot. You see his foot there, this is a bright red toe. We're going to find out, and we're going to reread the story about Mr. Hood to figure out why his toe is so red. That looks like it might hurt. Mr. Hood took off his shoes and socks and went out walking in the wood. Probably not the best choice. He kicked a rock and he hurt his foot. Look, look, said Mr. Hood. There's a bubbling brook. I'll walk in the brook so I won't hurt my foot. So he stepped in the water and guess what? Mr. Hood stepped on a hook. Mr. Hood stood. He shook his foot. This isn't good, said Mr. Hood. I think I'll go home and read a book. At least then I won't hurt my foot. Join me as I make the sound. Excellent. Now that we've reminded ourselves about Mr. Hood and his unfortunate circumstances, taking off his shoes and walking in the wood, I don't know why he'd do such a silly thing. We've reminded ourselves of that sound from the double O. We're going to take a look at some words using that sound as the medium sound. Let's take a look at line 1, and let's read the first word. Put it together. Woof. Read the word. Woof. Second word. Shook. Read it again. Shook. Excellent. Last word in line 1. Stood. Remember, in our story, Mr. Wood stood in the bubbling brook trying to make his foot feel better. Line 2. Hoof. The hoof is the hard part. It's kind of at the bottom of a foot of an animal, like a horse. Ready? Crook. Crook is like the bend of your elbow. This would be the crook of your elbow, this part, the bending part. Wooden. Wooden would be something made out of wood. Line 3 and line 4 you're going to find are multisyllabic words. That means that we can break them down into more than one part to make the reading more manageable. Let's take a look at line 3, the very first word. And I'm going to break it right here between the two words. We're going to read the first part. This is going to be a short E. Ready? Text. Let's read the second part. Book. Put it together. Text, book. A textbook is like the journeys book that you had in your desk at school. Here we have another multisyllabic word. I'm going to break it right down the middle here. And we're going to sound it out. Ready? Foot. Print. Footprint. If you step in the mud, you may leave a footprint with your shoe. Split the word here. Ready? Bear. Foot. Barefoot. Barefoot is when you take off your socks and shoes and you have nothing on your feet. Mr. Hood found out going barefoot in the wood was not a good idea. Let's take a look at line 4. Goodness. Goodness. You might use that as an exclamation when you drop something. You might say, goodness, like that. Second word, would, would. Ek, ek. That ER makes the sound, remember, from the card. Woodpecker. Woodpecker. The woodpecker is a large bird, usually has a red head. I have a lot of them in my backyard. Last word. Has 3 syllables. Ready? Under, stood, understood. We understood what the teacher was telling us. Let's take a look at the sentence. You apply some of what we know. That first word again was goodness. We just read that. And I say an exclamation point, so we need to put some feeling behind that. Goodness. I think I have been hoodwinked. Goodness. I think I have been hoodwinked. Now some of you might say, Mrs. Lloyd, what in the world does hoodwinked mean? I've never heard that word before. Hoodwinked means fooled, and that would be why I have a picture of Charlie Brown and Lucy playing football. Every time Charlie Brown wanted to play football with Lucy, Lucy said, I will play, I will play. She would put the ball down, but just as Charlie Brown would go over to punt the ball, she would pull it out and would hoodwink him. She would fool him. And he always went, ah, and fell on his back. So Lucy hoodwinked Charlie Brown a lot. All right, just a quick review. Yesterday, we started off with our Unit 5 theme, which is citizenship. And as you remember, citizenship is anything and everything that you do to act as part of your community and your country. Immigration was a word that we learned yesterday, and that's all about coming to another country to live permanently. So wherever the country was that you left, like Sophia in our story yesterday, left Greece to come to America. She was an immigrant to the United States. She left Greece, her home country, to come to the United States to live. And finally, many immigrants come through Ellis Island and saw the Statue of Liberty in the harbor as a sign of the freedoms they would have in the United States. We talked a little bit about that New York State harbor yesterday, where the ships would come into port and all of the immigrants that were on the ships would go into Ellis Island to be processed. They would go through a health check and they would go through their paperwork to make sure that they were ready to be citizens of the United States. This is our cover page of our new story that we're going to read today, and it's called A Brand New American Family. Today's story is going to allow us to meet another family that immigrated to America from another country. They actually came from El Salvador, so a different country than Sophia and her family did. Today's story is going to talk about people who immigrated from all over the world. The main character, Anna, came from El Salvador, which is right here, while others came from Mexico, Ethiopia, and Vietnam, which is this country over here. All of the people that are becoming citizens of the United States, so they've moved here and are now completing their paperwork and completing the court ceremony that's necessary to make them naturalized citizens of the United States. The story's setting takes place in Manhattan, New York. And if you take a close look at this map, you will see that Manhattan is this pink spot right here. And here we see the Statue of Liberty. This is the New York harbor that we talked about. As people would sail in on their ships, they would come in through this harbor, they would see that Statue of Liberty, and they would stop off at Ellis Island to be processed. We're going to talk a little bit about what happened before Ellis Island became the processing point. There was actually another spot in Manhattan where all the immigrants would go to be processed. Now, in yesterday's story, Sophia and her family entered Ellis Island to file their paperwork for citizenship. Before Ellis Island was used for an immigration station, Castle Clinton, which is this building right here, or Fort Clinton, which is in Manhattan, was used as a processing place for new immigrants. The Statue of Liberty is in New York Harbor. Here she stands. She's a beautiful representation of the freedoms that take place in our country. And then we have here on the bottom, that last picture is a picture of the street called Broadway. Broadway is actually one of the oldest roads in New York City. It was actually used by the Native Americans before people started immigrating to America as a way to get back and forth to the water, to the harbors. And it was used as a footpath. It was eventually paved, and now it's where most of the major theaters are, so that you can go see a play in New York. So Broadway is still used, and this picture here shows some of those theaters and part of Broadway where those theaters are. Now, in today's story, you're going to hear several stories. You're going to need to know some of the vocabulary. The first word is register. When you register for something, you complete the necessary paperwork to become official. So for instance, my mom took my birth certificate and shot records to register me for baseball. So if you've ever played baseball or football or maybe cheerleading, your mom or your dad has to take something that proves who you are, your birth certificate to prove how old you are, and maybe some of your shot records just to make sure you're safe. So in this case, they're going to be registering the paperwork they need to become citizens of the United States. Second word is courthouse. The courthouse is a building in which courts of law are held and is where people go to be heard by a judge or for other official legal business to take place. That could be, in this case, becoming a citizen. You need to go before a judge for them to declare you a citizen. It might be to go before them for a wedding. It might be to go before them for an adoption. Or also people that break the law may need to go in and find out if they're going to be punished for that and what their concessions are. The sentence says the courthouse in Harrisburg is on Front Street. And right down the street from where Ben Franklin School is, they're also putting in a federal courthouse. That's the big building that's going in and the reason we can't walk on that side of the sidewalk. And the final word is belong. It means to be a member of something. Right now, you belong to a class of students. So my students, Mrs. Loy's students, belong to me. They are in my classroom. It might say, I belong to the football team called the Cougars. Okay, any type of thing that you are a member of would be somewhere that you belong. The genre of today's selection is realistic fiction. That means that the characters in the story are not real, but the story that the author has written could and has happened. And our essential question is, what do you think America represents to people who were not born in the United States? And here we have our title, A Brand New American Family by Karen E. Martin and illustrated by Kwai Deborah. Anna Flores gazed across the choppy gray water. She gnawed on a toasted sesame bagel. It was her favorite American breakfast, a special treat for this special day. She was so excited she could hardly swallow. Tell me again about the statue, Papa. Anna's eyes traveled upward to the flames of the torch, sparkling in the morning sun. Anna's father smiled and tousled her hair. Lady Liberty? She was the first thing that millions of immigrants saw when they came to America. She's the symbol of freedom. His eyes shone with admiration and pride. Now I want you to think. It says that Anna was really excited. She was so excited she could barely swallow. Can you predict what might be happening for Anna? Do you think maybe it's something good because she was so excited? So we can predict as a reader that Anna is probably going to have something very, very good happen to her in her life because she's so excited that she can barely swallow. And it also says a special treat for a special day. So the author is giving us a clue that something really good is going to happen for Anna. Let's read on to find out. Before that, they came here, her mother added. She pointed to the stone building with the thick reddish-gray walls along the waterfront. They came to the castle? That's right, Castle Clinton. Before the Statue of Liberty was built, the immigrants came right here to this park to register to become citizens. Anna's heart raced as she looked around the park. She could almost see the long lines of weary people waiting, people from around the world following their dreams of starting a new life in a new country. Today, Anna and her family would follow in their footsteps and become citizens too. So I want you to think about the fact that Anna was able to visualize or think, based on what her mama had just told her, what it was like for those people. She could almost visualize or see those people waiting in line. And when it says weary, they were tired. They were kind of beat down because they had long journeys to get there. So she can visualize that in her head based on what her mama told her. Authors are able to make pictures like that in our mind often. So as we read, I want you to think about what you can visualize. Mama stood and began to gather their trash. We should go. We don't want to be late for the ceremony. Anna clapped her hands and jumped off the bench. She twirled around, her skirt flaring out to catch the breeze. Papa chuckled and grabbed her hands. The two of them swung around in circles until they were both out of breath from laughing. On the way out of the park, Papa stood to buy them each a little American flag. Even Mama could not help grinning as she held the little flag in her hand. They set off toward the federal courthouse. Anna drank in the sights and sounds of the city around her. The streets were a maze of traffic lights and street signs. Delivery trucks with flashing blinkers clogged the side streets. Honking cars switched lanes and switched back again. Hot dog vendors and artists lined the sidewalks. Wandering tourists gawked and snapped photos, and pedestrians hustled everywhere. Broadway bustled with noise and life. Anna's mind drifted to her home country of El Salvador. It was beautiful there, but it was nothing like New York City. No place on earth was like this place. At last, they arrived at the steps of the courthouse. The shiny glass and gold doors took Anna's breath away. She gulped and followed her parents through the revolving door into the building where the dreams came true. One by one, they passed through the security scanner. Papa had to leave his cell phone at the security desk. The officer behind the desk smiled and handed him a numbered metal tag. You can pick up your phone after the ceremony. Papa smiled back. Will you take our photo when it is done? Of course, replied the security guard. It's the best part of my job. The courtroom buzzed with anticipation. Anna could hardly take it all in. They quickly found seats as the clerk began to call out names. First, there was a family from Ethiopia, all dressed in white with just hints of color. A parade of faces from around the world followed, an older couple from Mexico, two tall, slim brothers from Slovenia, a young mother and a son from Vietnam, and dozens more. Then Anna heard the names for which they had been waiting. Flores, Domingo, Lucia, and Anna. They jumped up and approached the desk, all smiles. Her parents eagerly signed the papers. It was happening. All rise. Everyone stood as the judge entered the courtroom. She took a place behind the bench. You may be seated, declared the judge. A hush settled over the room as the judge's keen gaze swept across the faces gathered together. Ladies and gentlemen, today you will become citizens of our great nation, the United States of America. This land will be yours, just as it is mine. This land offers the blessings of liberty, equality, and opportunity for every citizen. But with these blessings come responsibilities. I charge you to be good citizens, to uphold the law, and take part in our democracy. I also charge you to use your gifts and talents to make this country even greater. So let us begin. The doors in the back of the room opened, and a crowd of people jostled forward, waving to their friends and family members inside. Goosebumps popped all over Anna's arms as she stood with her parents and raised her right hand. The judge cleared her throat. Repeat after me. I hereby declare an oath. Anna repeated each line faithfully, though some of the words were hard for her. Papa smiled down at her and gave her hand an encouraging squeeze. Then, as if in a dream, everyone was hugging and shouting, "Congratulations!" Music began to play, and this time Anna knew all the words. She waved her little flag in the air and sang out with pride, "Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light?" Her heart swelled with joy, and even Papa had tears in his eyes. Papa leaned down to kiss Anna on the cheek. "What should we do to celebrate, hija?" I know, she whispered a few words in his ear, and he smiled softly. "Say cheese," the guard at the security desk called out cheerily. The brand new American family grinned from ear to ear. "Cheese!" Click went the camera. The guard handed the phone back to Papa. Mama leaned over his shoulder to peek at the screen. Well, how do we look as Americans? Perfect, mi querida. Just perfect. Now, I want you to think back to our prediction at the very beginning of the story. We noticed that Anna was super excited and that she couldn't swallow because she could barely swallow her favorite breakfast because she was so excited about what was going to happen. And we predicted that something really good was going to happen to her. Was our prediction correct? As a reader, we not only make predictions, but we also want to check our predictions to make sure that they are correct. Would you say that her becoming a naturalized citizen was an exciting and amazing time for her? What's that? Yeah, I absolutely agree. If you look at the thing at the picture, she's smiling. She looks super happy. She was super excited. And she says, as if it was in a dream. Sometimes when you dream really good things, Anna's dream was coming true. She was now going to be an American citizen and be able to participate in all the freedoms that we have here in America. Now, I want you to think about visualizing what it was like for her. I want you to close your eyes and think about all the day's events for Anna. What she saw as she went up the courthouse steps. Those doors that were all gold and glass, and through the revolving door, going into the big courtroom where she saw all the people from all around the world. Must have been a very exciting time for her. Can you visualize it? I can as well. You can really think about what Anna saw that day based on what the author, the details that the author was giving us. Now, as we close up today, I want you to think about a few things. One of our vocabulary words was belong. I want you to think about all the things that you belong to. A family, a team, you're a part of a school. I want you to think about all of those things. Think real quickly. All right. One of the things I'd like you to do is make a list of all the groups that you belong to. Where do you belong? I bet you belong to a lot of things if you can think about it. Remember, belong means to be a member of. So maybe you play football and you're a member of a team. Maybe you play baseball or soccer and you're a member of those teams. Maybe you're a cheerleader and part of the squad there, or you dance. So you're part of a dance class. All of you have a classroom that you belong to, a school that you belong to, a family that you belong to. Very good. Second thing I want you to think about is, what are some of the reasons that a family might come to a new country to live? It must be very, very difficult to leave the country you've always known and leave everything behind that has been comfortable for you or that you've always known. To leave all of that behind, to come to a brand new country, to kind of have a better way of life. Now, Anna's family, they didn't give us a lot of details why she came here, except for the fact that the United States was going to offer them more opportunities than they had in El Salvador. We know that in our story yesterday, Sophia and her family came from Greece because in Greece, a lot of the families were starving. They were having a hard time. They weren't making enough. They didn't have enough food to eat. And America offered them the opportunity to correct some of those things and have a better life. Now, our final question. When new immigrants come to this country, they often do not know anybody. And you can think, as part of the story, it said that the doors at the back of the courthouse opened and people flooded in. So they were friends and family of the people that were being naturalized as citizens to share that event with them. They really did not have, Anna's family did not have those extra people in the courtroom. That means that they were here pretty much by themselves, just the three of them, Mama, Papa, and Anna. I want you to think about a time that you went somewhere and you didn't know anybody else. What did that feel like? Was it comfortable? Were you okay with it? Some people are very social. They're what we call extroverts. They like to go into situations where they do not know people. They go in and they are able to make new friends right away. And then there are some people who are introverts. They go into situations like that and it makes them very, very uncomfortable because they don't know anybody. And they don't make friends easily because they're a little shy. What was it like for you when you showed up somewhere and you didn't know anybody? Think about the first day of school and you may not have known who was going to be in your class. Or maybe you even had to switch schools. If you've ever been the new kid in class, you kind of know how that feels. You don't know anybody. It can be a little intimidating. Now, I think Anna handled it very well and was very happy about her new life, but it was still probably very difficult for her at the very beginning, not knowing anybody. So I want you to think about what that was like, and you can write about it in your journal or on that paper. I want to check with some of you tomorrow to see if you got that work done, and I'd love to hear some of your stories. Now, as we close up today, I want you to know that I will see you again tomorrow for our latest lesson. We'll be looking at day 3 in our Unit 5, Lesson 1. And we will get a chance to read that decodable story that we didn't have time for today. And we're going to learn more about, comparative and superlative form words. So there's some large words for you to think about until we get together tomorrow. Until then, I want you to be safe, be happy, make sure you enjoy the weather outside if it's nice. If it's not, play some games inside and really take some time with your family. Love you all, and I'll see you in the morning.
Second grade open court high frequency words. Getting started. Give. May. These. Been. Our. Those. Off. Mr. Mrs. Read or read. Stop. Tell. Who. Ten. Us. Unit 1. Far. Upon. Much. Start. Which. Never. Under. 8. 9. Bring. Thank. Think. 7. Use. Why. Better. First. Learn. Animal. Black. Live or live. Unit 2. Brother. White. Both. Hold. Open. By. Goes. Paste. 0. Another. Many. Sign. Uncle. Right. Because. Does. Often. Other. Horse. Taste. Please. 3. Pull. Together. Unit 3. Gray. Believe. Carry. Different. Only. Listen. People. Again. Center. Circle. Great. Light. Work. Myself. Done. Easy. Peace. Unit 4. Own. Show. Few. Quite. Today. Soon. New. New. Something. Sorry. Everyone. Unit 5. Warm. Wash. Fool. Picture. Mouse. Ought. Small. Always. Laugh. Once. Unit 6. Rot. Everything. The end. Great job.
Okay, enough of that. Alexa, turn off. Happy Wacky Wednesday. I'm back. I'm so excited to be back with you. It's Miss Allen, 3rd grade. What, you don't recognize me? What's different? You like it though, don't ya? Oh, I got a lot of exciting things to tell you today, so I need to make sure. Ooh, Alexa, set a timer for 25 minutes.
Second timer, 25 minutes.
She's
starting now.
She's
Do you
like,
want to name this timer?
No thanks. She's like my student teacher. I've got a couple other student teachers here too. Some furry ones, and I'm going to show you them later. But you see my tulips? They're very nice. And I wanted you to look at this too. Let me bring it a little bit closer so you can get a better look at it, because it probably just looks like a whole bunch of blue, like my hair. It says mad, angry, frustrated, furious, raging, vexed, and that last one says hateful. So what do you think about those? We're not going to really talk about that today. I just wanted to show you this really quickly so you could think about it, because we're going to talk about it tomorrow. Okay? All right, let's get started. I don't want to waste too much time here, because I really do have a lot of exciting things to talk about. Okay. I have my journal ready. You should probably get yours. And something to write with. Okay. Whew. It's hot. Fix my new hairdo. Let's see if I can use, let's see if I can use a word with a suffix or a prefix. Uh-oh. Don't forget, I'm in my virtual classroom, boys. You can't be rowdy. Scoot back a little bit. My face is a little bit close. Okay. My other furry friend's coming soon. All right, here we go. So, I have reinvented myself with my new hairstyle. How do you like that? For using a, what comes at the beginning? Prefix. Good. All right, I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to pull up some cool stuff. And I did promise you I would show you a video from yesterday, so I think I'll start with that. Okay. Oh yeah, I always forget this part here. Thanks for bearing with me. Oh yeah, that's a book for later. I'll go back to that. Looks good though, doesn't it? I was having a tough time deciding if it was that one or that one. But we'll talk about that later. Oh, funny sounds coming from the background. All right, here we go. I think I figured out how to keep myself in the corner. Yesterday I was hidden. I didn't like that too much, so learn something new every day. Okay, slides. Speaking of something new, Miss Allen just learned all about Google Slides, and the very first ones that I ever put together were just for you. And if you're here and you're listening, hey, where did I go, by the way? There I am. I'm not sure why I keep leaving every time I go to Google Drive. Okay, let's put you down here. That way I'll be able to trap you up if we get stuck again, okay? Let's try this one more time. Thanks for being patient with Miss Allen. Okay, let's go over here, Google, and then we'll go over here to our apps and slides. Oh, while I'm here, where did you guys go? There you are. Let's see how I can find you again. Click on my Zoom camera. There. Wait. Oh, there. Okay. Now I'm going to move you up a little bit. All right. All right. Day 2. Oh, but we got to go back to day 1 because I promised we would watch a quick video on our green band focus this week, which is suffixes and prefixes. Okay? There it goes. And hopefully the sound's better today too.
Can you hear what fits before the root of a word, before the word is heard? That's the prefix, there it sits. Once it becomes applied, the word is modified. Like this, discover, try, triangle, submarine, subterranean. In some way, now that the word has changed, there will be something new for us to say. Can you hear what fits after the root of a word, after the word is heard? That's a suffix, there it sits.
Comes at the end.
Once it becomes applied, the word is modified. Like full, eventful, in beginning, ness, happiness, thoughtfulness, goodness, and kindness. Now that the word has changed, there will be something new for us to say. Here's a few prefixes just for you. Anti-counter, extra, hyper, ultra, semi, just to name a few. Now that we know what suffixes do, stationary, able, eyes will help you too. And it's true, some words have two. Reconstruction, disagreement, unlikely reaction. Now that the words have changed, there will be something new for us to say. Now that the words have changed, there will be something new for us to say. Now that the words have changed, there will be something new for us to say.
students, Miss Allen, one more. No, we don't even have time. I don't even have time to teach everything I want to. And really, I just want to talk to you guys and introduce you to this little lady right here. This is Bijou. Come on, you want to come to school, boys? Come on over. Okay, so let's get back to it. I'll be right back. Oh, I accidentally. Let me see this for a second. Hey, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to grab a quick snack for Oliver, my youngest son. I've wasted a lot of time here, so let me get to introductions. Hopefully by now you do have something, you're ready to go, you're ready to write, you're ready to listen, you're ready to practice the 3 R's. And I'm gonna hop into my Google Slides presentation that I made just for you. Get back up in the corner, Miss Allen. I wish I could stay there all the time. Somebody has to teach me that. I'll have to ask a friend. Okay, let's just get into it. We have so much to cover today. Day 2. Okay, present by, because I don't know how to. I just figured it out. Wait. I'm stuck here. Oh no, there I go. We will get it right one of these times. Right, guys? All right. Thanks for bearing with me. Let's break into it now. Bye. If one of these days I'll figure out how I can stay on the screen. Maybe you can't. I don't know. Anyway, here we go. So this says, if you have questions or you need support for this lesson, for any reason at all, please, please, please reach out to me. My email address is right there. And as well as my phone number. So either way, I am totally good with it. All right, so our story this week is called The Road to Democracy. And yesterday we talked a lot about that word, and not a lot about it, but we heard it a lot. We're not quite sure what it means just yet, but we're gonna find that out real soon. Oh, this is me. So actually, I had quite a long day today. Look at me. Figured out how to use a pointer anyway. So today I was in my classroom, and this was the first day I have been in there since, oh, can you see the date right here? March 12th. Wow. That was a long time ago. I actually was able to get a couple of resources for my classroom that I'm going to use today, and it was nice to be in there. It did make me a little bit sad, and that's okay. We all have feelings. Tomorrow is Therapy Thursday. We're going to do a feelings check-in at the beginning of all this, so that should be fun. Let's keep moving along. Hold on a second. Oh, I figured it out maybe. I'm learning while I'm teaching. See how that works sometimes in life? Wait, let me move over. Now, good. Yeah, I don't want my new hairstyle to be wasted. Hold on a second. I'm going to pause you. Back. Again. Hey, what's the prefix for again? Remember, if you put something back into the oven, you preheat it. Good. Okay. We have to kind of roll along pretty fast because I'm wasting too much time. Alexa, set a timer for 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Frankie,
Starting now.
come here, buddy. I need your help. You're going to meet Frankie here in a second. Shout out to Emma in my class. She made this for me and I grabbed it today. Thanks, Emma. Come on, Frank. All right, I'm going to attempt this. I'm going to show you what we did. So if you look at my student teacher, yep, she's over there. She put, oh, hi, Bijou. She put all those cards down for me. Oh, sorry. You're probably getting dizzy. I know my video is a little bit scratchy, but see. Come here, Frank. So while I'm moving on with the presentation, Frankie's going to be taking a look at all these cards. Over here, it's kind of like a review. I'm just going to show you this way. We've got under, dis, things like that. Do you remember what those are from Unit 4? That's right where we left off. You knew it. That one back there. No, not you. The one across the street. Yeah. Good job. You remembered. Yes, these are the prefixes. Right now we're learning about suffixes. Frankie's looking at me like I'm crazy because he's not really used to his mom talking like a teacher all the time. Can you say hi?
Hi.
Okay, so Frankie's job is to take these prefixes. I told him he has to make 3 words. He's going to take the oh, by the way, tell them what grade you're in.
3rd, basically.
Yeah. Yep, he'll be in 3rd grade next year. You guys are graders. Okay, and then over here are our base words or our root words. Which ones do you see? I see the word love, marine, eat, kick, possible. So what Frank's going to do is take a prefix and then a root word or a base word and make 3 words in the background. But we need to move on because we have to talk about vocab. So have your materials out. I'm going to zoom through my presentation through the beginning part because I showed it yesterday. And we're going to just go through the green band and we need to get to the vocabulary because I want to talk about the vocabulary before we read the book. And we still have to read our story for the week. So let's get moving. Okay. All right. Take 12. All right, here we go. We're going to review expectations quickly. 3 R's, respectful, responsible, and ready. It's close, Frankie, but not quite a word. Keep trying. I see something you can make on there. And here's our ways to practice being ready, responsible, and ready, responsible, and respectful virtually. Pay attention to the daily lesson so you can show respect to me and yourself. Showing respect to yourself, a way you can do that obviously is by learning. And if you're tuning in right now, thank you. You're doing a great job. And I'm super proud of you. And also you can be responsible by giving your parents or your guardians or your big sister or brother or cousin, whoever is watching you during the day, a break. And you can say, hey, I got this. I'm going to 4th grade next year. I can do this stuff independently now. Let's hope you have those. We're going to scooch right through. Oh, in case you missed yesterday, our big idea in our new unit is why do you think we need a government? Did you talk about that yesterday at dinner time? Remember these 3 pictures? We know that government has to do with making some sort of choice. And we already watched that. Here is our review from yesterday using our prefixes, meaning again, Pre, meaning before. And do you remember? Miss. Good. Okay, good job, Frankie. Walk around and then just pin them up right behind me. Miss means opposite of, or not good, or sort of the same thing that un means, opposite of, or not good. Great job. I am in my journal writing a story that I will read to you on Friday using as many suffixes and prefixes that I can. It's going to be really funny. Here were our sentences. Read them out loud to somebody in the room. I'll let Frankie read the second one.
Eh?
Ready?
No, wait.
Okay, that's a good one. Here, ready? Read it. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Number 2. Oh, there you go. This one's tricky. Just do your best.
If you
Look at the words around it.
mispronounce
Good.
a word, you might also misspell it when writing.
Excellent job. Give him a round. Thanks, Frank. He's busy over there being my helper today. All right, get your pencil, get your pen. Write down these words with me. I'm writing them in my notebook. I hope you are too. I like to build my vocabulary before I read my story, so it gives me a better understanding. Okay? There's 12 of them, friends. Okay.
Are you alive?
Government. Noun. The group of people in charge of ruling a country, state, city, or other place. Many people must come together in order for our democratic government to work. Government.
Cool. Write it down. I'll have a screenshot at the end of this with all of the vocabulary words for you. So that way you can tune into YouTube and you have the ability after the live feed to go back and pause certain areas of this presentation, which could be very useful. Let's keep going. Oh, Miss Ellen. Back there. You forgot one. Looking good, Frank. We'll check those later. Thanks so much for your help. Sorry you couldn't come in with me for Bring Your Kid to Work Day this year. What's our next vocab?
Peaceful.
Oh,
Adjective.
excellent.
Free from war or disorder. Quiet and calm. Despite an earlier argument, my brother and I came together to...
Oh, Miss Allen. That was getting juicy there. Next word.
Revolution.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Noun. The overthrow of a system of government in order to set up a new or different system of government. Revolutions are often carried out through the use of force. Unfair taxes led many colonists to call for a revolution against Great Britain. Revolution.
It's an intense word and a long word to spell, too. That's a famous painting of George Washington. Next. Let's see what word it is.
Election.
Ooh,
Noun.
election.
The act of electing or choosing something by voting. Every 4 years, the presidential election gets a lot of news coverage. Election.
Nice. Write it down. Think about it. Hey, there's an election going on at my school where I work at Ben Franklin. Some of you probably go there. There's one happening next week on June 2nd. Let's check out our next word.
Colonists.
Ooh.
Noun. Plural form of colonist. A person who helped found one of the 13 British colonies that became the first states. The colonists came to North America to start a new life. Colonists.
A lot of times we like to call them pilgrims around Thanksgiving, but I like to call them colonists. That's a real third grade vocab word. I like that a lot better. And did you know that the state that you live in, Pennsylvania, is one of the original 13 states? That's cool. Let's keep going.
Colonists.
No. This one.
Nation.
Oh, a nation.
Noun. A group of people living under one government and usually sharing the same history, culture, and language. Our nation is strong because it includes many different kinds of people. Nation.
Great. Let's check this one out.
Region.
Oh.
Noun. Any large area of territory. There are several great places to hike in the mountainous region of our state. Region.
Cool. Let's check this one out.
Unity. Noun. The state of being in full agreement and in harmony. The rival softball teams worked in unity during the car wash because they were raising money for a good charity. Unity.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, there I am. Press buttons and it works. Oh, wow. We'll take it. All right, let's go to the next one.
Empire. Noun. A group of countries, lands, or peoples under one government or ruler. The ruins of ancient cities are one of the few things remaining from the once great Roman Empire. Empire.
Empire. Next word. Whoops. Ooh. This one is a picture of the one. I remember seeing it yesterday. They look like a whole bunch of...
Documents. Noun. Plural form of document. An important paper that gives official proof or information about something. We stay organized by storing documents in folders. Documents.
Wonder what they have to do with government. A lot. Oops. Oh. No. There we go. Okay. Frankie made the word impossible. That actually says prevision. That means looking ahead. Did you take the right previsions before you went on your camping trip? Prevision. That's star. Did we get this last one right? Ooh, it's a good one. Underground. The little mice like to live underground in the winter. I guess it's warm down there. Okay, I'm going to keep sharing because we need to read our book now that we know our vocabulary words. Okay? Real quick. And I would like to go ahead and open up this tab. Okay. Here's a copy of our words. Colonist, documents. Look at all the nouns. Election, empire, government, nation. Peaceful. Our only adjective, our only describing word. Region, revolution, trend. I knew I forgot one. Unity. I forgot both of those. We'll have to go back. Somebody needs to be a reminder app for me, but there's nobody here. And my cat's left too. All right, and vote. So we will go back to view those two in a second. So I want to focus here. Let me see if I can get my little highlighter. Oh man, where did it go? Okay, cool. I think I have it. So I wanted to show you and focus right here in on our big idea and our essential questions right here. Oh. Okay, I don't. Essential questions, starting right there. Okay, here I am. All right. So this informational article explains democracy's Greek origins and Greek's influence on other world governments such as ours today through centuries. What's a century, by the way? 100, good job. And its prominence today. It also describes the representative democracy of the United States. So it's meshing history with present time. And we noticed that yesterday when we took our picture walk. So let's keep going. We will do spelling tomorrow and writing. I want you to get thinking about it, like brainstorming, like we like to do first. We're going to be writing a persuasive writing. You can get started on it. And I want you to think about school. That's something easy that you can think of. What would you want school to be like when it's time to go back? Would you want to be all virtual and on the computer? Would you want to go half and half? Do you just want to go back so bad, like Miss Allen, because you miss being around people and your students and your teachers and you miss that? So you tell me, and then when you figure out what it is, you're going to write a persuasive essay trying to persuade somebody to think the same way that you do. And that's where it's different than fact and opinion. An opinion article isn't necessarily, if I write an opinion about something, I'm not necessarily writing that because I want you to have the same opinion as me. But if I'm writing a persuasive narrative, which we're going to do this week, I definitely want to try to convince my reader that what I'm writing, I want them to think and feel the same way. You get the difference between opinion writing and persuasive? Good. All right, let's get into our book now. While we're reading, I want you to remember some comprehension strategies, and comprehension is just a fancy word for understanding. So some understanding strategies, visualizing. So when we go back and talk about the Greeks and the Romans in our book, close your eyes, use your imagination, pretend you're back there. And the other strategy is clarifying. And that's going to come in handy when we deal with the informational part of our text this week. Clarifying through facts, through charts, and whatnot. All right, let's get started. I hope I'm not over my time. I didn't hear Alexa's timer go off yet, so it's her fault if I am. And I can't film this anymore. Okay. There we are. Hello, Oliver. Oliver's going to be my helper tomorrow. We're going to have an interview with Oliver. That's on the schedule for tomorrow. Here's our book. Okay, The Road to Democracy by Chandler Tyrrell. Informational, can I come back? Where am I? Where's Zoom? Where's Zoom? Are you still there somewhere? Okay. I wonder why. Maybe if, you can't minimize Zoom. Okay. No. Just figure it out later. Miss Allen, get it together. Okay. That was me in my class today. Miss it in there. But this works too. This is cool too. Just a second. All right, let's get to the book. I'll scooch this over, scooch this up. I'm still here, yay. The Road to Democracy by Chandler Tyrrell. And let me go back really quick and read our essential questions. Let me get myself out of the way there. Okay, so essential questions. What are some ways that people make decisions as a group? We do that a lot when we're in school, and you see it all the time. People are deciding things as a group. Even my coworkers and I, we do that. You think about how you decide things at home. Do you guys, who picks what's for dinner? Do you vote? Think about it. And what ways are the easiest to decide? But really, sometimes the easiest ways, are they always the most fair? Not always. All right, let's get into it. You know what, I'm gonna see, hold on a second. I'm gonna see how long this has been going, because if it's too long, we might just save it for tomorrow. Okay, I apologize. I tried to check and see how much time I've taken up, and I did a bad job with keeping track of time. So if you do need to cut me off now and I'm over my time, I will read again tomorrow, but I am gonna just go ahead and read. Maybe you can like squeeze it in there with the 3rd grade words or something for one day, I don't know. But anyway, let me read this book because it's important. I wish we had a little bit more time. All right. I'm gonna do my best not to be a sidetrack Sally and just focus on reading, okay? And you focus on listening, sound good? Okay. All right, glasses. Okay, this is like getting a bit of a glare. Okay. Power of the people, democracy, a government run by the people. It sounds like such a simple idea, yet this idea was powerful enough to change the world. In a democracy, citizens get their power through voting. Each citizen gets 1 vote, and after all the votes are counted, the person, law, or plan with the most votes is the winner. It is a simple and fair way to make decisions that affect everyone. It's also a peaceful way. My friends in my classroom and I, we like to make hand signals for our vocab words. And don't forget, your vocab words are, well, I guess I should point. I don't know. They're in yellow. All right. Throughout much of history, leaders gave up their power only when forced to do it. Let me move this light. That is a little bit better. It's like, I can't see the glare. It often took a war or a revolution to force a leader from power. But for more than 200 years in America, leadership has changed hands peacefully. After each election, the men or the women who were not reelected to give up their power without a fight. New leaders take their places. Every 4 years, we vote for a president. Today, many of the world's governments are democracies. Do you think the United States is a democracy? As a result, the world's become a safer place. Hopefully that answered your question. It is. We live in a democracy for the people. The roots of democracy. Perhaps the most important event in the history of democracy was the American Revolution. For a long time, the King of Great Britain ruled the American colonies. The colonists had little say about how they were governed. However, they felt that one person having so much power was an unfair way to run the government. I agree with them. When Thomas Jefferson, who wrote the Declaration of Independence in Philly, He stressed that each person was important. Each person should be treated equally. Each person has rights, including the right to help make decisions about how the government was run. The new nation, ding, 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 vocab word, would be let me hear it, democracy. Thomas Jefferson, I'm down over here now underneath this ancient ruin type looking picture. Thomas Jefferson and the other founders of our country did not invent democracy. The idea of government run by the people have been around for more than 2,000 years. My computer font is a little bit small. But during all that time, democracies were rare. Do you think they're rare anymore? The roots of democracy reach back to the 5th century BC. In ancient Greece, the Greek region, another vocab word, of Attica, the birthplace of the world's first democracy, had Athens as its capital city. How many of you have ever heard of Athens? When decisions needed to be made, all of Attica's citizens came to Athens to vote. According to Greek myth, the founder of democracy in Attica was a king named Theseus. I'm going to make sure I'm saying that right.
According to Greek myth, the founder of democracy in Attica was a king named Theseus. In addition to being king, Theseus was a powerful and adventurous hero. He sailed the world's seas, fighting invading armies and conquering monsters. One of the most famous stories tells how Theseus defeated the Minotaur. The Minotaur, a fierce beast, was half man and half bull. It lived on the island of Crete and terrorized the people of Athens. Theseus and his men sailed to Crete and defeated the monster. Another famous myth tells how Theseus and his cousin Heracles bravely fought the Amazons. The Amazons, an all-female army of warriors, often attacked Athens. They appear in many Greek legends.
Thanks, buddy, for helping me out. I'm going to let you read the rest of the page.
Although King Theseus was known for his bravery, he was also a kind and just king. He often helped the poor. He listened to the opinions of his citizens. Theseus' wisdom gave him the idea of sharing his power. Many different tribes made up the region of Attica. These tribes often did not get along. Theseus understood that sharing some of his power could help bring peace. If the tribes worked together, they would be less likely to fight. To accomplish this, Theseus gave up his power as king, then visited every city and village. He invited all the citizens to Athens to share in his idea of unity. Democracy was born.
Beautiful. So if I said, hey, who's the father of democracy? What would you say? Theseus. Really cool. I'm going to pause it here. I'm going to come back up. We'll remember, somebody remind me, just shout out through the television, I know I can hear you, that we're on page 167. And before we go, I know we're doing ELA, but I just had two really funny math jokes that I wanted to tell because I miss math too. So let me see. They're right here. Let me say these and then I'll sign out and I'll see you tomorrow on Therapy Thursday. Talk about your feelings check-in. All right, where are these silly jokes? There's a fine line between a numerator and a denominator. I bet only a fraction of you got that. Okay, ready for the next one? One more. A farmer told his dog, to find the sheep and round them up. When the dog came back, he asked how many sheep there were, and the dog said 50. The farmer said, "That's funny. We only own 47 sheep." And the dog said, "You asked me to round them up." Get it? Rounding up to the nearest 10. All right, guys, I will see you tomorrow. Maybe it's going to get mixed up because I think I went too long, so I don't know. But either way, it was a pleasure today, and start thinking about those writings, those persuasive writings, and we will finish our story tomorrow. Okay? Thanks. Bye. Oh, let me put vocab words up. I said I was going to do that. So if you want to write these down, they are in red. Okay. I'll have a better picture of them for you tomorrow. See you guys. Thank you. Bye, third grade. Almost fourth grade.
Above. Air. Almost. Along. Also. Answer. Back. Began. Between. Book. Change. Children. City. Close. Each. Earth. End. Enough. Even. Ever. Eyes. Face. Find. Following. Friend. Hand. Hard. Head. Here. High. Home. House. Land. Large. Last. Letters. Might. More. Most. Move. Name. Near. Need. Next. Night. Paper. Heart. Plants. Point. Same. School. Second. Set. Should. Side. Still. Story. Such. Talk. Than. Things. Thought. Through. Time. Took. Trees. Turned. Until. Watch. While. Without. Words. World. Years. That's the end. Good job.
All right, welcome back. Today's open court lesson is going to be Unit 5, Lesson 1, Day 2 for our fourth graders. Again, welcome back, everyone, and hello. My name is Mr. Macon. I'm a fourth grade teacher at Ben Franklin Elementary School. I'm happy that you're all here to learn today, and remember to try your best and journal any questions you may have. After you journal any questions or interesting things you'd like to talk about, you can, with your teacher in her office hours, talk about those and discuss those, or you can reach me at my office hours Monday through Thursday, 11 to 12, and we can also talk about those. Our schedule is going to be very similar all week. It's similar to the schedule we had yesterday. We first and foremost are going to review our expectations. We will also talk about any materials that you may need, anything that may be different from the day before. We will talk about our objectives for today, what we plan on learning, or what we're going to be looking at. The next thing we'll do is our word analysis. And today, the last thing we'll do is listen to and read Paul Revere's Ride in our open court anthology books. expectations. As always, no matter where you are, we're going to need you to be ready, responsible, and respectful. We want to live by those 3 R's because that gives us a chance to be successful. So we want to be ready, responsible, and respectful at all times, whether it's on a Zoom or it's in the classroom. Materials that you may need today. You're always going to need your journal and something to write with. Today, a print or digital dictionary will help you and your listening ears. The print or digital dictionary is not necessary, but it will help with some of the activities we're going to do. And later in the lesson, you'll see I'm giving you a little bit of off-camera work to do. So the print or digital dictionary will help tremendously. You don't need it, but it will help. Today's objectives. We're going to build on our oral language skills. We're going to practice using words with the Latin roots nat, scribe, or script, like we started yesterday. And we're going to read and listen to the selection Paul Revere's Ride. When we get to that point in the lesson, I'm going to play the lesson for you, and I'm also going to give you some time to read along by yourself. That way it will give you a chance to work on your fluency. We're going to start like we did the other day, our first lesson, with our word analysis. So if you take a look at these words, these are the words we saw yesterday. Okay? We are talking about the Latin roots nat, scribe, and script. So line 1, we have native, prenatal, naive, innate. Line 2, cognate, natural, nationality, and international. So what we're going to do right here on this screen, if you see the question at the bottom, do you see any synonyms in line 1 and 2? Later in these lessons, we'll talk about antonyms and synonyms, but for right now, synonyms are any words that are similar meanings. So in line 1 and 2, let's see if we can find any synonyms. Again, synonyms are any words with similar meanings. So line 1 and 2, we want to see if we can find any words with similar meanings. Any synonyms in line 1 and 2. Once you have found any synonyms, write those in your journal, please. Okay, have we found any? All right. The synonyms in line 1 and 2 are native, natural, and innate. Okay, those 3 words all have the Latin root nat and all have similar meanings, which is something from birth. Okay, so what we're going to do really quick to help work on developing our oral language, we are going to take the word innate. Okay, we are all we all have innate qualities in us. Okay, qualities that we have or talents that we have given to us at birth. Okay, so in our journal, let's talk about any innate qualities that you have. I'll give you a couple minutes to talk about that. Write that in your journal, please. All right, I'll give you a couple of examples too. I wanted to give you some time so you could do it on your own to see if you could figure anything out. Your eye color, if you have any musical talents, any athletic abilities, things like that. Those are innate qualities that you could have written in your journal. Next thing we're going to work on is applying the concept. So now we have 4 more words, all right, with our Latin root. And we're going to take a look at them right here. You can write these down in your journal. The next couple of slides are going to be very similar to the first lesson, where we talked about the definition, we used it in a sentence, and we drew a picture that will help us remember that word. And again, remember, going forward, drawing a picture is just something that will help you personally. Your picture can be about anything that will help you remember that word. If there is something that you cannot draw a picture for, you're like, this won't work, don't worry about it. Do we all see the Latin roots in these 4 words right here? Good. So we'll start right here with connate. The definition. And again, while we're going through the definitions, using it in a sentence, please write these in your journal so that you have the definitions of the words, so that you know what they mean. The definition: existing in a person or thing from birth. Again, if you remember from our first lesson, the Latin root nat means from birth, or you're born with it. We'll use it in a sentence. Are our ethical values connate? And then you can draw a picture. Again, guys, please do not worry about what the picture looks like, or if you don't draw a picture. That is just a useful tool to remember the word. Okay, if we go back and look at this sentence right here, are our ethical values connate? That means the way we think about things is that, do we think like that from birth? Okay, take a look at the next one. Now, naivete, the definition: lack of experience, wisdom, or judgment. Because of his naivete, Carter's parents worried that others might take advantage of him. So now we have a couple of tough words here that would be tough to draw a picture. So just try your best, or like I said, please do not get too frustrated or worry about the picture part. Make sure in your journal you have your definition and you have a sentence, an example of it used in a sentence. I'll give you a couple moments to catch up on the first 2. All right, I hope we have that. If for some reason you don't have any of this, you'll be able to find this lesson again on YouTube. You'll be able to scroll to any of the parts that you need exactly. The next word, scribble. The definition of scribble is to write or draw something carelessly or hurriedly. We'll use that in a sentence. And if you remember, we had a word yesterday that was prescription. One of the sentences we used for prescription had this word scribble in it. So the definition is to write or draw something carelessly or hurriedly. We'll use it in a sentence. He took the clipboard and scribbled something illegible. So I know we've had a couple of tough words where it was tough to draw a picture to help you remember anything. This one right here is a little different. All you have to do is draw anything, write anything. because that's what scribble is. Something that you're just writing in a hurry, something that you are not taking your time, and you can't really read it. Scribble. So we have one more word. I'll give you a couple of minutes to make sure we have the definition of scribble. All right, so our last word is inscription. The definition of inscription. Words inscribed as on a monument or in a book. When we use inscription in a sentence, the inscription on the monument lists the names of those who founded our town. So you may see inscriptions, again, on books or monuments or statues, something to commemorate different things. You can draw a picture if you want, if you can. If not, make sure you have the definition and the sentence. That's the primary focus of what we need in your journal right here. All right, good. We're going to move on in just a second. But those 4 words, okay, we want to see. Take another quick second. Reflect in your journal about any similarities with the words that we saw today, with the words that we learned in our lesson yesterday. The Latin roots were the same, and we know the meanings of those Latin roots. So the meanings of those words should be similar. So we should have come across a lot of synonyms while we were talking about these words with these Latin roots. So take a couple of minutes and reflect on those words from today, as well as the previous lesson. And again, any questions or anything that you think is interesting, please write in your journal, and you can discuss that with your teacher or me during our office hours. Okay, so now we're going to move into our story review and our vocabulary. All right, and we'll touch on this before we get into reading and listening to the story, Paul Revere's Ride. Okay, now yesterday we read the story, Sleepover at the Archives Museum. We read that story to kind of get us jump started and think about different things and different theme, the theme that we're working on. We started there to raise some thoughts and discussion. So we are going to read Paul Revere's Ride, also talking about different historical things. The genre for this story, even though it says it's a narrative poem, it is a historical fiction. Okay, but we'll get to that in a second. We'll talk about the vocabulary. As I mentioned earlier, the print dictionary or the digital dictionary that I asked you to have, some of the materials that you may need, was for this part right here. You can do it now, you can do it later, you can do it anytime off camera, but what we're going to do is go through all of these vocabulary words, 14 vocabulary words that you'll find in the story. I wanted you to use that print dictionary or that digital dictionary and find the definitions of each of these words and put these in your journal. If you are not able to do that, that's fine. You will still see all of these words, and we'll get to the definitions at a later time if you cannot. But for right now, I want you to write them down as we're going through the story. They will be highlighted in yellow. And we want to find the definitions of these words as a little bit of off-camera work. Okay. Number 1, opposite. Number 2, phantom. Number 3, mast. Number 4, tide. Number 5, tread. Number 6, stealthy. Number 7, sentinel. Number 8, dread. Number 9, impetuous. Number 10, tranquil. Number 11, skirt. Number 12, aghast. Number 13, defiance. And number 14, peril. Again, all of these vocabulary words will be in your story, Paul Revere's Ride. I am not giving you the definitions for right now. I would like for you to look them up either using the print or digital dictionary and find the definitions. If you are able to, you will be able to find these words in your Open Court glossary. If you are able to log into your Open Court accounts, you can also find the definitions for these words that way. So here we are with our genre review. Again, this is a historical fiction in the form of a narrative poem, as you'll see when we get into the story. So with a historical fiction, the story takes place sometime in the past. The events or problems in the story are from that time. The characters talk, dress, and act like people of that time. And real things that happened or real people who lived at the time may be in the story. Okay, so we're talking about a story that has happened in the past, years ago. So you're going to see events, problems from that time. The dress is going to look from that time. Okay, and there's going to be real things or real people in the story. Historical fiction. So I'm going to give you a little bit. I can't give you too much because we have to keep the lesson moving. I'm going to give you a little bit of time to read through by yourself, and then I'm going to play it as if we were in the classroom.
Genre, narrative poem. Essential questions. How did patriots contribute to our country's founding? How can a story become a national treasure?
And remember, we talk about our essential questions before we get into the story, something to keep you thinking. So we want to take those essential questions, and while we're reading through the story, we want to look for answers to those. Again, all your vocabulary words, if you look down on the first page right here, are going to be highlighted in yellow.
Paul Revere's Ride by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, illustrated by Jose Flores. Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere. On the 18th of April in 75, hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year. He said to his friend, "If the British march by land or sea from the town tonight, hang a lantern aloft in the belfry arch of the North Church Tower as a signal light, 1 if by land, and 2 if by sea. And I on the opposite shore will be, ready to ride and spread the alarm through every Middlesex village and farm, for the country folk to be up and to arm."
So before we move on to these next couple of pages, I'll give you a little bit of time to try to read it by yourself. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and play it. If you did not get through reading it by yourself, please do not worry about that.
Then he said, "Good night," and with muffled oar silently rowed to the Charlestown shore. Just as the moon rose over the bay, where swinging wide at her moorings lay the Somerset, British man of war, a phantom ship, with each mast and spar across the moon like a prison bar, and a huge black hulk that was magnified by its own reflection in the tide. Meanwhile, his friend, through alley and street, wanders and watches with eager ears, till in the silence around him he hears the muster of men at the barrack door, the sound of arms and the tramp of feet, and the measured tread of the grenadiers marching down to their boats on the shore. Then he climbed the tower of the Old North Church, by the wooden stairs with stealthy tread, to the belfry chamber overhead, and startled the pigeons from their perch on the somber rafters that round him made masses and moving shapes of shade, by the trembling ladder, steep and tall, to the highest window in the wall, where he paused to listen and look down, a moment on the roofs of the town, and the moonlight flowing over all.
Okay, one thing I've noticed is some of the vocabulary words are not highlighted. Okay, we know what they are. So again, we'll try to find the definitions. We'll look into that a little later. So I apologize for the words not being highlighted. So if for some reason you don't have them all written down, do not worry. Don't get frustrated or worried that you don't have them written down and you can't find the definitions. We can get into that at a later time.
Beneath, in the churchyard, lay the dead, in their night encampment on the hill, wrapped in silence so deep and still that he could hear, like a sentinel's tread, the watchful night wind as it went, creeping along from tent to tent, and seeming to whisper, "All is well." A moment only he feels the spell of the place and the hour and the secret dread of the lonely belfry and the dead. For suddenly all his thoughts are bent on a shadowy something far away, where the river widens to meet the bay, a line of black that bends and floats on the rising tide like a bridge of boats. Meanwhile, impatient to mount and ride, booted and spurred with a heavy stride, on the opposite shore walked Paul Revere. Now he patted his horse's side, now gazed at the landscape far and near, then impetuous stamped the earth, and turned and tightened his saddle girth. But mostly he watched with eager search the belfry tower of the Old North Church, as it rose above the graves on the hill, lonely and spectral and somber and still. And lo, as he looks on the belfry's height, a glimmer and then a gleam of light. He springs to the saddle, the bridle he turns, but lingers and gazes till full on his sight a second lamp in the belfry burns. A hurry of hoofs in a village street, a shape in the moonlight, a bulk in the dark, and beneath, from the pebbles in passing, a spark struck out by a steed flying fearless and fleet. That was all, and yet, through the gloom and the light, the fate of a nation was riding that night, and the spark struck out by that steed in his flight kindled the land into flame with its heat. He has left the village and mounted the steep, and beneath him, tranquil and broad and deep, is the mystic, meeting the ocean tides, And under the alders that skirt its edge, now soft on the sand, now loud on the ledge, is heard the tramp of his steed as he rides. It was 12 by the village clock when he crossed the bridge into Medford town. He heard the crowing of the cock and the barking of the farmer's dog, and felt the damp of the river fog that rises after the sun goes down.
Now, I know we've given you a lot to think about, the essential questions before we started the story, the vocabulary words, and we want you to find the definitions. Please, please, please don't get frustrated, okay? This is just something to try to help. So do your very best, all right, trying to read a story on your own, trying to find the vocabulary words that you have written down, trying to find the definitions, trying to piece it together with the essential questions. Do not get frustrated. Keep working hard and trying your very best.
It was 1 by the village clock when he galloped into Lexington. He saw the gilded weathercock swam in the moonlight as he passed, and the meeting house windows, blank and bare, gaze at him with a spectral glare, as if they already stood aghast at the bloody work they would look upon. It was 2 by the village clock when he came to the bridge in Concord town. He heard the bleating of the flock and the twitter of birds among the trees, and felt the breath of the morning breeze blowing over the meadows brown. And one was safe and asleep in his bed, who at the bridge would be first to fall, who that day would be lying dead, pierced by a British musket ball. You know the rest. In the books you have read how the British regulars fired and fled, how the farmers gave them ball for ball from behind each fence and farmyard wall, chasing the redcoats down the lane, then crossing the fields to emerge again under the trees at the turn of the road, and only pausing to fire and load. So through the night rode Paul Revere, and so through the night went his cry of alarm to every Middlesex village and farm, a cry of defiance and not of fear. A voice in the darkness, a knock at the door, and a word that shall echo forevermore. For born on the night wind of the past, through all our history to the last, in the hour of darkness and peril and need, the people will waken and listen to hear the hurrying hoofbeats of that steed and the midnight message of Paul Revere.
All right, so normally after you read the story, you talk about the text connections and did you know. So what we're going to do is just talk about these questions. Just ask these questions. It'll give you something to think about, okay? We're not going to spend a lot of time digging into it, just something, because we're going to play the story again at some point. And I want you to remember these questions, or at least have them in your mind to think about next time we do.
Respond. You will answer the comprehension questions on these pages as a class.
And what we're going to do is ask these questions, and we're just going to talk about them or journal about them, so you can do it individually.
Did you know? Popular legend says Paul Revere shouted, "The British are coming," as he rode. However, it is likely he would have ridden quietly so as not to alert the British troops nearby. Also, that phrase would have confused the colonists who still considered themselves British at that time. Comprehension. Text connections. 1. What is Paul Revere's plan? 2. Why is the night wind's whispered message, "All is well," not truthful? 3. Describe what Paul Revere does as he waits for the signal. Why does he act this way? 4. How did both Paul Revere in Paul Revere's Ride and the grandfather in Unit 3's The Unbreakable Code act as patriotic messengers? 5. Describe a time you had an important job to do and how it made you feel. 6. What word or message do you think shall echo forevermore in the minds of people who remember Paul Revere's Ride? Explain.
Now, again, we just want to talk about these right now. For the next time that we read the story, you will have different ideas and different questions, different thought-provoking questions to think about while we read the story. All right, today's objective, we talked about our Latin roots, nat, scribe, and script. We read Paul Revere's Ride. And again, we worked on the vocabulary for the selection. And I'm asking you to find the definitions of those words. If you had time to write them all down, I would like for you to find the definitions of the vocabulary words for Paul Revere's Ride. If you have any questions, please journal them. If you have anything interesting, journal them as well. You can discuss with me or your teacher during our office hours. And I can't wait to see you tomorrow.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. This is Mr. Greenfield. You are in your OCR time with Mr. Greenfield. We are going to be hitting the books today. We are going to be reading about a really, really cool story called Alejandro's Gift. We are in Unit 4, Lesson 3, Day 2. We're going to start off with a little bit of word analysis from what we did yesterday, and then we're going to really dig into our story and find out some of the cool things that Alejandro did, and be learning some really cool things about the desert and different animals that live there. So hope everyone is doing good. Hope everyone is being safe. And we are going to get ready and get right into our lesson. So get here. Perfect. So the first thing we want to do is we want to review some of those word lines from our word analysis yesterday. So I want everyone to read this with me. All right, and then we'll try to see if we can come up with a sentence or two from each line. So the first word is what? Credit, credential, incredible, and incredulous. All right, so credit. I use my credit cards almost every single day, right? So that means I have to pay that money back at the end of the month, but I like to use my credit card. So when I use my credit, that means I'm giving my word, and people believe my word, that I will give them back their money if they give me something on credit. Also, too, we think about the word credential, right? We heard about that word. When I go to my job, I have to give my credentials so that I can give in, right? So maybe I have to give my badge or something. Let's look at the next word line. We have order, disorderly, coordinate, and extraordinary. So one thing that is really extraordinary is I have a really big yard, right? And I have a lot of water back there. I have a big creek, and I saw a 6-foot snake yesterday. It was extraordinary. I was really, really scared. I have never seen a snake that big before, but it was extraordinary. Really, 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 really big snake. Thank God it was not poisonous, but it was extraordinary to see. Also, to order. Remember, order. So I went to the restaurant the other day, and I gave my order for my food, right? So they took it down, they arranged it, and then they gave me back. So I gave an order. Let's look at the next sentence. We have animate, inanimate, magnanimous, and unanimous. So me and all my family said unanimously that we would make sure that we got rid of all the snakes in the backyard before we went back out there. Everybody put their hands up. We were pretty unanimous about that. Also, to remember, animate means something that's alive. So when we're talking about animate objects, what are some of the things we're talking about? We are talking about like cats, dogs, birds, people. Things are animate. Now let's look at these last ones. We have image, imagine, imagination, and unimaginative. So I have an image in my mind of a big bowl of ice cream because I love ice cream and I'm imagining it. My favorite one is cookies and cream. What's your favorite ice cream? And the image that I have in my mind is one that has big cookies. I love Oreos, so it has Oreo cookies. So I'm using my imagination to be able to do that. But I'm unimaginative when it comes to actually drawing because Mr. Greenfield is not good at drawing at all. So let's really dig into. So we're going to be reading this story, Alejandro's Gift. It's by Richard E. Albert, which means he was the author, and it's illustrated by Sylvia Long. And Sylvia Long is a very, very famous illustrator. She draws really great pictures, and she did a really great job for Alejandro's Gift. So before we even get into the story, you can just kind of look here, right? You can see there's Alejandro. You can see that he has a shovel there. Maybe he did some digging. Maybe we can make a prediction about what he dug. Or make a prediction that he did dig something. You see a rabbit there, you see some other animals there. So whenever you have a story, a great strategy is just to kind of do a little bit of flipping, kind of look at some of the pictures, and just kind of maybe the pictures will give you some context on a little bit about the story. Look here, where does he look like he's maybe living? I see some cactus, I see some mountains. So where do we think he lives? He probably lives out in the desert, or maybe he lives out someplace where there's not a lot of people. So let's dig into the story and let's find out about Alejandro and what gift he gave and who he gave it to. So the first thing we want to always do when we pick up a story is we want to know what type of story it is, because based on what type of story it is, we're going to use different strategies to make sure we understand it. So this is called a realistic fiction, and let's look at all the characteristics of a realistic fiction, right? So number one, the people and animals in the story seem real. So when I look at Alejandro, when I looked at the picture, he looked like a real man. The rabbit looked real. The cactuses look real. So even though the story may not itself be real, the people and characters in it can very much seem real. The places in the story are real, or they seem real. So right, we looked here, it looks like maybe a desert or some other kind of barren place, some place where not a lot of things grow. And that's real, right? We have people who live in those type of environments. And then lastly, the story is about things that did not really happen, but they could happen in real life. So in real life, could Alejandro have maybe dug something in his backyard, a pond, or could he have been visited by animals like rabbits? Can you see those things in real life? Pretty much that you can. So let's look at some of our essential questions too. So these are some of the questions that we want to think about in our minds as we're reading the story. So number one, how can we coexist with wild plants and animals, right? So maybe you go outside and you see a raccoon. How do we coexist? Maybe you go outside and you see a mouse. How do we coexist with that? When can living too closely to wildlife be dangerous? Like just I gave you an example now, right? So we have a lot of snakes in our backyard, and hopefully none of them are poisonous, but snakes can bite, so they can be dangerous. And then when is it safe, right? So when is it safe to live around wildlife, and when maybe is it not so safe? So let's think about those things as we go through our story today. Now, one of the things that we're going to be using is we're going to be summarizing today. So when we think about summarizing, we want to use our own words to tell important details of the main idea, or to the main idea, right? That's what summarizing is. Then we're looking at predicting. Predicting says we're going to think about what will happen next in the story. That's when we're predicting, right? So when I looked at Alejandro and I saw him with a shovel, maybe I'm predicting that he's eventually going to be digging something. And then lastly, we want to make some connections. So relate to, when we make connections, we relate what we're reading to what we already know, right? Either about another text, or maybe something we read before, or maybe something even in our own lives, right? So Alejandro had a rabbit on the cover. Maybe he saw a rabbit. I've seen a rabbit in real life. Bam, right there we made a connection. So again, we looked at our genre, realistic fiction. We looked at our essential questions. And now one question I want you to particularly think of, how can we coexist with wild plants and animals? Now remember the story that you read with Miss Dunn last week had a lot to do with a conservationist, right? And he was around a lot of animals. He loved to be outdoors, right? So we'll see if maybe we can make a connection between those two stories. But Alejandro's Gift, let's read it and get into it. All right. So Alejandro's small adobe house stood beside a lonely desert road. Beside the house stood a well and a windmill to pump water from the well. Water for Alejandro, and for his only companion, a burro. It was a lonely place, and Alejandro welcomed any who stopped by to refresh themselves at the well. but the visitors were few. And after they left, Alejandro felt lonelier than before. So let's stop here for just a second. What are some things that we know, right? So when we're looking at this and we want to go back into the text, we want to summarize. And what summarizing is getting the main points out in our own words. Well, what are some of the things that we learned just from reading this particular portion of our story? Well, we know number one, Alejandro lives in the desert, right? We know that. We know that Alejandro likes visitors, but that he doesn't have very many because he lives so far out in the desert. He lives by himself. And then number three, we know Alejandro gets lonely at times, right? And where is it? It says it right here. He feels Alejandro felt lonelier than before because the visitors were few, and then after his visitors left, he felt lonely. So let's look at some of the vocabulary on the page as well. So we have adobe, and for people who don't know what adobe is, it's a brick made of clay that is dried in the sun. When you live out in the desert, you have to have really strong houses because the wind is really tough out there. The sand is really tough, so you have to have brick houses so that your houses don't crumble or fall down. And plus, there's not a lot of moisture out there either. A companion, right? So a companion is a friend that is always by your side, right? Always by your side. So his companion was a burro, right? What's a burro? A burro is a small donkey that is used to carry some loads. So a burro is basically a donkey. So these are some of the things that we learned from reading this page. So we summarized, right? A good reader summarize. We stop and we think about what is just read, and we try to kind of make it our own in our own words so we understand it. And then we also try to understand those key vocabulary words. To more easily endure the lonely hours, Alejandro planted a garden filled with carrots, beans, and large brown onions, tomatoes and corn, melon, squash, and small red peppers. Most mornings found Alejandro tending the garden, watching it grow. These were times he cherished, and he often stayed for hours, working until driven indoors by the desert heat. The days went by, one after another, with little change, until one morning when there was an unexpected visitor. The visitor came not from the desert road, but from the desert itself. A ground squirrel crept from the underbrush, moving warily over the sand. It hesitated and looked around. Alejandro paused, keeping very quiet, as the squirrel approached the garden. It ran up to one of the furrows, drinking its fill of water, and scampered away. After it left, Alejandro realized that for those few months, his loneliness had been all but forgotten. And because he felt less lonely, Alejandro found himself hoping the squirrel would come again. So let's see what one of our strategies that we can use this time. So let's see if we can make any connections, right? Let's see if we can make some connections. So when I read this, to more easily endure the lonely hours, Alejandro planted a garden filled with carrots, beans, and large brown onions. I'm going to try to make a connection there. Well, I can make a connection to my own life because, as I said, I live on a pretty big plot of land, a lot of acres of land, and we have a garden, right? So we tend to a garden. So let me tell you some of the things that are in my garden. So we have tomatoes. We have lettuce, and we have mint. Many guys ever had, like, if you ever chew some gum and it gets a minty flavor, that's actually a little plant that you can grow. And in my family, we like to drink a lot of tea. So we put a lot of mint in our tea because it makes it sweeter and it makes it taste better. So we grow our own mint. We grow it, then we dry it out, and we put it in our tea to flavor our tea. So that's one way we can make a connection. I also saw a really cool word on here. So we look at some of our vocabulary. The word we saw was warily. Right, warily. And what does warily mean? With great caution or carefully. Right. So that means when moving warily over the sand, that means he wasn't too sure. He moved cautiously. He was careful. We didn't know what was there. So when we move warily, that's what that word means. So let's see what happened next. The squirrel did come again from time to time, bringing along small friends. Wood rats and pocket gophers, jackrabbits, kangaroo rats, pocket mice. Birds, too, became aware of Alejandro's garden. Roadrunners, Gila woodpeckers, thrashers, cactus wrens, sage sparrows, mourning doves, and others came in the evening to perch on the branches of a mesquite bush or to rest on the arms of a lone saguaro before dropping down for a quick drink before nightfall. Occasionally, even an old desert tortoise could be seen plodding toward the garden. Suddenly, Alejandro found that time was passing more quickly. He was rarely lonely. He had only to look up from his hoe or from wherever he might be at the moment to find a small friend nearby. For a while, this was all that mattered to Alejandro. But after a time, he wasn't so sure. He began asking himself if there was something more important than just making himself less lonely. It took Alejandro little time to see there was. He began to realize that his tiny desert friends came to his garden not for company, but for water. And he found himself thinking of the other animals in the desert. So let's look at some of these other vocabulary words that we see here, right? So one of the words I noticed here was perch, right? Perch. And perch means to sit or rest or something that is raised in the air. So when we read this sentence here, cactus wrens, sage sparrows, that they were perching on the branches of a mesquite bush, that means that they were kind of resting there, that they were sitting on top of those branches there, and those branches are kind of high up. And I wanted to show you a quick picture of what a cactus wren looked like because I didn't know what a cactus wren looked like, and it was a part of our story. So that's a picture right there of a cactus wren, and as you can see, it's perching on some type of plant there. Alrighty. So animals like the coyote and the desert gray fox, the bobcats, the skunks, the badgers, the long-nosed coyotes, the pecaries, sometimes called javelinas, the short-tempered wild pigs of the desert, the antler mule deer, the does, and the fawns. Finding enough water was not a problem. With his windmill and well, Alejandro could supply ample water for any and all. Getting into those who needed it was something else. The something else, Alejandro decided, was a desert water hole. Without delay, Alejandro started digging. It was tiring work, taking many days in the hot desert sun. But the thought of giving water to so many thirsty desert dwellers more than made up for the drudgery. And when it was filled, Alejandro was pleased with the gift he had made for his desert friends. There was good reason to suppose it would take time for the larger animals to discover their new source of water. So Alejandro was patient. He went about as usual, feeding his burro, tending the garden, and doing countless other chores. Days passed and nothing happened. Still, Alejandro was confident. By the days turned to weeks, and it was still quiet at the water hole. Why, Alejandro wondered? Weren't they coming? What could he have done wrong? So let's stop here. Let's pause. Let's see if we can make a prediction, right? Prediction is something that we think might happen. So when I was reading this, I made a prediction. I'm thinking that I predict that the larger animals will come and that some of the animals might be coming because they might be using the water hole in the nighttime, right? And Alejandro goes inside at nighttime. So maybe the animals are coming, but he just doesn't see them. So that's two predictions. One, the larger animals will come, and that maybe Alejandro will see, or maybe some of the animals are coming at the nighttime. So we'll see if our predictions, we can confirm our predictions later. Let's look at some of these vocabulary words. So we see short-tempered, right? If somebody has a short temper, it means they're quickly angered or made upset. Ample, I heard this word too, and this was a pretty cool word. It means more than enough. And we'll cover some of these other vocabulary words a little bit later. Dwellers, have you ever heard of a dweller before? Someone or something that makes a home in a place. And then drudgery. Ooh, drudgery, what does that mean? Difficulty, unpleasant, or uninteresting labor. So when he was digging that hole, it was probably a little bit of drudgery. It was probably very tough. Let's read. The absence of the desert folk might have remained a mystery had Alejandro not come out of the house one morning when a skunk was in the clearing beyond the water hole. Seeing Alejandro, the skunk darted to safety in the underbrush. It suddenly became very clear why Alejandro's gift was being shunned. Alejandro couldn't believe he had been so thoughtless. But what was important now was to put things right as quickly as possible. Waterhole number 2 was built far from the house and screened by heavy desert growth. When it was filled and ready, Alejandro waited with mixed emotions. He was hopeful, yet he couldn't forget what had happened the first time. As it turned out, he was not disappointed. The animals of the desert did come, each as it made its own discovery. Because the water hole was now sheltered from the small adobe house and the desert road, the animals were no longer fearful. And although Alejandro could not see the desert growth surrounding the water hole, he had ways of knowing it was no longer being shunned. By the twitter of birds gathering in the dusk, by the rustling of mesquite in the quiet desert evening, telling of the approach of a coyote, a badger, or maybe a desert fox, by the soft hoofbeats of a mule deer, or the unmistakable sound of a herd of pecaries charging toward the waterhole. And in these moments when Alejandro sat quietly, listening to the sounds of his desert neighbors, he knew that the gift was not so much a gift that he had given, but a gift he had received. So let's look here. Let's see if we can confirm my predictions. All right, let's go back in the text. So my first prediction was not confirmed, right? So there was no evidence that was given that animals were just coming at night. So that prediction just didn't turn out true. But my second prediction was confirmed because the animals did come once Alejandro made the water hole more inviting. So he made a second water hole because the first one was a little bit too close and the animals were scared. So they did come, but it wasn't just at night. So my first prediction was confirmed. My second was not confirmed. My second prediction was. Let's look at some of our vocabulary. So we see screen, right? And screen means to hide or protect by covering. So if you have a screen and like in front of your window, what does it do? It kind of hides or protects people from seeing inside. So remember that big idea, so what is your relationship with nature? What was Alejandro's relationship with nature, right? So he loved the animals coming and he wanted to keep them to come. So what did he do? He built them a watering hole, right? And because Alejandro was out there all by himself, just him and his burro, him and his donkey, he wanted to have some more friends come because his visitors were really, really few and far in between. So he built a watering hole. The first time he built a watering hole, though, what? He built it too close and the animals were too scared to come. But the second time he built it a little farther away. Now, even though he couldn't see them, he went outside and he was able to listen to them. And it's always nice when we do stuff for other people, but it's even really nice when we do things for our environment, when we do things for animals, right? So when we think about what is our relationship with nature, one of our relationships with nature is that we want to make sure we take care of nature, right? We want to make sure that we take care of the animals that are outside. We want to take care of all of the resources that are there, the water, the plants, because if we have a good relationship with nature, then nature will also too be good to us and give us the things that we need. So I want to thank all of you so much. You guys did an amazing job, outstanding today. We will dig in more to Alejandro's gift and we'll be reviewing that story tomorrow. We'll also do a little bit of word analysis. But until then, everyone stay safe and we will see you soon. Bye-bye, guys. Good job.
Hello, Harrisburg School District parents and guardians. This week, the Harrisburg School District will host kindergarten registration events at Ben Franklin, Downey, Foos, Melrose, and Scott Elementary Schools on Tuesday, Wednesday, and on Thursday from 3:30 until 7 p.m. All students registering for kindergarten must be 5 years of age by September 1st, 2020. Parents, you will need the following to enroll your child: a parent ID or driver's license, your child's birth certificate or passport, 2 proofs of address documents, including a signed lease, a deed, property tax bill or mortgage bill, a current utility bill or a driver's license, a Department of Transportation identification card, a vehicle registration, or a current credit card bill. You'll also need your child's immunization record and a completed registration packet filled out and signed. We look forward to registering your child for kindergarten at an elementary school near you. See you this week.
Hi, first graders. My name is Miss Lassiter, and welcome to Knowledge on the Go. Today we will be learning from Grade 1, Module 5, Lesson 3. In today's lesson, we will find and name shapes based on their defining attributes. Ask an adult to help you gather the materials you will need for today's lesson. You will need various three-dimensional shapes. Here's a picture of the three-dimensional shapes I will be using, but I've also listed some examples of objects you can use around the house as your three-dimensional shapes. You will also need the problem set from your student workbook. If you do not have a student workbook, that's okay. You can print the problem set from the Great Minds website, or you can use blank paper and a pencil. Pause the video now to gather the materials you will need, and when you're ready, come back and press play. Welcome back. In Lesson 1, we use straws to draw shapes and classify them based on their defining attributes of straight sides and corners. In Lesson 2, we named the shapes. In today's lesson, we will be talking about three-dimensional shapes like these. Pause and think. What do you know about three-dimensional shapes? Say it. Perhaps you said you know that three-dimensional shapes are not flat. Great thinking. At this time, I will transition to my document camera. Three-dimensional shapes also have faces, like this. And faces are a very important defining attribute. So we're going to talk about faces a lot throughout the lesson. Three-dimensional shapes also have different types of corners, and we call them points, like this. Three-dimensional shapes are around us every day. Do you have objects that look like the three-dimensional shapes on the screen? Perhaps you said, yes. Even if you do not have the objects in front of you, I want you to think about objects around the house or that maybe you've seen in a store that are three-dimensional. Look at this shape. Do you know of an object that looks like this? Perhaps you said, yes, a party hat or an ice cream cone. Do you know of an object that looks like this? Or maybe you have one in front of you? Perhaps you said, yes, maybe a can of vegetables or a soda pop. Let's look at this object here. Do you know of an object that looks like this? Perhaps you said, yes, maybe dice that you've used in school or a small tissue box. Let's look at one of these shapes a little bit closer. Do you know the name of this three-dimensional shape? Perhaps you said, yes, it is a cube. What are the attributes or characteristics of this shape? Did you say it has 6 faces and every face is a square face? Let's count the faces to see if that is correct. I want you to keep track of our count, starting with the face on the bottom. 1 on the top, 2, and now let's count around. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Absolutely. A cube is a three-dimensional shape that has 6 faces and every face is a square face. Do you have an object in front of you Or can you think of an object yourself that is a cube? If you have a cube in front of you, count the faces. Make sure that you have 6 faces and that every face is square. Great job. Let's look at another shape. This shape is called a rectangular prism, and it also has 6 faces. But let's check. Remember to track the count, starting at the bottom. 1, 2, let's go around the rectangular prism. 3, 4, 5, 6. Excellent. So a rectangular prism does have 6 faces. But let's look at this face that we can see. What shape is it? Did you say a rectangle? Great thinking. That's why we call this shape a rectangular prism. A rectangular prism is a 3-dimensional shape that has 6 rectangular faces. Do you have an object in front of you or know of an object that is a rectangular prism? Perhaps you said yes. Maybe you have a large tissue box or the box for your crayons or maybe even a pencil case. Those are examples of rectangular prisms. Let's look at another shape. This shape is called a cylinder. Look carefully. What are some of the defining attributes of a cylinder? Perhaps you said there are no straight sides, and you notice that this shape is round, so it can also roll. Great thinking. This shape also has faces. Look at this face. What is the shape of the face? Perhaps you said a circle or an oval. Great job. Let's count to see how many faces a cylinder has. Let's start from the bottom. 1, 2. A cylinder is a 3-dimensional shape that has 2 circle or oval faces, and those faces must be the same size. Do you have a cylinder in front of you? If not, can you say out loud an object that you know is also a cylinder? Thanks for sharing. Let's look at another shape. This 3-dimensional shape is called a cone. Pay close attention. What defining attributes do you notice? Perhaps you said you notice this shape has a point and a circle face as well. How many faces do you see? Did you say 1 face? Absolutely. This 3-dimensional shape only has 1 circle or oval face and 1 point. Do you have an object in front of you or know of an object that is also a cone? Perhaps you said, yes, an ice cream cone, or maybe a party hat. Whenever I see this shape, I always think of an ice cream cone because I love ice cream. Let's look at one more 3-dimensional shape. This shape is called a sphere. Look carefully. What do you notice about this shape? Perhaps you said you notice it has no flat faces, so it can roll in any direction. Great thinking. A sphere is a three-dimensional shape with no flat faces. Look at the objects in front of you, or think about objects you have seen in the store or at school. Can you name an object that is a sphere? Perhaps you said, yes, a ball. A sphere looks like a ball indeed. Great job. Now, let's complete one problem together from your problem set. Let's look at page 1 together. The directions say, on the first 4 objects, color one of the flat faces red. Match each three-dimensional shape to its name. Let's look at A together. Do you see a flat face? Perhaps you said, yes, I see it as well. So let's color it red. Next, we need to match the object to its name. What is the name for the shape that we see in letter A? Did you say cone? Great job. So now let's match the shape to its name. Great work. Now I'm going to show you the problems I would like you to complete on your own. On page 1, I would like you to finish problem 1. And on page 2, I would like you to complete problems 2 and 3. Press pause, and when you're ready, come back and press play. Welcome back. Today, we learned the names and attributes of three-dimensional shapes. What are the names of the three-dimensional shapes we learned today? Let's name it one at a time together. The first shape is called a, cone. The second shape is a cube. The third shape is a, that's right, cylinder. The fourth shape is a, the fourth shape is a sphere. And the last shape? Great job, a rectangular prism. Think about our learning from lessons 1, 2, and 3. How do we classify, find, and name the shapes? Perhaps you said, we classified, found, and named shapes based on their defining attributes. Great work today. Again, my name is Miss Lassiter, and thank you for joining me for Knowledge on the Go. Make sure you stick around for your application problem with Mr. Royke, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
Hi there, first graders. Thank you for joining me for Grade 1, Module 5, Lesson 3. Before we get started, make sure you have all the materials that we'll need. You'll need the application problem from Module 5, Lesson 3 of your student workbook. If you don't have a student workbook at home, that's okay. You can always just use a blank sheet of paper and a pencil. Pause the video now to make sure that you have all the materials you'll need. Today you're going to be practicing the read, draw, write process to solve another really interesting problem involving shapes. Are you ready to go? Read today's problem aloud with me. Rose draws 6 triangles. Maria draws 7 triangles. How many more triangles does Maria have than Rose? Pause the video now to practice the read, draw, write process. Remember to read the problem carefully in small chunks. Make your math drawing and make sure to label it with the information you see in the story. Try really hard to use a tape diagram, just like we've been practicing. Write a number sentence to help you solve the problem, and write a word sentence to help you answer the question. Press play when you're ready to continue. I'll be here waiting for you. Welcome back. Let's take a look at a sample solution. In this drawing, we can see 2 different tapes because we're comparing them. Rose's tape shows 6 triangles, and you can see the 6 triangles drawn inside the tape. Maria's triangles were 7, so there are 7 triangles drawn inside of Maria's tape. By looking at our tapes, we can clearly see that Maria has more triangles than Rose. Maria's tape is longer than Rose's. So this person circled how much more Maria has and put a question mark there to show that that's the missing piece. That's the part we don't know. This person decided that they could subtract Rose's 6 from Maria's 7 to get that missing part. 7 minus 6 equals the missing part, 1. So we can write our statement. Maria has 1 more triangle. How did you do in solving this problem? Thank you so much for sharing your thinking with me today. To practice recognizing your shapes, I suggest participating in the Shape Flash activity with Mrs. Coleman. You can find it in the Fluency Practice Library in the Grade 1 folder. I'm Mr. Royke, and I can't wait to see you back for another application problem.
Hi, and welcome to Knowledge on the Go with Eureka Math. My name is Mr. Waldorf, and today we are continuing Grade 2, Module 7. We are going to be in Lesson 12. Today we are going to be solving word problems involving different ways to make change from $1. Let's see what materials you might need for today's lesson. For today's lesson, you might need coins. It is optional, so if you would like to use coins, you might need up to 4 quarters and then 10 dimes, nickels, and pennies. You do not have to use coins. You can look at the coins on my screen or even draw your own representation of coins. You will also need either a whiteboard and marker or paper and pencil. And then finally, you will need problem set and pencil. And if you do not have access to the problem set, just get a blank sheet of paper and you can do the problem set on it. Press pause and get any materials you need, and then press play when you're ready to begin the lesson. Today we're going to be solving problems involving making change from $1. Remember, as we begin solving problems today using our read, draw, write process, 2 of the different models that we can draw is either a tape diagram or a number bond. In the tape diagram, we have a whole or a total of 100 cents or $1, which is the entire tape, and that can be made up of different parts. It's the same thing with our number bond. We have a whole or a total of 100 cents, which is the same as $1, and that can be decomposed into more than one part. You can also compose these 2 parts to make that 100 cents. Well, let's think about these 2 models as we begin solving our problems. Let's look at our first one. At any time during this problem solving, if you need a moment to think about a strategy or to draw a model, remember you can press pause at any time, work on that strategy or model, and then press play when you're ready to continue with me. So as we start solving these, let's remember our read, draw, write process. We're going to read the problem, draw a picture or a model to help us solve the problem, then write a number sentence to help us solve the problem, and then write a sentence to answer the question. Let's read our first problem together. Shay buys a balloon for 57 cents. She hands the cashier $1. How much change will she get? All right, let's read this again. This time we're going to chunk the problem and see if we can draw that part. So let's read our first sentence again. Shay buys a balloon for 57 cents. That's our first chunk or our first sentence. What can we draw here for she buys a balloon for 57 cents? Well, first we have to decide which model we're going to use. For this one, let's do both the number bond and the tape diagram to see how they relate to one another. So let's first draw the tape diagram. So she buys a balloon for 57 cents. Let's draw our tape. In this problem, is 57 cents going to be the whole or one of the parts? It is going to be one of the parts because our next part says she hands the cashier $1. So we know that's the whole. So let's represent this part of 57 cents. It's going to be a little bit more than half of it. So let's draw a little bit larger part and a smaller part. This part's going to be 57 cents. Well, now let's write our number bond. So let's put our number bond of whole in two parts. Well, again, 57 cents we discussed was one part, so let's put that one part here. 57 cents. Now let's read the next part and see how we can use these models to help us with this next part. She hands the cashier $1. Was $1 going to be the other part, or is that going to be the whole? That is going to be the whole. So one whole, or $1 is going to be the whole. So we can say $1, which is the same as 100 cents. We can also put that in our number bond in the whole, which is $1, which equals 100 cents. All right, let's read the next part. How much change will she get? So what in our models are we looking for? We're looking for the other part. We know that she had $1. She spent 57 cents on a balloon. And now we're trying to find out how much change she will get. Same thing here. She had $1. One part of that was 57 cents that she spent, and now we want to know the other part. Well, the next thing we need to do is write a number sentence. What number sentence are you going to write to help you solve this problem? Press pause and write a number sentence, and then press play when you're ready to join me again. Okay, which number sentence did you write? Did you choose to subtract 57 from 100 to find out the other part? Or did you say, well, 57 and something else makes 100, so I'm going to say 57 plus blank equals 100. Either way, we can find out the answer. Well, now that we have our number sentence, we need to use a strategy to find out what this blank is going to be, or what our missing part is. I want you to choose your own strategy, but remember in lesson 11, we use the arrow way to help us solve either a subtraction problem where the one part was missing here, or an addition problem where the add-in was missing. So if you'd like to use that arrow way again, you can use it, or you can use another strategy if you want. Press pause, solve the number sentence for an answer, and then press play when you're ready to join me again. Okay, let's look at our solutions. I chose to go ahead and represent both of these arrow ways. So for the subtraction problem, I know how much I need to take away. So I took away the 50 and then the 7. 100 minus 50 is 50. 50 minus 7 is 43. Why did I choose to take away 50 and then 7? Well, 57 can be decomposed into 50 and 7. So that's why I chose to subtract 50 and then 7. In this arrow way, where is the answer? The answer is here at the end. Well, what about this version of the arrow way? I started with 57, and I needed to know how much I need to add to make 100. So I started at 57 and added 3 to make 60, and then added 40 to make 100. Where is the answer in this one? The answer in this one is when I know how much I added. So I added 3 and 40, and those together make 43. So either way I did it, I know that 100 minus 57 is 43, or 57 plus 43 is 100. So what is our missing part here? Missing part is 43 cents. And then also in our number bond, the missing part is 43 cents. Let's write the sentence to answer the question. How much change will she get? She will get 43 cents. Before we finish this problem, I want to ask you one more quick question. What math skill, when we have 100 minus 50 is 50, and 60 plus 40 is 100, what math skill is really helpful when we are dealing with money? It is really helpful if we understand how to add groups of 10 to another number that is also groups of 10. So here we have 10 groups of 10 minus 5 groups of 10 is 5 groups of 10. 6 groups of 10, or 60, plus 4 more groups of 10, or 40, is 10 groups of 10, or 100. Well, now let's look at our second problem. You can either erase your board or go to a blank spot on your paper. Okay, here's our second problem. Let's read it together. Jamie needs $1 to buy a baseball card. He saved 45 cents on Tuesday and 25 cents on Saturday. How much more money does Jamie need to buy the baseball card? Okay, well, we've read the problem. Let's now start drawing. So Jamie needs $1 to buy a baseball card. Is there something we can draw here? Yes, there is. So we can represent this $1. Is this going to be the whole or just a part in our model that we draw? It is going to be the whole. That's what he needs. That's all that he needs to buy that card. So we can either choose to draw a tape diagram or a number bond. Let's draw the number bond this time. So he needs $1. That's the whole. So I'm going to draw this over here, and you draw it with me. So he needs $1. What is $1 the same as? It's the same as 100 cents, so we can write that as well. Okay, let's go to the next part. He saved 45 cents on Tuesday. Can we draw something here? We can. Is this going to be one of our parts, or is this going to be the whole? Well, since we already have our whole, it has to be one of the parts. He saved 45 cents, so let's make that as one of our parts. 45 cents. So that was on Tuesday. He saved 45 cents on Tuesday. And 25 cents on Saturday. Well, what's this going to be? It's going to be another part. So let's draw another part. And that's going to be 25 cents that he saved on Saturday. Well, so far we have a whole and two parts, but we don't have an unknown or question mark. Well, where's that going to come in? Let's find out. How much more money does Jamie need to buy the baseball card? There's our question. How much more money does he need? So what's that going to be in our number bond? We actually need a third part this time. This is going to be our question mark. He has 45 cents that he saved on Tuesday. We can put a T for Tuesday. 25 cents on Saturday. And this is what he still needs to save up in order to buy that $1 baseball card. Well, now that we have our number bond drawn, what do we need to do next? We need to write a number sentence. Well, how are we going to do this one? Since we have two parts here and then a missing part, what number sentence could we write? We could write a number sentence that has three parts that add together to make $1. So we could write 45 cents or 45 plus 25 plus something else equals 100 cents. Okay, well, what does that mean that we need to do in order to find out what this missing part is? We need to put these two parts together first, 45 and 25. So let's add 45 and 25 together. We can do that on a separate part of our paper. So let's add 45 and 25. 5 and 5 is what? That is 10. So I have one group of 10 and 0 ones. So I have 4 10s and 2 10s is 6 10s, and one more 10 is 7 10s. If I need to also, I could draw a picture to help me solve this. So if I had 45, I have 10, 20, 30, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I have 25, 10, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Again, we added 5 and 5, and that all together made a new group of 10. So then we had 4 10s, 2 10s, and one more 10 that made 7 10s. So 45 and 25 together is 70. Now I can solve 70 and how much more equals 100. Well, how can we solve this part? There are several strategies you could use. What I'm going to do is use the arrow way. 70 and how much more is 100? We just talked about this on our last problem. When we have groups of 10 and we need to add some more to make another number that is groups of 10, it's really helpful to know what that looks like. So I have 7 groups of 10 and 10 groups of 10. How many more groups of 10 do I need? I need 3 groups of 10, which is how much? 30. So 70 and 30 is 100. That means that 45 and 25 and 30 also makes 100. What is our missing part? Our missing part is 30 cents. Now we need to write a sentence. How much more money does Jamie need to buy the baseball card? He needs 30 cents. Now let's do some more practice solving problems on the problem set. Get your problem set ready while I get mine ready. All right, here's the first page of the problem set. It just says solve using the arrow way, a number bond, or a tape diagram. So you can solve these problems any way that you would like to. Just make sure and show your work on how you solved it. There are 3 problems on the first page. And then looking at page 2, there are 3 more word problems. Let me show you which problems I'd like for you to complete on the problem set. All right, here's the entire problem set, all 6 problems. On this problem set, I would like for you to choose the problems you would like to solve. Choose 2 problems from each page. So from numbers 1, 2, and 3, just choose 2 of those. And then numbers 4, 5, and 6, choose 2 of those. The other 2 problems are could-do problems if you would like more practice on solving them. Press pause and complete your problem set, and then press play when you're ready to come back and look at some with me. All right, here's the problem set. Remember, these are just example solutions that I chose to do. You might have chosen to do something different, and that's okay. Just check your answer and compare it to mine. So here are the first two. You can press pause if you need to look at them longer. And then here is number 3. Now let's look at page 2. On number 4, we had something a little different because it gave us how many coins she had. So we first had to find out how much money that was so that we could put it into our model. Let's now look at number 5. I want us to look just a little bit longer at number 5. Dane saved 26 cents on Friday and 35 cents on Monday. How much more money will he need to save to have saved $1? So in this problem, I chose to draw a tape diagram. I knew the whole or the entire length of the tape diagram was going to be $1 or 100 cents. But then I didn't have just 2 parts. Remember, we had a problem like that during our lesson, where instead of just having 2 parts, there were actually 3. We had the same situation here. He saved 26 cents on Friday and 35 cents on Monday. So I drew 2 parts, one 26 cents and one 35 cents for Friday, or F, and Monday, or M. How much more money will he need to have saved $1? Well, this was my question mark. That was the part that he needed to still save. So I first put these two together. 26 and 35 is 61 cents. So I framed that 61 cents and then knew I needed to add some more to make $1. So in my arrow way, again, I had to find out how much I needed to add. I added 9 to make 70 and 30 to make 100. So what I added, the 39, was what goes in this blank. He needs to save 39 cents. Let's now look at number 6. On number 6, the only difference in here was it asked what coins might he have left. We did find the amount, 37 cents, but what coins could that be? For me, it could have been a quarter and a dime and then 2 pennies. You might have come up with different coins, and that's fine. Before we end today, I want to ask you one last question. Of the models we use today, the tape diagram and the number bond, which way helps you understand the problems more? What is my hope that using both of these models today, the tape diagram and the number bond, that you are becoming even more and more efficient problem solvers. It is also important to be sure and go and practice some fluency activities with Mrs. Cole. Practicing those subtraction facts is very important for you to become more and more efficient in your computation. You can also be doing more decomposition tree, just like the number bonds we've seen today. Decomposition tree helps you think more efficiently about how to break numbers apart or decompose them. Up next is the application problem with Mr. Royke. If you need a break, now's a good time to take one, but be sure and come back and participate with Mr. Royke so that you can get more practice using these models and strategies. I look forward to seeing you in lesson 13. Until then, keep learning.
Hi there, second graders. Thank you for joining me for the application problem for Grade 2, Module 7, Lesson 12. Take a moment now to gather the materials you'll need for today's problem. You'll need the application problem from Module 7, Lesson 12 from your student workbook. If you don't have a student workbook at home, that's okay. You can always just use a blank sheet of paper and a pencil. Pause the video now to gather the materials that you'll need. Today you'll be practicing the read, draw, write process to solve an interesting problem using some of the strategies and skills you've been working on with Mr. Waldorf. Are you ready to get started? Read today's problem with me. Richie has 24 cents. How much more money does he need to make $1? Pause the video now to use the read, draw, write process to find out how much more money Richie needs. Remember to read the problem carefully, draw and label a math picture, write a number sentence to help you solve the problem, and write a word sentence that answers the question. Also remember that $1 is the same as 100 cents. Press play when you're ready to continue. Welcome back. How did you do? Let's take a look at a sample, drawing, and solution. For this problem, I decided to make a number bond because $1 is my total, and it was broken into two parts. The amount that Richie has now, 24 cents, and how much more he needs to make $1, the other part that we don't know yet. You may have also drawn a tape diagram for this problem, and that's okay. Using my number bond, I wrote my number sentence. 24 cents plus some amount of money will give me $1. So I used the arrow way to help me solve this problem. I knew 24 cents was close to 30 cents. All I needed to jump was 6. And then from 30 to 100, I just needed 70 more cents. So altogether, Richie needs 76 cents. Thank you so much for sharing your thinking with me today. I'm Mr. Royke, and I look forward to seeing you back for another application problem. Hi there, second graders. Thank you for joining me for the application problem for Grade 2, Module 7, Lesson 12. Take a moment now to gather the materials you'll need for today's problem. You'll need the application problem from Module 7, Lesson 12 from your student workbook. If you don't have a student workbook at home, that's okay. You can always just use a blank sheet of paper and a pencil. Pause the video now to gather the materials that you'll need. Today you'll be practicing the read, draw, write process to solve an interesting problem using some of the strategies and skills you've been working on with Mr. Waldorf. Are you ready to get started? Read today's problem with me. Richie has 24 cents. How much more money does he need to make $1? Pause the video now to use the read, draw, write process to find out how much more money Richie needs. Remember to read the problem carefully, draw and label a math picture, write a number sentence to help you solve the problem, and write a word sentence that answers the question. Also remember that $1 is the same as 100 cents. Press play when you're ready to continue. Welcome back. How did you do? Let's take a look at a sample, drawing, and solution. For this problem, I decided to make a number bond because $1 is my total, And it was broken into two parts. The amount that Richie has now, 24 cents, and how much more he needs to make $1. The other part that we don't know yet. You may have also drawn a tape diagram for this problem, and that's okay. Using my number bond, I wrote my number sentence. 24 cents plus some amount of money will give me $1. So I used the arrow way to help me solve this problem. I knew 24 cents was close to 30 cents. All I needed to jump was 6. And then from 30 to 100, I just needed 70 more cents. So altogether, Richie needs 76 cents. Thank you so much for sharing your thinking with me today. I'm Mr. Royke, and I look forward to seeing you back for another application problem.
Hey third graders, and welcome to Grade 3, Module 6, Lesson 2. I'm Mr. Moses. Today's lesson is going to begin with the application problem, because Miss Roos will be talking to you about it during today's concept development. For today's application problem, you're either going to need the application problem, or a sheet of blank paper will do, and a pencil. Please pause the video, gather those items, and hit play when you're ready to continue. Let's begin by reading the application problem together. Risha played in 3 basketball games. She scored 12 points in Game 1, 8 points in Game 2, and 16 points in Game 3. Each basket that she made was worth 2 points. She uses tape diagrams with a unit size of 2 to represent the points she scored in each game. How many total units of 2 does it take to represent the points she scored in all 3 games? Wow, there's a lot going on in this application problem. Before we get to work on it, let's think. What are we going to be representing in this application problem? Think. In this application problem, we're going to be representing those 3 basketball games that Risha played in and the points that she scored in each one. Now that we've read the problem and thought about it, let's draw and label our tape diagrams to represent those games. Let's start with game 1. What do we know about game 1? Think. Say it. We know that in game 1, she scored 12 points. We need to represent those 12 points using units of 2. Let's draw 1 unit of 2 for game 1. How do we know when to stop drawing units of 2 for game 1? Think. Say it. We stop when we get to 12 points. So as we draw units of 2, let's skip count by 2s. That way we know when to stop. Let's draw another unit of 2. Now, how many points are we representing? 2, 4. Let's keep going. 6, 8, 10, 12. Now we've represented those 12 points that she scored in game 1. Now, what does the question at the end of this problem ask us to think about? Think. It asks us to think about how many total units of 2 were represented in all 3 games. How many units of 2 were represented in our tape diagram for game 1? Think. Say it. 6 units of 2. Now, why do you think she's using units of 2? Think. Remember that each basket that she made is worth 2 points. So we could also think about each unit as representing a basket. So if this is 6 units of 2, how many baskets did she score in game 1? Think. Say it. 6 baskets. Let's represent game 2. Let's start with 1 unit of 2. It should be about the same size as the units of 2 that we represented in game 1. How do we know when to stop making units of 2 for game 2? Think. Say it. when we get to 8 points because she scored 8 points in game 2. Let's draw units of 2 and skip count until we get to 8 points. 2, 4, 6, 8. This represents the 8 points she scored in game 2. Now, think, how many units of 2 did we use in game 2? Think. Say it. 4 units of 2. Which is representing how many baskets? Think. Say it. 4 units of 2 is representing 4 baskets. Now, let's represent game 3. We can begin with 1 unit of 2, trying to make it the same size as all of our other units of 2. How do we know when to stop making units of 2 for game 3? Think. Say it. When we get to 16 points, let's draw units of 2 and skip count until we get to 16 points. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. We've now represented the 16 points that she scored in game 3. How many units of 2 did we use to represent game 3? Think. Say it. 8 units of 2. And how many baskets is that also representing? Think. Say it. 8 baskets. Now, we've represented all 3 games, and we need to know how many total units of 2 does it take to represent all the points scored in 3 games. What equation could we write to find the total units of 2 used in these 3 representations? Think. Say it. We could write 6 plus 4 plus 8 equals blank. Go ahead and find the total number of units of 2 that we used in our 3 representations. When you're done, write it on the blank. I know that 6 plus 4 is 10, and then 10 plus 8 is 18. 18 what? Think. Say it. Units of 2. 18 units of 2. Let's write a statement to answer the question. To represent the points she scored, we used 18 units of 2. Now, remembering what we talked about earlier, what else are those 18 units of 2 representing? Think. Say it. 18 baskets. Risha scored 18 baskets. That's all for our Lesson 2 application problem. Now on to Miss Roos for your concept development.
Hi, third graders, and welcome to Grade 3, Module 6, Lesson 2. I'm Mrs. Roos. Today we are going to see how our familiar tool of the tape diagram can be used as a graph. Let's get started. For our lesson today, you will need paper, a pencil, the Lesson 2 application problem that you just finished with Mr. Moses, and the Lesson 2 problem set, which is linked right below this video. If you can't print it out, don't worry. I'll put the problems on the screen and you can copy your answers onto a blank piece of paper. Go ahead and push pause on the video now to gather your materials and press play when you're ready to begin our lesson. Here's my application problem work that I did along with you and Mr. Moses. Go ahead and take the paper that you have your application problem work on and turn it sideways, like I've turned mine. Then we're going to erase the brackets that tell us the points and the units. Looking at these vertical tape diagrams, answer out loud how they are similar to the picture graphs we created yesterday. Maybe you said, well, they both show us data. And maybe you remembered that yesterday we had a picture graph where each of the units needed to represent 2 students. Here, we have units of 2 also. Now let's think about how these vertical tape diagrams are different than the picture graphs we created yesterday. Maybe you noticed that in the vertical tape diagram, our units are connected. Yesterday, when we drew our hearts on our picture graph, they were separate. They were vertical, just like this, but there was space in between. Also, on our vertical tape diagrams, the units are labeled inside, where yesterday on our picture graph, there was a key located at the bottom. Put your finger on the vertical tape diagram that shows the data about Game 1. Write a multiplication equation to show the value of Game 1's tape diagram. You should have written 6 times 2 equals 12. There are 6 groups of 2 units giving us 12. So what is the value of Game 1's tape diagram? Think it. Say it. 12 points. You heard me say points. How do I know that the unit is points? Because if we look back at our application problem, we see that they are talking about points. Let's write a title on our vertical tape diagrams for anyone who's looking at the data and hasn't read the application problem. What do the data on the vertical tape diagrams show us? Think it. Say it. The points Risha scores in her 3 basketball games. So let's title this Points Risha Scores. Now let's change our problem up a little bit. Let's suppose now that each unit, instead of having a value of 2, has a value of 4. Answer out loud, how many units do I need to draw to represent the points she scored in Game 1 if my unit has changed from 2 to 4? And explain how you know. Maybe you came up with 3 units, and your explanation for how you knew was because she scored 12 points in Game 1, and 12 divided by 4 gives you 3. Or maybe you noticed that we are doubling the value of the units. So here we needed 6 units of 2. Since we're doubling the units to be 4, we only need 3 of those 4 units. So let's draw 3 units vertically and label them each 4. What label do we need to write for this tape diagram? Think it. Say it. Game 1. Let's continue to model the other 2 games. If we look back at our application problem, we see that Risha scored 8 points in Game 2. Since each unit is now 4, how many units do we need to draw to represent the 8 points she scored in Game 2? Think it. Say it. 2. Go ahead and draw and label your vertical tape diagram to represent Game 2. I'm trying my best to make my units the same size since they are all 4 and should be the same size. So do the best you can also. Let's take a look at Game 3. In Game 3, Risha scored 16 points. Since our unit has changed from 2 to 4, how many units will we have to draw to represent the 16 points she scored in game 3? Think. Say it. 4. Because 4 times 4 gives us 16. Let's draw our 4 units of 4 for game 3. Since this graph shows the same thing as this graph, let's use the same title. Let's talk through some of the things that are different and the same about the 2 graphs we just created. Let's first think about the last vertical tape diagrams we created, the ones where the units were 4. How many total units of 4 does it take to represent the points Risha scored in all 3 games? Think it. Say it. 9. How does this compare to the total number of units of 2 it takes to represent Risha's points? Answer that question out loud now. Maybe you noticed that when the unit was 2, it took 18 of the units to show the total number of points she scored. When we made the unit 4, it took half as many. And that's because 2 is half of 4. But why does it take fewer units when you use a unit of 4? Answer that question out loud now. Maybe you realized that we're still showing the same amount, but with the units representing a bigger amount, we need less of them to show the same number of points. So now, on your paper, write a multiplication sentence to show the total number of points scored in all 3 games. Please use the graph where the unit is 4. Nine times 4 equals 36. There were 9 units of 4 in that graph over here. So, how many total number of points did Risha score? Think it. Say it. 36. And that is what is represented in both graphs, just in a different way. Let's look again at the graph that we made where the unit was 4. How many more units of 4 did you draw for game 1 than game 2? Think it. Say it. 1. You drew 1 more unit of 4 for game 1 than you did for game 2. How does this help you find how many more points Risha scored in game 1 than in game 2? Answer that question out loud now. Maybe you said, well, I knew that I only drew 1 more unit of 4 for game 1. So that means that she scored 4 more points in game 1 than in game 2. Let's say that Risha scores 21 points in a 4th game. Using only units of 4, could we represent the points Risha scores in game 4 on a vertical tape diagram? Think it. Say it. No. We're going to see how to record this on a different type of graph later in our module. But great job with our lesson today. Let's move in to our Lesson 2 problem set. For our problem set today, your must-do problems are number 1, 3A, 3B, 3D, 3E, and 3F. Set a timer or watch the clock for 10 minutes and complete those problems. If you have additional time in the 10 minutes, feel free to try any of the other problems on the pages. Go ahead and pause the video now to work on your problem set. Great job working so hard on your problem set. Let's check over our answers now. Check your answers with the answers on the screen. Pause the video to do that now. I want to debrief sort of the problem set and the concept development as a whole today. So we're first going to answer a question in regards to multiplication. Out loud, answer the following question. How does multiplication help you interpret the vertical tape diagrams on the problem set? Maybe you thought back to working through the problem set and the lesson, and even the application problem today, and you realize that we can see vertical tape diagrams as equal groups, just like we see horizontal tape diagrams. And we can find the product of those equal groups by using multiplication. Let's think about problem number 1. Could you display the data in problem number 1 in a vertical tape diagram with only units of 6? Answer that question out loud now. Maybe you said no, because Raquel is the only friend whose data can be represented by units of 6. If we skip count by 6 for the other friends, we're either going to have too many or not enough units of 6 to represent their stamp collection. If your teacher has instructed you to complete your exit ticket, please pause the video and do that now. Well, that's it for today. I'm Mrs. Roos. Don't forget to tell your teachers that you're working hard on graphs. Check out Ms. Chin in our fluency activities for this module. And have a great time, and I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Bye!
Hi, 4th graders, welcome back. I'm Mrs. Gradney, and I'm so glad to be back with you today. I hope you enjoyed your last 2 lessons with Miss D. Today we'll be going over Grade 4, Module 5, Lesson 32. For our lesson today, you'll need pencil and paper, and later in the lesson we'll be using the problem set. If you don't have your workbook, you can print a copy of the problem set by going to our website, greatminds.org. You'll find a link to the problem set right below where you accessed today's video. If you can't print a copy of the problem set, that's okay too. When it's time for that, I'll put the problem set on the screen so you can see the problems there and solve them on your own paper. Pause the video now to gather the things that you'll need and press play when you're ready to continue. Let's start with something we already know. 3 oranges, 2 apples, minus 1 apple. Read the number sentence and say the answer in mixed units. Go. 3 oranges, 2 apples, minus 1 apple equals 3 oranges, 1 apple. Let's try another one. 3 dogs, 2 cats, minus 1 cat. Read the number sentence and answer in mixed units. Go. 3 dogs, 2 cats, minus 1 cat equals 3 dogs, 1 cat. That was pretty easy, right? Let's apply this to mixed numbers and fractions. Read the sentence and answer in mixed units. Ready? Go. 3 ones, 2 fifths, minus 1 fifth equals 3 ones, 1 fifth. When we subtract a fraction from a mixed number, we subtract like units, just like we do with whole numbers. Today, we'll learn more about how to subtract a fraction from a mixed number. Let's try it now with fractions written in standard form. Write this problem down. 3 4 fifths minus 3 fifths. Now 3 4 fifths has 3 ones and 4 fifths. Do we have enough fifths to subtract? Think. Say what you're thinking. Yes, we have enough fifths to subtract. We have 4 fifths, and we need to take away 3 fifths. So pause the video now and solve the problem. Press play when you're ready to continue. Did you find that 3 4 fifths minus 3 fifths is 3 1 fifth? Let's model the subtraction now on a number line. Draw a number line with me. What will the end points on our number line be, and how do you know? Think. Share your thoughts. The endpoints on our number line can be 3 and 4 because our total is 3 4 fifths, and since we're only taking away 3 fifths, we know our answer is going to be more than 3. Now, what will we partition our number line into, and how do you know? Think. Share your thoughts. We'll partition our number line into fifths because that's the fractional unit that we're working with. So let's partition our number line into fifths. And now let's start at 3 4 fifths. So let's put a point there and label it. And now we'll model taking away these 3 fifths all at once with an arrow. And let's label that minus 3 fifths. And where did we land on the number line? 3 1 fifth. Now say the whole subtraction sentence again. Ready? Go. 3 4 fifths minus 3 fifths equals 3 1 fifth. Let's try another one. Write this problem down. 4 1 fifth minus 3 fifths. 4 1 fifth has 4 ones and 1 fifth, and we need to take away 3 fifths. Do we have enough fifths to take away 3 fifths? Think. Say it. No, we need to take away 3 fifths, but we only have 1 fifth. Well, watch what we can do. We can decompose the part that we're subtracting, 3 fifths, into 1 fifth and 2 fifths. And now we can take away these in parts. Let's show this on a number line. Pause the video to draw a number line like mine with endpoints of 3 and 5 and partitioned into fifths. Press play when you're ready to continue. Now, what's 4 1/5 minus 1/5? Let's show this on the number line. Let's start at 4 1/5, and we'll label that. And then let's count back 1/5. And that gets us to the whole number 4. Now, we still need to take away these 2/5. How could we do that? We need to take away 2/5 from the whole number 4. Think? Explain your thinking. Maybe you said that we know that 1 minus 2/5 would be 3/5. So 4 minus 2/5 would be 3 3/5. Or maybe you said we could just count back 2/5 on the number line. So let's show counting back 2 more fifths on the number line. And where do we land? 3 3/5. So let's say the whole number sentence. 4 1/5 minus 3/5 equals 3 3/5. Now we can also show this with the arrow way. Right with me. We started with 4 1/5, and we counted back 1/5, and that got us to the whole number 4. But then we still had those other 2/5 to take away, so we counted back 2 more fifths, and we got to 3 3/5. Now, we just showed subtracting 4 1/5 minus 3/5 by decomposing the part we're subtracting into 2 parts and using a number bond here on the number line and using the arrow way. Pause the video to think about how all 3 of these ways are similar and talk out your thinking. Press play when you're ready to come back. Maybe you said that in all 3 of the ways, we subtracted 3/5, but we subtracted the 3/5 in 2 parts. First, we decomposed the 3/5 into 1/5 and 2/5, like we see here in the number bond, and we took away that 1/5 first to get to that whole number 4. We can see that on the number line here, and we can see that in the arrow way here. Then we still had these other 2/5 to subtract, and we could subtract that easily from the whole number 4. We showed that here, and we showed that here. But in both cases, and here, in the equation as well, we still took away 3/5 altogether. Let's try another one. Pause the video to solve 5 3/8 minus 7/8, using a number bond to decompose the part that we're subtracting, and also show the subtraction on a number line and using the arrow way, just like we did in this example. I'll leave this example up so that you can refer to it if you need to. Press play when you're ready to continue. Hopefully you found that 5 3/8 minus 7/8 equals 4 4/8. Pause the video to check all of your work, make any changes if you need to, and press play when you're ready to continue. Now, I want to think about this a little bit more. Why did we decompose 7/8 into 3/8 and 4/8? Why not 1/8 and 6/8 or 2/8 and 5/8? Think. Explain your thinking. I was thinking we decomposed 7/8 into 3/8 and 4/8 because 3/8 is the fractional part in the total. So we want to take away that first. If we take away this 3/8 first, like we did here, that gets us to the whole number 5. And then it's easy to take away the rest of the fraction. Let's try another one, but this time let's solve it in a different way. Write this problem down. 3 1/5 minus 3/5. Now we need to take away 3/5. Do we have enough fifths to take away 3/5? No, we only have 1/5. That's not enough to take away 3/5. But where could we get more fifths? Think. Say what you're thinking. Maybe you said that we could get more fifths from the 3 1s. So watch now how we can solve this subtraction by decomposing the total. We can decompose the total 3 1/5 like this. First, we can pull out 1 because it's easy to subtract from 1. And then what would be the other part of 3 1/5? Think. Say it. The other part of 3 1/5 would be 2 1/5 because 2 1/5 and 1 more make 3 1/5. Now we can easily subtract 3/5 from 1. 1 minus 3/5 is how many fifths? 2/5. And now we just need to add this 2/5 back with the other part of the total. So 2 1/5 plus this 2/5 we found here gives us 2 1/5 plus 2/5 is what? 2 3/5. Now here we wrote out step by step what we did. We could also record this without writing all of these equations like this. 3 1/5 minus 3/5 equals 2 1/5, this part of the total, plus, we can do this part in our head. 1 minus 3/5 is 2/5. And that still gives us 2 3/5. How would you explain to a friend how we just solved 3 1/5 minus 3/5 by decomposing the total? Pause the video and explain your thinking out loud. Press play when you're ready to continue. Maybe you said that we decomposed 3 1/5 by first pulling out 1 because it's easy to subtract from 1. And then once we subtracted from 1, we just added that difference back to the other part of the total. Now you try one. Pause the video to solve 7 3/10 minus 9/10 by decomposing the total like we did in this example. I'll leave this example up on the screen in case you need to reference it while you work. Press play when you're ready to come back and check. Hopefully you found that 7 3/10 minus 9/10 equals 6 4/10. Pause the video to check your work, make any changes if you need to, and press play when you're ready to continue. Now it's time for you to practice what you've learned today on the problem set. On the screen is page 1 of the problem set. In a moment, I'll show you the other page. Just like your teacher might give you must-do problems, I'll also give you must-do problems. So for number 1, I'd like you to try 1A and 1B. On number 2, try 2A and D. And then let's look at the other page. On number 3, take a look at A because it's already been solved for you. You can see by decomposing the total. And then solve B, C, F, and H in that same way. Of course, if you'd like to try any of the other problems, if you have extra time or you just want more practice, you can practice any of the problems on the problem set. If you weren't able to print your problem set, remember you can just look at the problems on the screen and solve them on your own paper. You can rewind or move forward in the video as you need to. Pause the video now and work for 10 minutes on the problem set. And when those 10 minutes are up, press play to come back and you'll be able to check your work. Welcome back. I hope you had fun practicing what you learned on the problem set. On the screen is the answer key for page 1 of the problem set. In a moment, I'll show you page 2. You'll notice that I solved all the problems, not just the must-do problems, and that's in case you had the time to solve some of the extra problems, and so you can check those as well. Another thing that I'd like you to notice is that the directions for number 1 and for number 2 say that you can model with the number line or the arrow way. So I showed some with the number line and some with the arrow way, so that way you could see both examples. Let's take a look at page 2. Pause the video now to check all of your work. You can move forward or rewind in the video as you need to. And when you're finished checking your work, press play to continue, and you'll come back and we'll talk about what we learned today. Let's think and talk about what we learned today. Today we learned 2 different strategies for subtracting a fraction from a mixed number when there aren't enough fractional units. We decomposed the part we're subtracting like we did in 2a here. And then we also decomposed the total. We solved this same exact problem on 3c by decomposing the total. Which strategy do you prefer and why? Pause the video to reflect on these 2 strategies. Think about how they make sense to you and talk out your thinking. Press play when you're ready to continue. Both of these strategies are effective, and you may prefer one over the other. What's important is that you're always thinking about the strategies that we're learning and how they make sense to you and how they make you more efficient and effective mathematicians. If your teacher has asked you to do the exit ticket, pause the video and do it now. Press play when you're ready to continue. Today we learned to subtract fractions from mixed numbers. Remember to let your teachers know that you're hard at work on these Eureka Math lessons. I'm Mrs. Gradney, and I hope to see you next time. Now Mrs. Chin is ready to lead you through some fluency activities whenever you're ready. Have fun!
Hello, 4th graders, and welcome to our 4th grade Module 5, Lesson 32 Fluency Activity. I'm Mrs. Chin, and for today's activity you will need a paper and pencil or a whiteboard and marker. Pause the video if you need to find these materials. Today, we will be adding with like units as our strategy. Are you ready? Let's get to work. Write the number sentence. Read the number sentence with me. 5 1/3 plus 2 1/3. So for our activity today, we're going to add like units. I see 5 ones and 2 ones. Write that with me. 5 plus 2. I see 1/3 and 1/3. What could my new number sentence be? Well, 5 ones and 2 ones is how many ones? Think it. 5 ones and 2 ones are how many ones? Say it. 7 ones. And 1/3 plus 1/3 is how many thirds? Think. 1/3 plus 1/3 is how many thirds? Say it. 2 thirds. So now our new number sentence is 7 plus 2 thirds. What is 7 plus 2 thirds? Say it. 7 and 2 thirds, which means 5 1/3 plus 2 1/3 equals 7 and 2 thirds. That's what we're practicing today. Let's go ahead and try another one. Write the number sentence. Say the number sentence. 4 3/5 plus 2 1/5. I'm going to leave my work up, and I want you to complete this new addition sentence by adding like units. Pause the video at any time if you need more time to work. Check your work with mine. I added my ones first of 4 ones plus 2 ones, which I know is 6 ones. Then I added my fifths of 3/5 plus 1/5 is 4/5. So my new number sentence was 6 plus 4/5 equals 6 4/5. Let's read our completed number sentence together. 4 3/5 plus 2 1/5 equals 6 4/5. Excellent. Let's try a few more. Read the number sentence with me. 6 5/8 plus 2 2/8. Pause the video to solve by adding like units. Check your work with mine. Read the completed number sentence with me. 6 5/8 plus 2 2/8 equals 8 7/8. Let's do another. Write the number sentence. Read the number sentence with me. 3 1/3 plus 2 1/3. Pause the video to solve by adding like units. Check your work with mine. You'll notice that I added like units in my head and wrote my new number sentence directly. It's okay if you're still writing it out. Both are great strategies to help us solve our problem. Read the completed number sentence with me. 3 1/3 plus 2 1/3 equals 5 2/3. Nice work. Write the number sentence. Read the number sentence with me. 2 3/8 plus 1 4/8. Pause the video to solve by adding like units. Check your work with mine. Read the completed number sentence with me. 2 3/8 plus 1 4/8 equals 3 7/8. Nice work today, fourth graders. Keep practicing. And at this time, you may either take a stretch break or go directly to your application problem where Mrs. Gradney is waiting for you. I hope to see you again tomorrow.
Hi everyone, it's Mrs. Gradney back with you for the Lesson 32 application problem. If you have your workbook, go ahead and turn to the Lesson 32 application problem. If you don't, it's fine to use plain paper. You'll also need a pencil, so if you need to grab those things, pause the video and hit play when you're ready to continue. Remember, we'll be using the RDW or Read, Draw, Write process to help us make sense of the problems. So let's start by reading the whole problem. Ready? Read. Meredith had 2 meters, 65 centimeters of ribbon. She used 87 centimeters of the ribbon. How much ribbon did she have left? Now think, how would you explain in your own words what's happening in the problem? Think. Say what you're thinking. Maybe you said that Meredith had some ribbon and then she used some of it and we're just trying to find out how much she had left. Pause the video now to reread as you need to and draw a tape diagram to represent the story. Press play when you're ready to come back and check. Here's my tape to represent what happened in the story. Does yours look similar? How does this represent what's happening in the story? Think. Share your thoughts. Maybe you said that we can see that 2 meters, 65 centimeters is the total amount of ribbon she had. We can see these arms going end to end to show that the value of the whole tape is 2 meters, 65 centimeters. We can see that this part of her ribbon, 87 centimeters, is the part that she used, and then this part is the part she had left. I used a variable R to represent the amount of ribbon that she had left. You may have used a question mark or even another variable, and that's okay too. So we can see that we know the total amount and we know one part and we're looking for the other part. Let the tape diagram speak to you. What does it tell you about how we can solve? Think. One thing I noticed is that we have mixed units here. We have meters and centimeters. You may remember in past modules learning simplifying strategies for subtracting mixed units. Pause the video now, write a number sentence to solve, and write an answer statement to answer the question. Press play when you're ready to come back and check. Hopefully you found that Meredith had 1 meter, 78 centimeters of ribbon left. Here are 3 different solution paths that you may have taken in order to solve this problem. Now, these do not represent the only ways you could have solved. Does one of these look like how you thought about it? Pause the video now to analyze each of these solution paths. Imagine that you have a partner that you can talk to and talk your thinking out. Press play when you're ready to continue. Maybe you noticed that in solution 1, 87 was decomposed into 65 and 22. The 65 was subtracted from the total first so that we could count back to get to 2 meters, an even number of meters. And then the rest was subtracted to get the difference. In solution 2, 2 meters, 65 centimeters was decomposed into smaller units, 200 centimeters and 65 centimeters. So it was renamed as 265 centimeters and then subtracted. In solution 3, 1 meter was pulled out of the total. So we decomposed 2 meters, 65 centimeters into 1 meter, 65 centimeters and 1 meter. And then we subtracted from 1 and then added the 13 centimeters to the 1 meter, 65 centimeters. How is this similar to what we learned in our Lesson 32 concept development? Think. Say what you're thinking. Maybe you noticed that in our lesson today, we solved some problems similar to how solution 1 was solved. Here they subtracted the 65 first so they could get back to that whole number of meters and then subtracted the rest. And in our lesson today, we subtracted to get back to a whole number of ones. In this case, to get back to 4 ones, and then we subtracted the rest. Or maybe you noticed, like solution 3, we solved some problems similar to that today. In solution 3, they pulled out 1 meter to subtract from 1. And in our lesson today, we pulled out 1 from our total to subtract from 1. That's it for our Lesson 32 application problem. I'm Mrs. Gradney, and I hope to see you next time. Bye, everyone.
Welcome everyone, my name is Ms. Bertuman and we're going to study grade 5, module 6, lesson 12. Let's see what we'll need for today's lesson. Our list is as follows. I'll be using a pencil, a straight edge, piece of paper, the lesson 12 template, as well as the problem set. You can find links to the lesson 12 template as well as the problem set below. So here you can see I've grabbed my lesson 12 template. And on line L, we see that we have the point with the following coordinates, 1.5, 3. Go ahead and plot that point on the coordinate plane below. Now that we've plotted point A, let's take a look really quick at our X and Y coordinates. What relationship do you see between them? Please share with someone at home. One thing that I noticed is that Y is twice as much as X. Is that what you noticed? Maybe you noticed that Y is 1.5 more than X. I'd like us to now return back to point A on the coordinate plane. And think for a moment, how might a line look like that contains point A? Go ahead and visualize now, and with your finger, draw the line that you're envisioning. I'll quickly show you mine. I was thinking of a line that might be pretty steep. Did your line match mine? Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. Why is having only one point on a line not enough information to determine how the line would actually look like? Share with someone at home. Why is having only one point on a line not enough information to determine how the line would look like? I'm hoping you were able to see that by just having one point, we can think of a myriad of lines that can go through point A. For example, we can think of a line that has quite a steepness, like this. We can have a line that's not as steep, but still containing point A. We can even have a line that's vertical, or even a line that's horizontal. So many different lines can contain point A. What we would need is another point. So let's go ahead and do that now. For point B, I would like you to record the following. For your X coordinate, you will have 2. And your Y coordinate will be 3 and 1/2. So go ahead and put in the coordinate pair, 2 and 1/2. Before we plot point B on the line, let's take a look at this chart where it contains the actual coordinates for A and B. What relationship do we see now that we have 2 points there? So I see that originally I thought, well, Y is double of X. But that isn't the case with point B, because if I doubled 2, it would be 4, and that's not it. So it would actually be that Y is 1.5 more than X. So let's go ahead and record that rule now under line L. This is what I'd like you to do now. I'd like you to, 1, plot point B. Next, come up with 2 other points that would fall on line L and record them as points C and D. Then I'd like you to plot those as well And then finally, create line L on the coordinate plane. We can see that for line M, it also contains point A. So let's go ahead and put in the coordinates for X and Y as well as the coordinate pair. Is it possible for a line to contain the same point as another line? Yes, we discussed this earlier. There's so many possibilities of different lines that can intersect and contain line or a point A. So what is it that we need to determine where line M falls? We would need the coordinates for another point. I'm going to go ahead and give you the coordinates for E now. Get ready. They are 2.5, 5. On your coordinate plane below, go ahead and plot point E. Now that we've plotted E, we can see how the line would visually be for line M. Let's return back to the points and look specifically at them and try to determine the relationship that they have. Pause the video here, analyze the points, and when you see the relationship, share with someone at home. Were you able to share with someone at home? I hope you were able to see that the rule that applies to line M is what I originally thought for line L. It is that Y is double of X. Another way that we can say it is Y is twice as much as X, or X times 2 is Y. We're going to do the same thing that we did in the previous chart. What I'd like you to do is find 2 other coordinate pairs that fall on line M. So they follow this rule. Once you've found those 2 pairs, label them as F and G, plot those points, and then draw in line M below. We've just drawn in line M. Let's think for a moment. Are there any other lines that could contain point A? Yes, multiple lines could still contain point A. It's not just line L and M. Think for a moment. How might a line look like if it contains A and it's also parallel to the y-axis? Show me with your arm, how might that line look like? If you made this gesture with your arm, one that's vertical, you'd be absolutely correct. Go ahead and with your finger now, draw in how that line would look like. It contains point A, and it's parallel to the y-axis, so it would be along this line here. I'd like you to share with someone at home what a rule would be for a line that is parallel to the y-axis and contains point A. Did you come up with a rule? I'll share with you mine now. So a rule for a line parallel to the y-axis that also contains point A would be the following. X is always 1 1/2. We can see that clearly here that this is where point A falls, regardless of what the y-coordinate is, because the x-coordinate is always going to be 1 1/2, it will fall right along this line here. Now think for a moment, what if we had a line that contained point A, but was perpendicular to the y-axis? Show me with your arm how that line would look like. If you made a gesture like this, you'd be correct. That line would fall along here. It would be perpendicular to the y-axis and still contain point A. Now think, what would a rule for a line that is perpendicular to the y-axis but still contain point A look like? Share with someone at home what that rule might be. Hopefully you've had some time to share with someone at home. I'll share with you mine now. A rule for a line perpendicular to the y-axis and still contains point A would have a rule where y is always 3. And we can see that here. If we had the following points 1, or the following coordinate pair 1, 3, it would follow the line, as would 3, 3, as would 4, 3. No matter what, it would always follow along this line that's perpendicular to the y-axis. Very good. If you recall from yesterday's lesson with me, lesson 11, we went over rules that contained mixed operations. Let's try to find a mixed operation rule now that still contains point A of 1 1/2, 3. We can use this rule so that it has multiplication and addition. Go ahead and say this rule with me. Multiply x by blank and then add blank. So remember, we want this rule to create a line that still contains point A, which has the following coordinate pair of 1 1/2, 3. If that's the case, we want to make sure that when we multiply by whatever number we multiply, then we have a product that is less than 3. Why do you think our product needs to be less than 3 whenever we multiply that number? In thinking about these points, we need the product to be less than 3 so that when we get to the part where we add, there's still room to be able to add and come up with 3 as our coordinate for y. So if we multiplied, for example, looking at our x-coordinate, 1 1/2 by 2, that would already be 3. So we need to think of a number that's less than 2. So let's try a number less than 2 would be 1 1/2. Let's try this out on our blank piece of paper now. So on your blank paper now, let's go ahead and quickly write in the x and y coordinates for point A, which is 1 1/2, 3. Now let's start off with the first part of our rule, which is multiply x by 1 1/2. So our x coordinate is 1 1/2. So we are multiplying 1 1/2 times 1 1/2. So 1.5 is the same as 3/2. And when we multiply 3/2 by 3/2, that equals 9/4. And 9/4 as a mixed number is 2 1/4. So far, our rule says multiply x by 1.5 and then add blank. So far, our product is 2 1/4. What can we add to 2 1/4 so that it equals 3? In other words, 2 1/4 plus what equals 3? Think? Say it. 3/4. Today's problem set has 3 pages. If you're following along with the must-dos, you'll see that I've circled problem 1, problem 3, and problem 4. If you're wanting to do all of them, I'm going to go ahead and place problem 5 up. And let's take 10 minutes to work on our problem set, and we'll compare answers afterwards. Welcome back from working on your problem set. I'll go ahead and display my answers for you now. Second page. Third page. Let's go ahead and start the student debrief now. For today's student debrief, I'd like us to focus in on problem 4. In problem 4, did Avi, Ezra, and Eric name all of the rules that contain the point 0 6/10 and 1 8/10? Name another rule that would contain that point. I'll show you my work here to help guide you. If you need to, go ahead and pause the video here and share with someone at home your thoughts about this question. So no, Avi, Eric, and Ezra did not name all of the rules that could contain that point. When we discussed earlier in today's lesson, there are so many lines that can go through a point. For example, I thought about this line here, one that is perpendicular to the y-axis. And so the rule for that one would be that y is always 1 8/10. I want to thank you all so much for joining me for lesson 12 today. I know I had a wonderful time. I hope you did as well. I hope to see you again tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Hey, 5th graders, it's Mr. Moses with your Lesson 12 application problem. For today's work, you're going to need a piece of blank paper and a pencil. You won't need today's application problem because we're going to be using a different version of the problem than you'll find in your student workbooks. Please pause the video, gather those items, and hit play when you're ready to continue. Let's begin by reading the application problem together. Mr. Jones had 640 books. He sold 1/4 of them in the month of September. He sold half of the remaining books in October. How many books did he sell in all? Before we get to work, let's think. What are we going to be representing in this problem? Think. In this problem, we're going to be representing these 640 books that Mr. Jones has and finding out how many he sells in September and how many he sells in October and how many he sells in all. Now, let's draw and label a model as we reread the problem. Let's read the first chunk of text. Mr. Jones had 640 books. Let's draw a tape diagram to represent that. If at any point during today's application problem I'm moving too quickly, simply pause the video, catch up, and then hit play when you're ready to continue. Now, let's read the second chunk of text. He sold 1/4 of them in the month of September. Let's show that on our tape diagram. We can partition it into 4 equal parts. And what can we label? Think. Say it. We can label one of those units September or sold in September. I'm going to label the first one sold in September. Now, let's look at our tape diagram and think, how could we find how many books were sold in September? Think. Hopefully you notice that the 640 books are divided into 4 equal parts. So we could find out how many books are sold in September using the equation 640 divided by 4 equals blank. Now, I'd like you to pause the video and I'd like you to find the quotient of 640 divided by 4. Once you've completed that work, I'd like you to hit play and we can continue our time together. Welcome back from your work time. 640 divided by 4 equals, say it, 160. What is the 160 representing from the problem? Think. Say it. That's the book sold in September. Now, thinking about that, what do I know about the size of 1 unit in our tape diagram? Think. Say it. Each unit has a size of 160 books. Let's keep reading the problem. He sold half of the remaining books in October. Where are the remaining books in our tape diagram? Think. Point to them. The remaining books are these 3 units that haven't been sold yet. And it says he sold half of the remaining books in October? There's a few different ways to solve that. What I'd like you to do now is pause the video and find a way that you can figure out how many books he sold in October. When you get done with your work, hit play, and I'll share a couple of possible solutions with you. Welcome back from your work time. On the screen, you can see one of the possible solutions for finding out how many books were sold in October. In this solution, you can see the original 3 units from our first tape diagram represented in a new tape diagram. Because there were 3 units and he sold half of the remaining units, I partitioned each of the remaining units in half, creating 6 new units. Half of 6 units is 3 units, so I know that he sold 3 of those new units in October. I also knew that each of the new units was going to be equal to half of 160, which was the value of the original units from the original tape diagram. Half of 160 is 80. 3 copies of 80 were what he sold in October. 3 copies of 80 equals 240. The second solution to find out how many books were sold in October is now showing on your screen. You can see in this solution that I represented the remaining books differently. In this case, it was no longer partitioned into the 3 units from the original tape diagram, but rather partitioned in half. In this solution, I calculated how many books were remaining by subtracting the books sold in September from the original total amount of books, which meant that 480 books were remaining. 480 divided by 2 equals 240. Both solutions found that there were 240 books sold in October. Now, the final question asks, how many books did he sell in all? How can we use what we already know to find out how many books were sold in all? Think. Let's write an equation that we could use to find how many books he sold in all. 160, which is the amount of books sold in September, plus 240, which is the amount of books sold in October, equals blank. Please find the total of 160 plus 240 using mental math. $160 plus 240 is, say it, 400. $400 what? Think. Say it. 400 books. Let's write a statement to answer the question. Mr. Jones sold 400 books in all. That's all for our Lesson 12 application problem. I'm Mr. Moses, and I'll see you again for the Lesson 14 application problem. Have a good one.
Hi, I'm Mrs. Meadows. Are you ready for your math lesson today? Today we'll be covering Grade 6, Module 4, Lesson 32. We will analyze an equation in two variables, make a table and a graph for the equation. Today you'll need a copy of your Lesson 32 student workbook pages and some graph paper. If you don't have those, it's perfectly okay. Just go ahead and grab a piece of paper and a pencil. Please pause the video and read the problem to yourself. Here, I see that there's a multiplicative comparison. For every package that is purchased, there are 8 beverages. We're told to let T be the total number of beverages. We're also told to let P be the number of packages. We're also given an equation. T equals 8P can be used to calculate the total number of beverages when the number of packages is known. Since we know the total number of beverages depends on the total number of packages purchased, we can say that our dependent variable will be the total number of beverages. What will be our independent variable? Our independent variable will be the number of packages purchased. Now let's fill in our table. Using the equation that we've been given, if we have our number of packages in our first column and our second column will have the total number of beverages, we know that we will graph the total number of beverages for all whole numbers less than 6. So let's go ahead and find those values for our table. If I have 0 packages, what will be the total number of beverages? Well, I can substitute 0 for the variable P, and 8 times 0 will equal 0. So for 0 packages, there will be 0 number of beverages. What about for 1 package? 8 times 1 is 8. For 1 package, we will have 8 total beverages. What about for 2 packages? 8 times 2 is 16. So we will have 16 beverages for 2 packages. What about 3 packages? 8 times 3 is 24. For 3 packages, we will have 24 beverages. What about 4 packages? 8 times 4 is 32. So for 4 packages, we will have 32 beverages. What about for 5 packages? 8 times 5 is 40. So for 5 packages, we will have 40 beverages.
Now, to make a graph, we must determine which variable is being measured along the horizontal axis and which is being measured along the vertical axis. Generally, the independent variable is measured along the x-axis. Here, our independent variable will be the number of packages purchased. So let's go ahead and write that down as our label for our x-axis. Now that we have a label for our x-axis, our y-axis will be our dependent variable. We've already labeled that as the total number of beverages. Now let's go ahead and create a scale and an interval for our x-axis. The data in our first column, which represents our independent variable, includes numbers from 0 to 5. So we can create a scale from 0 to 6. And we can create this scale to have an interval of 1. Where would I put my dependent variable? Along my y-axis. Our second column ranges from numbers from 0 to 40. So we can create a scale from 0 to 48. And an interval of 8. Because I know that the number of packages increases by 1 and the number of beverages increases by 8. So now let's graph. Our first ordered pair is 0, 0. Our next is 1, 8. Next, for 2 packages, we have 16 beverages. For 3 packages, we have 24 beverages. For 4 packages, we have 32 beverages. And for 5 packages, we have 40 beverages. Before we finish, we need to make sure that we give our graph a title. We can title this Beverages for the Party. Now let's take a look at example 2. Use the graph to determine which variable is the independent variable and which is the dependent variable. Then state the relationship between the quantities represented by the variables. When you state the relationship between the quantities represented by the variables, try to create a sentence that first uses the label from the y-axis, then followed by the label from the x-axis. Pause the video and resume the video when you're ready to review your answers. Let's review our answers. The number of miles driven depends on how many hours they drive. The dependent variable here is the number of miles driven. The independent variable will be the number of hours. This graph shows that they can travel 50 miles every hour. So the total number of miles driven increases by 50 every time the number of hours increase by 1. Let's take a look at exercise 1. Please pause the video and read the problem to yourself. First, let's write an equation that represents the relationship between the number of weeks that Quentin has saved his money, W, and the total amount of money in dollars that he has saved, S. Well, first of all, we know that each week Quentin earns $30. We know that W is going to represent the number of weeks that Quentin has saved his money, and S is going to represent the total amount of money in dollars that he has saved. How can we write an equation to represent this relationship? You may have written an equation that looks like this. S equals 30W. Here, S represents the total amount of money in dollars that he has saved. $30 is what he makes each week, and W represents the number of weeks that Quentin has saved his money. Now let's identify the independent and dependent variables. Our dependent variable will be the amount of money saved in dollars, or S. Our independent variable will be the number of weeks, W. Now let's fill in our table and our graph. Our first column will have a heading of the number of weeks. Our second column will have a heading of total saved, or the amount of money saved for each week. Well, I know that they want me to represent in my table week 1 through week 8. So let's go ahead and fill in our values for our first column. So now using our second column, we're going to use our equation of S equals 30W and substitute in all of our numbers for our first column to determine how much money is saved each week. So if I substitute in 1 for the variable W, that would be 30 times 1, which would give me $30 saved for the first week. How much money will be saved after 2 weeks? $60. And 3 weeks? $90. And 4 weeks? $120. And 5 weeks? $150. And 6 weeks? $180. And 7 weeks? $210. And 8 weeks? $240. Now let's represent this in our graph. Well, we know that we've already determined that the amount of money saved is our dependent variable. And so this will be represented on our y-axis. Let's create a scale in an interval. Our numbers begin from 30 to 240. So let's create a scale from 0 to 240 with an interval of 30. 60, 90, 120, 150, 180, 210, 240. For our x-axis, this will represent the independent variable, or the number of weeks. Here we have numbers from 1 to 8, so we can create a scale from 0 to 8 with an interval of 1. At the bottom, let's make sure that we label our graph number of weeks. Now let's graph. For 1 week, $30 is saved. For 2 weeks, $60 is saved. For 3 weeks, $90 is saved. For 4 weeks, $120 is saved. For 5 weeks, $150 is saved. 6 weeks, $180 is saved. For 7 weeks, $210 is saved. And for 8 weeks, $240 is saved. Now let's write a sentence that shows the relationship. When you write your sentence, try to use the labels from the y-axis first, followed by the labels of the x-axis. You may have written a sentence that looks like this. Therefore, the amount of money Quentin has saved increases by $30 for every week he saves money. We also want to make sure that we place a title at the top of our graph. Money saved. Let's take a look at exercise 2. Please pause the video and read the problem to yourself. Well, we know that Zoe started with 3 books and collected 2 more each week. We also know that our equation will be B equals 2W plus 3, where B is the total number of books collected and W is the number of weeks that she has been collecting books. Let's determine what the independent and dependent variables are. Our dependent variable will be the number of books collected. Our independent variable will be the number of weeks. Now let's represent this in a table and a graph. Our first column will represent the number of weeks, which will represent our independent variables. And our second column will represent the number of books collected, which will be our dependent variables. Well, W will be 5 or less. So let's fill in our values for W. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now let's use the equation B equals 2W plus 3 to determine the number of books collected for each week. Let's substitute in the number 0 for W. 2 times 0 is 0 plus 3 will give me 3 books collected for 0 weeks. 2 times 1 is 2 plus 3 will give me 5 books collected for 1 week. 2 times 2 is 4 plus 3 will be 7 books collected for 2 weeks. 2 times 3 is 6 plus 3 will be 9 books collected for 3 weeks. 2 times 4 is 8 plus 3 will be 11 books collected for 4 weeks. 2 times 5 is 10 plus 3 will be 13 books collected for 5 weeks. Now that we have our table filled in, let's go ahead and graph. My y-axis here represents the number of books. The number of books are represented in our second column, and that is our dependent variable. Let's choose a scale from 0 to 14 and count by an interval of 2. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. For our y-axis, this will represent the number of weeks. Here, we can have a scale from 0 to 5 with an interval of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Our x-axis will represent our independent variables in our first column. Now, let's graph. For 0 weeks, we have 3 books collected. For 1 week, we have 5 books collected. For 2 weeks, we have 7 books collected. For 3 weeks, we have 9 books collected. For 4 weeks, we have 11 books collected. And for 5 weeks, we have 13 books collected. Now let's make sure that we also give our graph a title. We can name this Book Collection. Let's read exercise 3 together. Eliana plans to visit the fair. She must pay $5 to enter the fairgrounds and an additional $3 per ride. Write an equation to show the relationship between R, the number of rides, and T, the total cost in dollars. State which variable is dependent and which is independent. Then create a graph that models the equation. Let's take a moment now to write an equation to first show the relationship between R, the number of rides, and T, the total cost in dollars. Let's review our answer. You may have written the equation T equals 3R plus 5, where R stands for the number of rides and T stands for the total cost in dollars. Now, state which variable is the dependent variable and which variable is the independent variable. You may have said the number of rides is the independent variable and the total cost in dollars is the dependent variable. Now create a table and a graph that models the equation T equals 3R plus 5. Let's review our answers. You may have chosen the following values for your table and your graph. For 0 rides, the total cost will be $5. For 1 ride, the total cost will be $8. For 2 rides, it will be $11. For 3 rides, it'll be $14. For 4 rides, it will cost $17. And for 5 rides, it will cost $20. The number of rides will be our independent variable represented on our x-axis. You may have chosen a scale from 0 to 6 with an interval of 1. Our total cost will be represented on our y-axis. Here, our scale is from 0 to 24 with an interval of 4. We can't forget about our title. Our title will be the cost of rides at the state fair. Henry is taking a taxi cab home. The cab company charges an initial fee of $5 plus $2 for each additional mile. Henry uses the equation T equals 2m plus 5 to calculate the cost of the ride, where T is the total cost and m is the number of miles. Your friend states that T is the dependent variable and m is the independent variable. Then the friend starts to sketch a graph. What would you tell your friend when looking over his or her work? You may have reminded your friend to make sure that he or she graphs the independent variable on the x-axis and the dependent variable on the y-axis. You may have also said that if you do that, the graph will show that the total cost of the rides depends on how many miles you travel in the taxi cab. That's it for today. I'm Mrs. Meadows, and this has been Multi-Step Problems in the Real World. As with all my lessons, you can watch them anytime and review parts that you may have missed or didn't understand. Join Mrs. Jeffers for From Equations to Inequalities.
Hi, I'm Miss Bulgarelli, and I'm excited to do some 7th grade math with you. Today, we'll be in Grade 7, Module 5, Lesson 14. You will need a pencil, paper, your student edition if you have it, and a calculator. If you don't have your book with you, you can always print the materials, which are linked on the same page where you found this video. If you don't have access to a book or printer, that's completely okay. All of the problems will be on the screen as we go, and you can follow along with me with just a pencil and paper. Pause now to gather any materials you may need for today. In our last lesson, we began thinking about statistics and how to gather data. We talked about samples as a subset of a population. Today, we're going to continue thinking about how to select samples. But before we get into that, I want to start with some quick practice on calculating the mean. You might remember from 6th grade that we can calculate the mean by adding together all of the values and then dividing by the number of values that exist within that set. So for instance, if I was given these 6 values, then I could have the sum of the values and that quantity divided by the number of values that exist here, which is 6. Remembering that I need to sum what's in the numerator before I can do the division, I sum the numerator to find 99/6, which divided is 16 5/10. So my mean for this set of data would be 16 5/10. Now you've seen this all before, but I know it might have been a while. So we're going to take a few practice problems just to warm back up with this calculation. We're going to do this like a whiteboard exchange. That's going to work a little bit differently since you're at home, but all you're going to do is get a piece of paper and a pencil. A problem is going to come on the screen. When you see those numbers, I want you to hit pause, calculate the mean as quickly as you can, and then hit play to see the answer. Then another problem will come up. Hit pause, work, hit play to check, and so on. We'll do 6 problems like this today. Are you ready? All right, calculate the mean of these values. Pause while you work and hit play to check. The mean was 3. Next, pause while you work. The mean was 8. Let's try another one. The mean was 6. How are you doing so far? We're halfway there. Let's try again. The mean is 5 6/10. 2 more. Don't forget to pause while you work. The mean is 13 4/10, and last one. The mean is 20 5/10. How did you do? It's okay if you didn't get them all correct. I know we haven't seen this in a while, and that's why we wanted to start today warming up with this practice, because we might need it later today. Now that we've reminded ourselves how to calculate the mean, let's go ahead and jump into the lesson for today. So we know we've been talking about samples. I work at a school that has grades 6 through 12, all in the same school. I decided that I'm curious about what the average height of a student is at that school. But I don't want to have to talk to every single student in the whole school. So I decided to take a sample of that population. Since I teach 7th grade, I'm just going to ask all of my 7th graders. Do you think that the data I collect will be a good representation of the height of the whole school? Why or why not? If I were to do this, take a sample of just 7th graders, we would call this a convenience sample. It is a sample of the population because it's a subset, but it's not usually the best representation that we can find. If instead I decided to ask every 7th person that walked in the door in the morning, I would end up with a sample that looks more like this. We could call this a random sample. So thinking about random samples, we mean that each member of the population, so each member of the student body, is equally likely to get selected, and that means that our sample is more likely to be representative of the population. Why might making sure that our samples are random be important? We want to make sure that if we can't collect data on the entire population, that our sample is as close to representative as we can be. That way, that we make sure that all of the sample statistics that we calculate actually inform and give us an idea of that population. Let's think about this more as we go through our next couple of exercises. Exercise 1 asks us to write down a sequence of heads, tails you think would typically occur if you tossed a coin 20 times. So I want you to actually do this. Without tossing a coin, just write T for tails or H for heads and make up a sequence of what you think might happen if you did toss that coin 20 times. Go ahead and pause to write this and hit play to go on. Now, I asked you to write this down without touching or tossing a coin at all. But then I actually went and tossed that coin 20 times and did that experiment. Here's what I found. How is this different than the sequence that you came up with? Are there any similarities? A lot of times what we notice here is that when we come up with a random sample, we don't often include repetition. But when I look what happened when I actually flipped this coin, there were 3 points where I had 4 or more of the same side in a row. In our brains, when we're trying to come up with something random, we think, oh, that's not really something that happens, and so chances are you didn't write 4 or 5 heads or tails in a row in this sequence. It's hard for us as humans to create a truly random sequence. Let's think about this with another example. Exercise 4 asks us to look at the poem Casey at the Bat by Ernest Thayer and select 8 words you think are representative of words in the poem. We're going to record the number of letters in each word that we select and find the mean number of letters in the words you chose. So we're curious about the lengths of the words. We are deciding that we're going to select a sample of 8 words. In this case, what is the population of interest? The population of interest is going to be all of the words in the poem. That's the entire population, so we're selecting that subset, that sample of 8 words from that entire population of words in the poem. So now, we need to do this. We're going to pick 8 words, record them, and count how many letters are in each so that we can calculate the mean number of letters. Now this poem is linked on the same webpage where you found this video, so you can print it or pull it up in another window to look at more closely. I'll also put it up on the screen here, but it is pretty small. Pause now while you select your 8 words, count the number of letters, and calculate the mean. Hit play when you're ready to go on. Which 8 words did you select? What was your mean of that sample? I'm going to show you now what I chose. Yours probably will be different, and that's good. But I'll show you what I did, just so you can double check that you took the same steps along the way. So first I chose my 8 words. I chose clung, wonderment, upon, mighty, ease, now, ball, and strain. Then I counted the number of letters in each of those words. 5, 10, 4, 6, 4, 3, 4, and 6. Then I remembered back to our opening whiteboard exchange and remembered how to calculate the mean. So I found the sum of all of these values and then decided to divide that quantity by the number of values here, which is 8. For me, this became 42/8, which is 5 1/4, or 5 25/100. So, my sample has a mean of 5 25/100. how does the mean that you found from your sample compare to mine? There's a good chance that they're different. Why is this? Since we each selected our own samples, we may have ended up with different words and words with different numbers of letters in them. Let's remember now from our opening discussion that a random sample is a sample where every member of the population or every word is equally likely to be chosen. Do you think that the set of words that we wrote down was random? Why or why not? I know that I tried to pick words from different places in the poem, and some that were longer and some that were shorter, so I think that I was pretty random. Let's keep this in mind as we go forward. Exercise 6 gives us a chance to do an experiment to pick these words randomly. If you want, you can cut up the words from the poem, put them in a bag, and pull out 8 to use as your random sample. If you don't want to do that, then I have selected 8 words for us. I picked them randomly, not looking from a bag, so I made sure that I wasn't being biased in my choices. Now, I want us to do the same thing that we did with the words that we chose in exercise 4. We're going to count how many letters are in each word, and then calculate the mean of this sample. Pause while you work, and hit play to see how I did this. The first thing I did was go through and count how many letters were in each word. I wrote them by the word so it would be easy for me to remember. I then calculated the mean by adding all of these together and dividing that quantity by the number of words, which was 8. When I add all of the numbers in my numerator, I found 31/8, which in decimal form is 3 875 thousandths. So, the mean number of letters in a word for this random sample is 3 875 thousandths. How does this mean compare to the mean that we found with the words that you picked for your own sample earlier? Let's think about that a little bit further. Altogether, we're going to compare the means that we found in exercise 4 when we were picking our own words to the means that we found in exercise 6 when we took our random sample. We're going to use this chart to record that data. So on the left side, we are going to write the mean from the sample in exercise 4, and on the right side of our table, we'll have the mean from the random sample in exercise 6. Now, since you're at home and you can't compare this to your other classmates' findings, I'll give you 2 sets of data from other classmates that have done this experiment in the past. So for one, they found that their mean from exercise 4 was 6 3/10, and from exercise 6 was 4 5/10. From another student, their mean from exercise 4 was 4 9/10 and 4 1/10 from exercise 6. In the last spot in this table, I want you to fill in your data for this. So what did you find for the mean of the sample in exercise 4 when you chose your own words? And then what did we find as a mean for the random sample in exercise 6? Pause now to fill these in. Hit play when you're ready to move on. Here's what I found from my data today. The words that I chose on my own had a mean of 5 and 25 hundredths, and the mean from the random sample was 3 and 875 thousandths. Keep in mind that these last two numbers might be different for you, depending on what words you chose, and if you did that experiment on your own, then you may also have a different value for exercise 6. Now, looking at these numbers, do you think that the means from exercise 4 or the means from exercise 6 are going to be more representative of the mean of all of the words in the poem? This might help you think about this. Here's a dot plot representing the number of letters in the words from our poem, Casey at the Bat. What do we notice about the shape of this dot plot? I noticed that most of the words seem to be somewhere between 2 and 5 letters. I don't think I actually chose any words that were only 1 or 2 letters. Well, the actual mean of the words in this poem, Casey at the Bat, is 4 and 2/10 letters. So the mean of that entire population of all of the words in the poem is 4 and 2/10. Now that we know that, and that we have this dot plot, do you think that our means from exercise 4 or from exercise 6 are more representative? Exercise 6 seems to have means that are much closer to the mean of the population. Why do you think that is? What was different between how we collected our data for exercise 4 and exercise 6? Exercise 6 was actually random, and the sample in exercise 4, I tried to be random, but clearly I accidentally picked words that had more letters in them, and my mean for that sample ended up being not quite representative of the actual population or of all the words in that poem. Remember that it is hard for us as humans to create a truly random sample. I want us to keep that in mind as we go on to exercise 11. Exercise 11 asks us to summarize how you would estimate the mean number of letters in the words of another poem based on what you learned in the above exercises. So now that we've analyzed this poem, I want you to think about how you would find this information, calculate this mean from a sample for another poem. I'm going to challenge you to either write down the steps you would take or go explain the process that you would do to a friend or family member. Pause while you do so and hit play to go on. You may all have different responses for this exercise, and that's okay. There's more than one way to get to a good sample. Just make sure going forward that we are picking random samples so that we can make sure that they're representative of our population. If your teacher has asked you to complete an exit ticket, pause now to do so. If not, we'll go on to our final problem for today. Our last practice today is going to be problem set, problem number 2. Pause now while you work and hit play to check your answers. Here are the solutions to this problem. Keep in mind that you may have been thinking about these situations slightly differently. I want you to take your time and compare the responses that you have to what's on the screen. What's similar, what's different, and what are things that we may want to improve next time. Pause while you compare and hit play to go on. I want you to think through the work we did today. If I were to give you another set of data, whether it was another poem or a whole large list of numbers, if I asked you to select a sample from that list, would it be likely to create a random sample? Probably not. We as humans are not very good at choosing randomly. But what if I took all of those pieces and cut them up and put them in a bag and had you draw out pieces to be in that sample? Is that more likely to be a random sample? It is. But why is it important for us to have a random sample? Random samples help make sure that the calculations we do give us an actual representative idea of our population. At the beginning of class today, I said that I teach in a school that goes from 6th grade all the way to 12th grade. And if I wanted to know the average height of a student, I was just going to pick my 7th graders. If I think about what happens from 6th grade to 12th grade, 7th graders are probably shorter. So that's not going to give me a good representative idea of the height of that population. This applies in every area. We want to make sure no matter what our population is, that the sample we select is random. As we go forward, let's make sure that we always ask ourselves when we're gathering data that is a random sample to ensure that they represent our population. You did a really good job going through this today. That is all, but remember that you can always come back and review this lesson or any other at any time. I'm Ms. Bulgarelli, and I hope to see you again next time.
Hello, welcome to Eureka Math, Grade 8, Module 5, Lesson 1, The Concept of a Function. Today you'll need a number of materials with you: a notebook or some loose leaf paper, a pencil, your Grade 8, Module 5, Lesson 1 student pages, which you can find in your student edition, your Learn, Practice, Succeed books, or you could scroll down to the bottom of this page and you can find a link to the pages that you'll need. You also might want to have a calculator with you. Why don't you pause the video? Take as much time as you need and gather up all your materials. Once you have everything, come on back and join me and we'll get started with today's lesson. Do you have all of your materials? Are you ready to go for today? Great. Let's switch to my document camera and get started. Let's look at example 1. Suppose a moving object travels 256 feet in 4 seconds. Assume that the object travels at a constant speed. That is, the motion of the object can be described by a linear equation. Write a linear equation in 2 variables to represent the situation, and use the equation to predict how far the object has moved at the 4 times shown. All right, that's a lot of information. If you need to pause and read it to yourself, that's absolutely fine. When you're ready, come on back. Now let's think about this for a minute. Let's think about what they're saying. It says that a moving object travels at 256 feet in 4 seconds. We're assuming that it's traveling at a constant speed. Wow, in the last module, we talked about that constant speed quite a bit. And it could be represented by a linear equation. I'm wondering if you can write that linear equation. Let's think about it for a minute. Well, we're being asked to write it in 2 variables. So let's make our variables x and y, where x is the time that it takes in seconds, and y is the distance that it's going to travel in feet. Write your let statements now. Did you get to let x represent the time in seconds and y represent the distance in feet? Great. Could you now write an equation? Well, how did we do that? Do you remember when we set up our proportions, those linear equations in disguise? Let's do that now. So what do we know? That the object traveled 256 feet in 4 seconds. We also know that we have a distance of y and a time of x. Take a moment. Write this as an equation that has y equal to our distance equal our rate times time. Did you get an equation of y equals 64x? You had to solve this equation for y. And now we have that linear equation. We can then use that equation to find the distance traveled. Use your equation to fill in the table, please. Did you get these values? Now that we can see this table, what are you noticing? What's the distance being traveled between 0 and 3 seconds? Well, they're traveling at a constant speed or a constant rate of 64. So for every second of motion, the distance traveled is 64 feet. Okay, let's take a look at another problem. Here we have example 2. The object, a stone, is dropped from a height of 256 feet. It takes exactly 4 seconds for the stone to hit the ground. How far does the stone drop in the first 3 seconds? What about the last 3 seconds? Can we assume constant speed in this situation? That is, can this situation be expressed using a linear equation? Well, if we're dropping something from a height, is it going to travel at a constant speed? I wonder. Let's take a look at a video of a ball being dropped from on top of a building. Let's take a look at a video of a ball drop.
We're here live on the roof. 3, 2, 1, drop.
Let's take a look at that video one more time. Think about the motion of the ball.
We're here live on the roof. 3, 2, 1, drop.
Did you notice anything about that motion? About how it was traveling that distance from the top of the building? What if I had slowed that video down? Let's look at the distances. We can see here that in the first second, it would travel 16 feet. In the second second, it travels 64 feet. In the third second, it travels 144 feet. And in the fourth second, it travels 256 feet. Does this look like a constant rate to you? Let's go back to our table and put in these values. Here is our table of values that we just took a look at. That in 1 second, it traveled 16 feet. In 2 seconds, it traveled 64 feet. In 3 seconds, it traveled 144 feet. And in 4 seconds, it traveled 256 feet. So, according to the data, about how many feet did the stone drop in 3 seconds? Are you thinking 144 feet? You're correct. But wait a minute. How can that be? It must be that our initial assumption of constant rate was incorrect. What predictions can we make now? All right, so let's take a look. After 1 second, x equals 1, the stone dropped how many feet? Yeah, 16 feet. What about after 2 seconds, or x equals to 2? The stone dropped, yes, 64 feet. After 3 seconds, or x equals 3, the stone dropped, you already answered this one, 144 feet. What about after 4 seconds? After 4 seconds, x equals 4, the stone dropped, yes, 256 feet. Then it hit the ground, right? Let's make a prediction based on the value of x that is not listed in the table. How far did the stone drop in the first 3 5/10 seconds, or 3.5 seconds? What have we done in the past to figure out something like this? Are you thinking that we should set up a proportion? Yeah, well, that's what we did for that constant rate, right? So let's think about those proportions for a minute. What about if I gave you these proportions? Well, in 1 second, it traveled 16 feet. So in 3.5 seconds, it would travel 56 feet. Well, that doesn't make sense. We said in 3 seconds, it traveled 144 feet. So it does not seem to be traveling at a rate of 16 feet per second. No, that doesn't work. Okay, well, let's think about it in terms of 2 seconds. In 2 seconds, it travels 64 feet. And in 3.5 seconds, well, then it would travel 112 feet. Well, that doesn't make sense either, because I know that it traveled 144 feet in 3 seconds. No, that doesn't work. Okay, well, what about in 3 seconds? In 3 seconds, it travels 144 feet. So in 3.5 seconds, it would travel 168 feet. Oh, that might work, right? Because it's past that 144. Maybe that makes sense. But wait a minute. Does it make sense? Can I trust that that's going to be the ratio I want to use? When I looked at the rate for 1 second to 16 feet, that didn't make sense. And for 64 feet in 2 seconds, no, that didn't make sense either. So what's to say that 3 seconds makes sense and that 168 feet is what's going to work? I think that we need to take a closer look. When taking a closer look, I mean that the table we use does not tell the whole story about the falling stone. Suppose by repeating the experiment and gathering more data of the motion, we obtained this chart. The number of seconds now in 5/10 or a half of second intervals, and then the distance for each of those half seconds. All right, well, let's think about that. Were any of the predictions we made about the distance dropped during the first 3.5 seconds correct? No, they were not correct. Does this table capture the motion of the stone completely? What are you thinking? Do you think this is as far as we can go? No, it's not. What if I had something like 1 6/10 of a second? Is that included in my chart? No, it's not. And if that's not included, do I have a distance for that time? I don't. So we would have different numbers and different times that are not included in this table. This table is not complete. So now let's think about this. If we were to record the data for every 10th of a second that passed, would that be enough to capture the motion of the stone? Well, no, what about the 100th of a second? What if I had a time of 1 75/100ths of a second? Or 1 3/4 of a second? That's not included in my 10th of a second. So that doesn't work either. The table's still not complete. So what does this mean? It means for each value t, for 0 is less than or equal to t, which is less than or equal to 4, there is some specific value assigned to that value. The distance the stone fell during the first t seconds. That is, there is some rule that assigns to each value of t between 0 and 4 inclusive a real number. We have an example of a function. That means if we have an input t, we're going to get an output of some number. All right, let's take a look at another one. We're going to look at exercises 1 through 6. You're going to need this table for exercises 1 through 5. If you do not have the pages in front of you, you may need to go back in this video to keep looking at this table because we're going to refer to it a lot in these exercises. All right, well, this is a table that should look familiar. We saw it at the end of example 2. Let's continue on and read the first question. Name 2 predictions you can make from this table. So tell me 2 things that you can gather from this table. Did you take some time to write down some thoughts? I wrote down these 2. After 2 seconds, the object traveled 64 feet. After 3.5 seconds, the object traveled 196 feet. I took my information directly from the table. You didn't have to use 2 seconds or 3.5 seconds. You could have used any of the information in this table. Let's look at number 2. Number 2 states, name a prediction that would require more information. What is not included in this table? Take some time. Take as much time as you need. Think about it and then come back. A prediction that I thought about was that we would need more information to predict the distance after 3 75/100ths of a second, or 3 3/4 of a second. Did you think of a number that was not on our table? If you did, that would be something that would require more information. Let's take a look at number 3. Number 3 states, what is the average speed of the object between 0 and 3 seconds? How does this compare to the average speed calculated over the same interval in example 1? Well, I think we're going to need to think about a formula. What about if I looked at something like this? We know that the average speed is equal to the distance traveled over a given time interval over that time interval. What do I mean by that? Well, in 0 and 3 seconds, the object traveled 144 feet in those 3 seconds. So that would be 48, meaning that the average speed is 48 feet per second. This is a different average speed calculated in example 1. The average speed in example 1 was 64 feet per second. That is not the same. Let's look at number 4. Take a closer look at the data for the falling stone by answering the questions below. How many feet did the stone drop between 0 and 1 second? Are you thinking that the stone dropped 16 feet between 0 and 1 second? You're correct. How many feet did the stone drop between 1 and 2 seconds? This one is a little bit more interesting. Did you get an answer of 48 feet between 1 second and 2 seconds? How did I get that answer? Well, I took the 64 for the distance for 2 seconds and the 16 for the distance of 1 second, and I subtracted those to find the distance that it traveled in that time period of 1 second. If you didn't get 48, that's okay. Try this method for letter C. Letter C says, how many feet did the stone drop between 2 and 3 seconds? Again, I'm going to move my table down just a little bit so that you can see it. I am going to leave my work for letter B though. Did you get that the stone dropped 80 feet between 2 and 3 seconds? How did you do it? Did you say 144 minus 64 is equal to 80? The object has traveled 144 feet in 3 seconds and 64 feet in 2 seconds. If I subtract those two, it will give me the distance that it traveled in that second. All right, let's think about letter D. How many feet did the stone drop between 3 and 4 seconds? Are you thinking that the stone dropped 112 feet between 3 and 4 seconds? Great. Think about it. 256 is the distance that it traveled in feet during the 4 seconds, and 144 feet was traveled in 3 seconds. That means if we take the difference, we're going to get that 112 feet. All right, well, we gathered a lot of information. Let's look at that information now. The next question says, compare the distances the stone dropped from one interval to the next. What do you notice? What is it asking you to do? It's asking you to take a look at A, B, C, and D and seeing if you can make any kind of connection between the distances that it's dropping from one time interval to the next. Take your time, do the work, and then when you're ready, come on back. Did you take your time? Did you think it through? Did you notice that over each interval, the difference in the distance was 32 feet? How in the world did I get 32 feet? Let's have a conversation about it. Well, if we take a look at A, we said that it dropped 16 feet. And B, between 1 and 2 seconds, it dropped 48 feet. Well, wait a minute. 16 plus 32 is equal to 48. Well, that's the answer to B. What about if I add 32 to letter B's answer, 48? That's 80. That brings us to C. And then if I do 80 plus 32, I'm going to get the answer to D, 112. Well, wait a minute. If I add 32 each time, it brings me to that next interval. So the difference in the distance was each 32 feet. Wow, that's really cool. Let's take an even deeper dive. Here is number 5. Again, I've included the table up above just in case you need those numbers. What is the average speed of the stone in each interval of 5/10 of a second, or half of a second? For example, the average speed over the interval from 3.5 seconds to 4 seconds is this: 120 feet per second. Notice that they found the interval between the two distances for 4 and 3.5. And they also found the time interval between 4 and 3.5 by subtracting. So we have 60 divided by 5/10. That's going to equal 120. Well, if we have that information, do you think that we can do it for other intervals? I bet you can. Let's give it a try. We're going to repeat this process for every half-second interval, and then answer the questions that follow. All right, again, I'm going to bring this table down just in case you don't have it. Could you do A and B for me, please? A says the interval between 0 and 5/10 of a second, and the interval between 5/10 of a second and 1 second. Take your time. When you're ready, come on back and let's talk about it. Did you get 8 feet per second and 24 feet per second? Notice that the difference was 4 divided by 5/10, which was equal to 8. Here we had to do 16 minus 4. That's the interval of the distances. And the difference of the intervals in time was 5/10. So we got 12 divided by 5/10, which is 24. So it's 24 feet per second. Great job, guys. If you didn't get the hang of it yet, you're going to get lots of practice. No worries. Let's look at C and D. C and D says the interval between 1 and 1 and 5/10 seconds, and the interval between 1 and 5/10 seconds and 2 seconds follow the exact same process that was outlined for you in the beginning, and then we used for A and B. Take your time. When you're ready, come on back and let's look at it. Did you get 40 feet per second and 56 feet per second? Great job. Let's continue. Look at E and F. I'll bring the chart down so that you can see it. Are you ready to look at the answers? Did you get 72 feet per second and 88 feet per second? There's one more interval for you to look at. The interval between 3 and 5/10 seconds. Again, take your time, work through it. Here's the chart if you need it. Did you get 104 feet per second? Now that you have this information, let's look at the next question. Compare the average speed between each time interval. What do you notice? Take a look. See if you see any connections. See if you see something common. Well, when I looked, I noticed that over each interval, there is an increase in the average speed of 16 feet per second. Let's think about this for a minute. If I add 8 plus 16, I'm going to get 24. Remember that in letter A, we had 8. If I add 16 to that, I'm going to get 24. If I add 16 to 24, you got it, we're going to get 40 feet per second. If I add 16 to 40, I'm going to get 56 feet per second. All the way through all of the problems. Let's take a look at one more. Is there any pattern to the data of the falling stone? Take a look. Think about these numbers. Are you seeing anything? Did any of you think that maybe you saw a common factor? Each distance has a factor of 16. Let me show you. So if we take a look, 16 is equal to 16 times 1. 64 is equal to 16 times 4. 144 is equal to 16 times 9. 156 is equal to 16 times 16. Some of you might be able to form an equation in your head. Others of you are looking and saying, wow, this is really cool. Yeah, we're beginning to build this concept of a function. We're going to continue this whole module talking about functions. And we're going to delve even deeper tomorrow and give you kind of a formal definition of that function. But for today, you did a fantastic job. Let's review what we've learned. So we started a new concept today of a function. Let's think about some main points of our lesson. We know that we can't always assume motion is given at a constant rate. All last module, we kept talking about that constant rate. And today when we looked, that stone or that ball or whatever we were looking at, that object was moving at different speeds at different times. That's no longer constant. So we're beginning to build this function and we're seeing that sometimes things are not going to be linear. All right, my friends. A function is a rule that assigns to each value of one quantity a single value of a second quantity, even though we may not have a formula for that rule. We see that functions do arise in real life situations. We watched a video today, right, of a ball dropping from the roof of a building. All right, my friends, it has been great. You can find this lesson summary on top of your problem set. You can also practice with some of those problem set problems. All right, I will see you again real soon. You did a fantastic job. As always, I'm so proud of all the work that you do. Have a wonderful day.
Hello, Harrisburg School District parents and guardians. This week, the Harrisburg School District will host kindergarten registration events at Ben Franklin, Downey, Foos, Melrose, and Scott Elementary Schools on Tuesday, Wednesday, and on Thursday from 3:30 until 7 p.m. All students registering for kindergarten must be 5 years of age by September 1st, 2020. Parents, you will need the following to enroll your child: a parent ID or driver's license, your child's birth certificate or passport, 2 proofs of address documents, including a signed lease, a deed, property tax bill or mortgage bill, a current utility bill or a driver's license, a Department of Transportation identification card, a vehicle registration, or a current credit card bill. You'll also need your child's immunization record and a completed registration packet filled out and signed. We look forward to registering your child for kindergarten at an elementary school near you. See you this week.
Hello, everybody. This is Marcy. I am one of the dietitians at UPMC Pinnacle, and you're at the Children's Health Fair Nutrition Station. Today, we're going to have fun as we learn about nutrition and healthy food choices. You're going to need yourself and maybe a family member to help you sing a song, a paper, and pencils, pens, crayons, just something to draw on. During the session, we're going to learn a new song. We're going to review healthy food choices from the different food groups, and along the way, we're going to do some fun activities with each group. Now, eating and healthy foods and exercise go hand in hand, so let's start our time together by moving around. Everybody, push away from your laptop or computer. Get up out of your chair, stand up and stretch. Tell your mom, your dad, your pet, whoever is at home to come join you. And we're going to get ready and we're going to sing the banana song with Erica.
Hi everyone, my name's Erica and we're going to sing the banana song today. But first, I'm going to tell you all about these fruits and vegetables. So first, we have the banana. Bananas have lots of potassium, which help with your heart to keep your heart pumping. So how the banana part's going to work, it's going to go like this. Form banana, form banana. Form banana, form banana, and you're going to do it with me. Peel banana, peel banana. Peel banana, peel banana. Then we're going to go bananas. Go bananas, go bananas. Go bananas, go bananas. Okay, next we have our orange. Okay, so the way the orange goes is we're going to form the orange, form the orange. Next, we're going to peel the orange. But because you typically peel around the orange, we're going to go like this. Peel the orange, peel the orange. Peel the orange, peel the orange. Now, what do we make with oranges? Orange juice. So we're going to squeeze the orange. Squeeze the orange, squeeze the orange. Squeeze the orange, squeeze the orange. Oranges are great with vitamin C, which helps keep us healthy. Next, we have a potato. Potatoes are packed full of fiber, which help to fill us up, help our heart, and help us go to the bathroom. So what we're going to do with the potato, we're going to form potato, form potato. Next, we're going to chop potato, chop potato. Then we're gonna smash potato, smash potato. Okay, last but not least, we have our popcorn. But first, we have to form the corn, form the corn. Then we have to shake the corn, shake the corn. Then we pop the corn, pop the corn. Okay, popcorn's great for us because it's packed full of whole grains, which also help to keep you full. It's good for your heart, and it has lots of good vitamins for us. So, are you all ready to sing and dance with me? Get up off your seat because we're going to do this. Okay, here we go. Form banana, form banana. Form banana, form banana. Peel banana, peel banana. Peel banana, peel banana. go, bananas, go, go, bananas, go, bananas, go, go, bananas. Orange, form the orange, form the orange, form the orange, form the orange. Peel the orange, peel the orange, peel the orange, peel the orange. Squeeze the orange, squeeze the orange, squeeze the orange, squeeze the orange. Potato time. Form potato, form potato, form potato, form potato. Chop potato, chop potato, chop potato, chop potato. Smash potato, smash potato, smash potato, smash potato. And we have our popcorn. Form the corn, form the corn. Form the corn, form the corn. Shake the corn, shake the corn. Shake the corn, shake the corn. Pop the corn, pop the corn. Pop the corn, pop the corn. You did it! Great job! That was the banana song. Good job, everyone.
Wow, that was great, everybody. You sounded wonderful. And remember, you can replay this video anytime you want to sing along with Erica again. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the food group reviews. The first group is the calcium or dairy group. Foods in this group supply calcium and vitamin D to help your bones and your teeth stay strong. Dairy foods also supply protein that helps you grow taller, stay strong, and fight off germs and viruses. Common foods in this group are milk, yogurt, or cheese. Now, calcium or dairy foods can come from animals, think about cow's milk, or they can come from plants, think almond milk or soy milk. Cheese and yogurt can also be made from either of those milks. So think about the food that's in your refrigerator right now. Do you have any foods that contain calcium in your house? Here's your first assignment. Don't go, wait till I count to 3. But if you're allowed, in a minute, I want you to run into the kitchen, open the refrigerator door, and shout out all the names of the calcium foods you see. Shout it so loud that I can hear you all the way back here in the computer. You're only going to have a moment. Mom or Dad, you might need to help pause the video here. So kids, ready, set, pause the video, go. Woo, that was great. You guys rocked it. I could hear you all the way out here in cyberspace. Okay, now on to the second group. And I have to say the second group is my personal favorite. This is the vegetable group. I love how there are so many different colors, textures, and taste when vegetables. Vegetables can be eaten alone. They can be eaten raw. They can be eaten cooked. They can be eaten part of other foods like soups, casseroles, sandwiches, or salads. And what's so special about vegetables? Why are they so healthy? Vegetables provide us with a lot of different vitamins and minerals that help our bodies run smoothly, just like a fancy, cool car. Vitamin A from pumpkins and carrots keeps our vision and our skin clear. Vitamin C in tomatoes and onions helps us to grow and helps us to heal. Broccoli, the tiny little green trees, that's a cruciferous vegetable that lowers our risk of diseases. By the way, cruciferous is a cool word. It means plants of the cabbage family. Maybe you can impress your family all day long and use the word cruciferous today. As in, Mom, can we have cruciferous vegetables tonight for dinner? Okay, moving on. The outside coating of vegetables gives you lots of helpful fiber, which helps your stomach and your digestion, your gut work better. Okay, so here's your assignment for this group. Pull out a piece of paper, and I want you to draw a picture of your favorite vegetable. And maybe you think, well, I don't have any favorite vegetables. I don't like any vegetables. Well, why don't you draw a picture of a vegetable that maybe you'd like to try it, okay? Maybe you could show your picture to somebody in your family, one of the adults later on today, and you could go ahead and cook it and eat it together, okay? So pull out your paper and pencil, your crayons, and go ahead and draw something.
Wow, that was really hard, friends. I really wish I could see all those drawings. Maybe you can hang them up so other people in your family can see them. My name's Kate, by the way. It's nice to meet all of you. Our next group is our fruit group. I always think of summertime and some yummy watermelon or crunchy apple snacks. Fruits are so fun to eat because they come in crunchy, squishy, soft, and hard textures. Can you make your best crunch noise? Fruits are also fun because they come in so many different colors. Colors are important in foods because they represent different vitamins and minerals. Vitamins and minerals are important in keeping our bodies healthy and happy, as well as strong. So for this activity, I want you to pick your 2 to 3 favorite colors and draw a fruit that matches those colors. I'll give you an example. My favorite colors are yellow and blue. So for yellow, I might draw a lemon. And for blue, I might draw some blueberries. All right, go ahead and pause now and start working on your masterpiece. Hope everyone had fun finding their favorite colors and picking fruits to match. Next up, let's talk about the grain group. Grains are everywhere. They provide us with fuel for our bodies. Think of that car Marcy was talking about, and remember, just like cars need gas to move, our bodies need energy. Grains are full of energy. Some examples of grains are twirly spaghetti, crunchy taco shells, popping popcorn, and yummy cereal and soft bread. Can you think of a grain in your house right now? When I say go, I want you to pause and go find a grain in your house. Ready, set, go. Wow, you all are so fast. It's good you had energy to find the grain group. I hope that energy carries you through the rest of our activity as we move on to our protein group.
Hi friends, my name is Meg and I'm a registered dietitian too. I'm going to talk about the food group protein today. Foods that are proteins are widely varied from things like meats, like chicken, beef, fish, pork, to things like eggs, beans, nuts, like peanuts, pistachios, and almonds, seeds like sunflower seeds and pumpkin seeds, nut butters like peanut butter or sun butter. Does anyone know what sun butter is? It's made out of sunflower seeds. Things that also contain protein are dairy foods. Marcy already talked about these, but they include Greek yogurt, milk, cheese, and cottage cheese. Protein foods help make your muscles to be big and strong. They also help fight off viruses and illnesses like Marcy had said. Can you guys pause the video and do 10 jumping jacks or push-ups for me? Lastly, I'm going to talk about fats. Fats aren't included as one of the 5 food groups, but they are very important to talk about. Fats give your body energy and help support growth in your body. Fats include foods like olive oil, butter, margarine, and avocados. Other things that have fats are nuts, seeds, and nut butters. Can you friends find one of the fats that I mentioned in your kitchen?
Thank you, Meg. That was so great. And thank you so much to Kate, Marcy, Meg. You all did wonderful. And just remember, kids, healthy food can be fun. Every day we want to try to eat from all the different food groups, our fruits, our vegetables, our calcium, our proteins, our fats, our grains. They all fit. We want to make sure we get all of them. Remember, eating healthy foods will help you grow well, stay strong, and keep you playing and learning. So take care, everyone, and keep singing that banana song. Bye, everyone.
Bye, thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Hello, boys and girls. My name is Heather, and I work for UPMC Pinnacle Center for Addiction Recovery. I am going to talk to you about the topic of addiction and about taking medicine safely. Addiction means that someone is taking something bad for their body, and that something might be hurting them or hurting their life, and despite the fact that it is not good for them and has bad consequences, the person continues to do it because they are having a really hard time stopping doing that bad thing. So at the doctor's office that I work for, we help people who are addicted to drugs and alcohol, which are two things that can be incredibly harmful to a person's body and to a person's life. So we help them with the problems that they are having being addicted to it so that they can be safe and they can live a happy and healthy life. Medicine can be a really good thing in our life, and it can be something that is very important when someone is sick, but it is extremely important that we take medicine the way that a doctor says that we are supposed to, and that we are safe with the medicine that we buy or the medicine that a doctor says that we are supposed to take. Medicine can come in many different shapes and forms and sizes. One way is a chewable that looks like this. This is a vitamin for kids. It can be a spray. Sometimes there's medicine that you have to spray on your body, or this one is a spray for your nose. It can come as an ointment that you have to put on something that has been injured, or it can come as a tablet or pill that looks like this in this kind of bottle, or it can also come in a bottle that looks like this, which would be a bottle that would come because a doctor said that someone was supposed to take it. It can sometimes also be a liquid that looks like this, and it is important to know the different ways that a medicine can look because it is important to make sure that you are being safe and you are not taking something on accident. So the vitamin that I showed you looks like this, but a candy that I happen to have looks like this. So you can see that they look very similar, and someone could very easily accidentally take one of these when they meant to, or maybe thought that it was a candy. Another example that I have is the pill that I was talking about looks like this, but another candy looks like this. So you can see that even though they're different colors, they are pretty similar in size and in shape. And if someone maybe found one of these laying around, they might think that it was the candy that they were interested in taking, but could accidentally take something that, if it is taken by the person that it was supposed to be taken by, it could be helpful, but if it is taken by someone who is not supposed to take it, it could really hurt their body. So it's important to know the different ways that medicine can look and make sure that we are always very careful about the things that we put into our body. It is at your age much safer to make sure that an adult that you know and trust always gives you your medicine. For example, this medicine here, it can kind of look like juice, and so you might give yourself too much because you think that it is sugary and looks like stuff you've taken before and it tastes good, so you might think that it might not be important to give yourself the right amount, but it can actually be very, very harmful if you give yourself too much of any kind of medicine, including this one. So to be safe, you need to make sure that it is always an adult giving you medicine and anything that you put into your body. It's also important to never take medicine or candy from someone who you don't know, or even someone who is young that you do know. Sometimes people might not know how harmful things can be, and they might tell you that it's safe or that it is a candy that has something in it to make you feel different or have fun. And those things, even if they look like candy or someone tells you that they are safe, may not actually be safe and could be very harmful for you. So again, just make sure that anything that you are taking and putting into your body is from an adult that you know that you can trust and who is not going to accidentally give you anything that can hurt you or give you something that they might be incorrect about whether or not it can hurt you. Another important thing to remember about medicine safety is that you don't just need to be cautious when you are at home with how you handle medicine, but you also need to be cautious anytime that you are around medicine or see medicine. So if you happen to find something at school or find something when you are in the park, you should never touch it or try and figure out what it is, because there are some things that you can get hurt by just by touching them because the medicine is so strong. So instead of trying to throw it away by yourself or figure out what it is always just much safer for you to get an adult who you can trust to help you figure out what to do with whatever it is that you have found. So even if it looks like a medicine you have seen before, you never want to touch it. You just want to get an adult to help you and make sure that you make a good choice about being safe in that situation. Another thing to remember is that you only ever take as much medicine as a doctor has told you to take. Sometimes people can become addicted to drugs because they take too much of a medicine and then they continue to take that medicine and it can make them very, very sick. So again, it is just very vital and important that you only take as much of a medicine as you are told to, because as great and wonderful and helpful as medicine can be, if you don't take it safely and you don't take it the way that you are supposed to, it can be very dangerous. So always just be on the safe side and ask an adult for help, and then the medicine should always just be a good and safe thing in your life. I hope that you learned something from today and that going forward you always make healthy and safe choices. Take care.
And I want to say welcome to our the Harrisburg community who's joining us today for this informational session on our Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy program. We're very excited to be here with you today. Joining me for the presentation is Dr. Marisol Craig. Many of you know Dr. Craig. She's been with Harrisburg School District for over 18 years. She is the principal for the Cougar Academy and is also taking the lead for our Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy program. And so I'm pleased that Dr. Craig was able to join us, and she will walk you through the pieces of the Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy program that, again, we're very excited to be able to offer to our community and our families within the Harrisburg School District. A few opening comments before I turn the presentation over to Dr. Craig. There is a Google form that is online on our website. There's a form that is in English and there's a form in Spanish where you can submit questions as we're going through the presentation. Dr. Craig and I will then take the questions and will provide answers in the form of a frequently asked question document, which we will have released within the next 48 hours, which will, again, respond to the questions you may have as we walk through the presentation. In addition, within the next 48 hours, we are going to have the PowerPoint presentation that we'll review today translated into Spanish and posted on our website and our social media sites for the public's view. And so again, those will be both available and posted within 48 hours of this afternoon's presentation. So again, I want to thank you, especially during these extremely difficult and challenging times, for joining us for today's informational session. Education has been pushed to the limit over the last 3 to 4 months. And we realized as a school district that we needed to become more versatile and we needed to have more offerings for you, our students and families within the Harrisburg School District. And that's really where Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy has come from. It was a concept that we were discussing last year when we arrived in Harrisburg, but certainly since COVID-19 has changed the landscape of how we live and how we educate our students. There has been tremendous focus and effort by the team to bring forward this Virtual Learning Academy option for you in the Harrisburg School District. So again, Dr. Craig will be walking you through the details of the program. And again, we're very excited to have her here today and have her leadership and really getting the Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy off the ground and running for the 2021 school year. So what is the Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy program? What it is, it's a full-time remote learning option for Harrisburg residents at no cost to our families. So this is an offering that if you're enrolled in the Harrisburg School District, you have full access to this offering for the 2021 school year and moving forward. Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy provides a premier full-time online educational experience that will give any student flexibility through a customized learning pathway. And Dr. Craig will talk about asynchronous and synchronous learning models during the presentation today and the flexibility that an asynchronous learning model can provide to our families in the Harrisburg School District. And HVLA will allow our students to work in a safe environment at their own pace, reducing the pressure to work within structured timelines required in a traditional brick and mortar setting. In addition, from a safety perspective, given the COVID-19 situation, it gives our families an option to have learning right from home without having to come into a school brick and mortar setting. So I would now like to turn the presentation over to Dr. Craig, who will walk you through the exciting details of the Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy. Dr. Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Selmer. First, I'd like to do a short introduction and hello to our Spanish families in Spanish. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that first, and then we'll move on to the presentation. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es la doctora Craig. Soy la directora de la Academia de Aprendizaje Virtual de Harrisburg. Estoy muy emocionada de estar aquí hoy con ustedes para presentarles nuestra nueva escuela virtual. Nosotros sabemos lo preocupados que han estado nuestros padres por el comienzo de la escuela, pero esta opción virtual podría ser una solución para usted y su familia. La mayor parte de esta presentación de hoy se realizará en inglés, pero será traducida y publicada en nuestra página de web para nuestras familias hispanohablantes. Gracias. Okay, so thank you. We're going to go ahead and go into the presentation. And the first question here is, what is the Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy? So it is a full-time remote learning option for Harrisburg residents at no additional cost. HVLA will provide a premier full-time online learning experience that will give every student the flexibility they need to work and also have a customized learning pathway. It will allow students to work in a safe environment at their own pace, reducing the pressure to work within structured timelines as they would in a regular brick and mortar school program. So what does HVLA offer? HVLA has to offer a kindergarten through 12th grade curriculum. We also offer every student who is part of HVLA a computer and technical support to be able to accomplish their goals and finish their online courses. Each student also receives a Chromebook at no cost, and each student will receive a personalized learning pathway. We also offer a high-quality standards-based curriculum. The resource that we are using is called Ingenuity, and the curriculum is K-12, as previously mentioned. We also offer experienced, certified online teachers and instructors. For our high school and middle school students, Ingenuity also offers online guided notes to help support their learning. In addition, we offer audio and video meeting times with instructional support and ongoing academic support and tutoring with our successful academic coaches as needed. Flexibility to work from anywhere, so our students will be able to work at home or from wherever they will be working on a regular basis to complete their online work. We also offer recorded instruction to support student learning, an emphasis on social emotional learning, and for our high school students, dual enrollment, internships, and AP courses will be available to help support their learning. So all students who are enrolled with HVLA are considered Harrisburg School District students. Therefore, all our students can participate in any Harrisburg School District special event or extracurricular activities. A bonus for our students as well, even though they are part of the Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy, they will be able to earn a Harrisburg High School diploma.
Regardless of the circumstances this fall, school districts that partner with the Montgomery Virtual Program are ready for the upcoming school year. With MVP, students have access to an extensive catalog of core, elective, and advanced course options that are PA core aligned, taught by highly qualified teachers, and meet the rigorous standards of a mastery-based educational platform. MVP partners with public and private schools throughout the state of Pennsylvania to provide access to high-level educational content and establish a support network that ensures students have the opportunity to be successful in an online learning environment, all while remaining a member of your local school community and continuing your path toward a high school degree from your home school district. As educators, we are prepared for the fall and ready to embrace the realities of what school may need to look like. We provide built-in accessibility features, engaging video-based content, and embedded opportunities to create synchronous learning environments that can meet flexible scheduling needs. And we have the data to prove that our platforms can provide successful outcomes for diverse learners. MVP is flexible, supportive, and always on. Let us know how we can help.
I wanted to move into how we were delivering instruction in HVLA. And so there are two types of instruction when we talk about online education: synchronous instruction and asynchronous instruction. Synchronous instruction are when students and teachers are working together and interacting in a digital space concurrently. So there will be opportunities for teachers and students to work in this way. However, with HVLA, most students will be working asynchronously, which means teachers will post direct instructional videos and assignments, other learning materials online. Students will engage with this material and complete their work at their own pace within a 1-week interval. However, even though students are doing their work online and independently, students will still have the opportunity to connect directly with their teachers and tutors for direct support.
For families seeking a full-time virtual learning option for their elementary students, Edgenuity is proud to offer a virtual curriculum and instruction covering kindergarten through 5th grade. Edgenuity offers virtual students a full suite of more than 30 elementary courses, including electives like physical education, health, keyboarding, art, recorders, and scratch coding. Each course includes a full year of standards-aligned, research-based content with lessons logically organized into modules. If necessary, Edgenuity also provides a highly qualified state-certified teacher to work with families every step of the way. Students are introduced to new concepts and given ample opportunity to practice new skills through text, video, and interactives. Previously learned concepts are reviewed throughout the year to strengthen the student's understanding. Videos are used to support the understanding of new concepts throughout the course. Embedded interactives allow students to practice newly learned concepts and receive immediate feedback. Worksheets are included as another method of practicing each concept throughout the year. Each worksheet is provided as a PDF or is available in a workbook for an additional cost. Students will scan or photograph these worksheets to submit to the teacher. Lessons include brief quizzes to check understanding, and each module has a summative assessment. Students may also be assessed through benchmark assessments, synchronous live sessions with a teacher, or hands-on projects. A list of materials is provided in each lesson and for each course. Students are expected to have typical school supplies for most courses, but other materials may be needed for some lessons, especially in science. English language arts courses offer a balanced literacy program, including instruction in reading, writing, fluency, vocabulary, grammar, and other important elements of language. Students will have weekly independent reading assignments, including novel studies in the upper grades. The learning coach will receive guidance to help students to choose and procure these books. To practice fluency skills, Students will have opportunities to record audio and read aloud with the teacher during live synchronous sessions. Math courses build a foundation for mathematical thinking as students learn about numbers, counting, measurement, geometry, operations, and algebraic thinking, using plenty of interactive tools, hands-on activities, and real-world examples. Science courses provide a rich multimedia experience for students, using a mixture of exploring the world around them, combined with hands-on experiences or labs using nature or common household items. In social studies courses, students learn more about the world by exploring the community around them, studying the history of the United States and other countries, and experiencing cultures from around the world. While learning, students have access to a variety of on-demand support tools, including an on-screen reader, translator, dictionary, picture dictionary, and screen mask. Courses require the support of a learning coach, a parent, grandparent, or other designated adult. The learning coach may guide the student through lessons, discuss what is being taught, facilitate hands-on learning, and communicate with the teacher. The resources for each course include guidelines for the learning coach to facilitate learning, including how to schedule the day, set up a learning space, and submit assignments. Each lesson has a Learning Coach tab with information to help the learning coach guide the student through the lesson, including learning objectives, prerequisite skills, and any materials needed. Teachers have access to a variety of tools and reports to support student success. To personalize learning for each student, a teacher may modify the course by removing, reordering, or adjusting content, or adding in teacher-created lessons or items from the library. Teachers support students by reviewing submitted work and providing feedback through text, audio, or video. Synchronous sessions offer an opportunity for teachers to check in with your student, administer assessments, and discuss grades and goals. Teachers are in frequent communication to assist with any questions and encourage student success. Edgenuity's virtual learning solution for elementary students delivers age-appropriate, engaging lessons designed to develop a lifelong love of learning. Edgenuity, where learning clicks.
Welcome to Edgenuity, where learning clicks. Once you've logged in, you'll see a tile for each course or program you currently have active. Each tile will give you some information about your progress and achievements so far. If you're on track, your progress will appear in blue. If you're ahead, you'll see your progress in green. But if you see your progress shown in red, it means you've fallen behind. You'll need to put in some extra time to get caught up. On some tiles, you can also view your course grade. Notice that this student has an overall grade of 95% in foundational math. That means they're currently earning an A on the work they've completed so far. Great job! It's almost time to get started in your online course. Remember to keep these tips for success in mind. First, take notes on what you're learning. You might use eNotes and you might use a pen and paper, but rephrasing what you learn in your own words helps you pay attention and remember what you've learned. Second, stay on pace. Make sure your progress bar is in the blue or even in the green. If you fall too far behind, it gets hard to catch up later. Ask for help when you need it. If you don't understand something, tell your teacher. He or she can explain it in a different way and point you toward other online resources. You are responsible for your own success, but you don't have to do it alone. And finally, avoid plagiarism. It's never okay to copy and paste other people's work and submit it as your own. Even if you find text online and you don't know who the author is, you do know that the author isn't you. You can't pass someone else's work off as your own. So always cite your sources or rephrase ideas in your own words. Now we're ready to jump into a lesson. To get started, you can click Next Activity, or you can click anywhere else on the tile to go to the course map. Click a tile to go to the course map now. This is your course map. From here, you can view the entire structure of your course. If your teacher has set a target date for you, you can check the due dates in your course map to see exactly what you need to do each day to stay on track. As long as you complete all your assignments for the day, you'll stay on pace. You can also view your e-notes here. As you work through the course, you may see alerts appear. For example, if you fall behind, you'll see a message telling you how much work you need to do to catch up. If you have feedback from a teacher, you'll see an alert like this. And if you forget to submit an activity for your teacher to grade, you'll see a reminder like this. Don't forget to submit your work once you finish it. A few other helpful things to notice. Want to switch courses? You can navigate among your active courses right here, or go back to the home page. Need help using Edgenuity? Visit the Help Center, where you'll find videos, resources you can download, and frequently asked questions. On the course map, most activities will show up as grayed out and locked unless your teacher has allowed you to move freely throughout the course. To work on any activity that's unlocked, click the activity title. This activity is a warm-up or introduction. Let's take a look. This activity starts with a video. You can pause and rewind the video at any time using the video controls here. If you've already watched the video the whole way through once, you can fast forward to the part you want to see again. However, you can't fast forward through any video segment you haven't watched yet. You do need to watch every video once all the way through. You can control the volume here. And you can turn captions on here. It's important to know that most of the important information you'll be tested on will be taught here in the videos. So pay attention and take good notes. You'll find your e-notes or digital notebook here. You can take notes at any time. Pause the video if you want to, or if you're a fast typist, you can take notes while the teacher is talking. Once you add a note to your notebook, you can go back and edit it if you need to. Just click the note and it'll appear in the e-notes text box. Edit your note and click Save. Now you may find that you want to add more to your notes. In advanced mode, you can use formatting tools like tables, an equation editor, a symbol palette, and bulleted lists. We find that students who take notes tend to do better on quizzes and tests. Taking the time to write down the important ideas in your own words will help you process and remember what you learn. So use your e-notes. Another helpful tool is the glossary, found on this second tab. All the vocabulary words for the lesson will appear here, but you can also look up any word you want. To go back to the lesson word list, just close the word lookup window. The third tab contains a transcript of the current activity. You can view this transcript in English, or you can translate it into any supported language, as long as you have the translation enabled. Just open the transcript and select your language here. Sometimes the video will pause, and you'll be asked to complete a task. On any task, you can use the tools in your toolbar. In math and science courses, you can use the built-in calculators to solve problems. Depending on the course, you might have access to a standard calculator, a graphing calculator, or other specialized calculators. In any course, you can highlight text. This can help you pay attention as you read, especially when you're asked to read extended articles and stories. If you have Read Aloud enabled, you can hear text read aloud. Just highlight what you want to hear and press the Read Aloud button.
The runner travels.
If you have translation enabled, you can change the languages of most on-screen text here. Some of these languages also work with the Read Aloud tool, so try it out.
Il grafico mostra la distanza.
Now when you want to leave an activity, just click the Home button in the upper left corner of your screen. Don't worry, we'll always save your work. When you come back to the activity, you'll be able to pick up where you left off. Now it's time to get started in your online course.
Again, those are the platforms that we're offering through the Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy. We believe, again, as Dr. Craig mentioned, there's a number of school districts across the state and outside of Pennsylvania that are using the Edgenuity platforms for their remote learning options. We think it's a robust option that will provide great flexibility and great instruction from home for our students and families within Harrisburg School District. One thing I would say when you talk about success online and remote instruction, even though there's flexibility, one of the things that we'll work on and Dr. Craig's team will work on will be helping as far as there needs to be consistency in structure, even when you're on an online platform learning from home. So again, while that flexibility is important, certainly some structure, routine is equally important when you're at home learning online. So again, given Dr. Craig's expertise with the Cougar Academy, certainly her and her team can offer those type of thoughts and suggestions as you're learning how you're going to support your student learners at home through this online learning option. Dr. Craig, any final thoughts for our students, families, community this afternoon?
Okay, so what kind of instructional supports will HBLA offer? So we have highly qualified, certified, they're PA certified core teachers who will be available for support. So students will log in, they will do their assignments. If they need a one-on-one session with a teacher, they would create a meet time with the teacher and will be able to review their work with their certified teacher as needed. We will also be providing special education teachers. I've received a lot of questions around if my child has an IEP, will there be teachers available to help support their IEP? Yes, HBLA will have special education teachers available. In addition, I've received some questions around English as a second language. HBLA will have teachers available to support our English language learners. In addition, reading specialists will be available to support our students, especially at the primary level where we know they need a lot of reading support. And finally, there will be opportunity for students if they need additional tutoring or one-on-one sessions beyond what the teacher is available to offer. We do have some teachers that will be available to help support in a tutoring way for ELA and math. We will also have academic advising by our counselor. We do have a full-time counselor that will be available for all our students. And we also will have available our social worker to do outreach work with all our students and families. We mentioned earlier that because the students who are part of HVLA are Harrisburg students, they will be able to participate in any of our extracurricular activities offered by Harrisburg School District. So some of those activities might be athletics, cheerleading, prom, band, chorus, ROTC, the Nationals Honors Program, History Day, graduation, literacy nights, clubs, assemblies, picture day, and etc. In addition, we want to make sure that all our children and parents are successful. And so we do have a plan of support for our students for logging in questions, for issues that may arise regarding using your computers. So that will be available for all our students and parents as well. And for our high school students, again, academic advancement programs. So we talked earlier about dual enrollment. We have advanced placement courses that will be available for all our students as well. And we also have gifted program support in place for students who are eligible to receive the gifted services. So how do I enroll in HVLA? Step 1 is visit our website. Step 2 is go to our enrollment tab. 3, complete the enrollment form, hit the submit button, and once you do that, and all the steps are completed, an enrollment specialist will contact you within 24 hours to do a follow-up enrollment process and ensure that your child is on our rosters. It's as easy as that. Once your child is enrolled in the program, parents will receive an email with all the information that you need to have, your enrollment information, how you log in, any parent handbooks, student handbooks, all that information will be provided to you once enrollment is completed. If you don't have a computer or a Chromebook already, we will make arrangements for a pickup or delivery of technology to your home. And also for our K-5 students, for the curriculum program, they have additional online workbooks that will be sent home to them. So we know we did a brief session around HVLA, but if you have further questions, you can call 717-703-4364, which is our direct line to HVLA. You can also send us an email. So we have been receiving a lot of questions and around enrollment at our website. So it's there. It's also listed on our district website if you cannot find the Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy site. And we will also be posting a lot of information and updates on the HVLA Facebook page. So as Mr. Selmer had opened up this meeting in regards to, we are always trying to meet the needs of our families and our community and do our best to ensure that all our students are getting an excellent education. We know that our parents have been very concerned about the opening of school, and we wanted to make sure that we had a premier option for all our students as well in terms of virtual learning from home. So if you are interested, please contact us at the email address that was provided on the previous screen, or you can call us and leave us a message and we would get back to you right away.
As Dr. Craig mentioned, during this serious COVID-19 pandemic, we are looking for ways to be able to offer more programming for our families. We want to be more fluid as a school district, and we want to be able to adjust to the needs of our community. This week, most likely on Thursday, I will be posting another PowerPoint presentation that will go through the opening of school and what it will look like for the 2021 school year. And you're going to see how this program really fits in to the pathway models that we are going to be offering for all our families in the Harrisburg School District. The second point I wanted to make is there's a lot of confusion around other cyber charter schools in the community, and if you have expressed interest in another cyber charter, if you signed up for another cyber charter, etc. And I want to make sure I clear those misperceptions during this informational session. So you are not locked in permanently to anything when it comes to your education. Specifically for cyber charter schools, even if you enrolled or expressed interest in enrolling, and now that we have an option that will compete head-to-head with those other educational cyber charter schools, you can come to HVLA. And I want to be very clear on that. No one can force you to stay in any educational program, specifically a cyber program. So if you've been told that, I'm going to be straight with you. That's not accurate, and that's not true. You can transition back to the Harrisburg School District at any point. If you have sought out a cyber option, prior to HVLA, you are not locked into that option. All you need to do is contact us through the information and the resources Dr. Craig laid out on the PowerPoint, And we can walk you through that process to make sure that you're enrolled in HVLA, that you stay a Harrisburg School District student, you go through our educational programming, and ultimately you graduate with a Harrisburg School District diploma through HVLA, if that's your choice of education, support, and pathway for your students. Student learners in your household. So I just wanted to make sure we're very clear with that, and that there's a clear understanding about what can and can't happen. And again, you can at any time enroll with HVLA, Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy, and we certainly want you to do so. We want you to be part of our family and stay within the Harrisburg School District. If you have students, families, and friends that may have not been with the Harrisburg School District the past year, 2 years, 3 years, and they have had a cyber option, they can enroll in this program as well. As long as you're a Harrisburg City resident, you can enroll in this program. It's at no cost to you. You get a free device, Chromebook, that will be supplied to you if you need it, and you'll get all the supports that Dr. Craig outlined in the presentation. The best way to get the information is what Dr. Craig mentioned earlier. We want to have one-on-one conversations with you through our enrollment team, through Dr. Craig and her office, so we can answer any individualized questions you have on a one-on-one basis. So again, we look forward to having that contact with you, that intimate contact with you as we move forward and we get closer to the start of school.
And
so
Mr.
I'm going to ask, go ahead,
Mr.
Dr.
Kramer,
Craig.
may I just make a clarification as well? I've received some emails as well about the curriculum, and I just wanted to be clear about the curriculum. A lot of parents have asked questions if the curriculum was going to look like what it did when we had to close in March, April, and May. And what I wanted to make sure you were clear on is that this is a K-12 curriculum that is offered through the Ingenuity platform. And you can go on to, if the videos don't play, or if you have time to visit the ingenuity.com website, you can go, it's free. You can look at the curriculum, look at what they are offering. Like we said earlier, it is a standards, it's aligned. All the curriculum is PA standards aligned. It is a full-time curriculum that we are offering, and not that Harrisburg is the only school district using Ingenuity. I believe there are over 40 other school districts that are using Ingenuity platform. We have used it in our other school, Cougar Academy, and it's been working very well. It is a very high quality, rigorous program. So I just wanted to make sure that all our families understood that this is not something we're kind of just putting together. It is something that already exists. It's been approved. It's PA core aligned. It's being used in other districts. This is what we will be using with our K-5 students, who will be using the EDGE. It's called the EDGE program, but it's under Ingenuity. And for all our 6 to 12 students, they will be using the Ingenuity middle school and high school program to provide their courses and also their electives.
Thank you, Dr. Craig. And that's a very important point you made. And the last point I'll make before we transition to Mr. Nornhole with the videos is that, the other piece that we want to do as a school district, and Dr. Craig touched on it, when the pandemic happened in March, everything shut down and everyone had to react quickly with the resources that were available. Since then, the district has worked very hard to be in a position where we can transition from an enrichment mode, which is what March, April, May was, to an instructional mode for the start of the 2021 school year. So as Dr. Craig mentioned, with the standards aligned curriculum, certified teachers, rigor with the programming, structure with the programming, those are the delineations that take you from an enrichment mode, which we were in the spring, to an instructional mode, which we will be moving forward as a school district. So again, we're excited about the transition. There's been a lot of work by Dr. Craig and her team to help us make that transition for the 2021 school year. And based on Dr. Craig's experience her success with the Cougar Academy. She understands how to help and support our students and our families. And again, we're thankful that she's helping with the Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy and will be a support to you, our families within the Harrisburg School District.
No, I just wanted to add to your point that in order for students to be successful online, we do need parents as partners to ensure that students are working regularly. Like I said, it is unlike what we did in March, April, and May. This virtual platform requires students to be working regularly to be able to make sure that they are getting high quality education and feedback that will continue to to grow their learning. Also, you saw on both platforms that there were assessments built in. So our team of teachers and our success coaches will be monitoring students weekly and bi-weekly. Also, we're working with MVP to ensure that parents are receiving reports. You are able to receive reports bi-weekly on the progress of your child so that you can keep track on whether your children are working towards course completion and successfully completing their program. So we are working really hard to ensure that we have every aspect to ensure the success of your child in our virtual school. And we do need, we can do so much, but we really need to work together to make sure that our students have the best online experience.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Craig, and I agree the partnership will be critical, and we've done a great job as a school district and community partnering, specifically since the pandemic started in March. We've really come together and tried to work hard to support each other, and we'll need that same collaboration and teamwork and partnership as we roll out our new HVLA program. So again, Dr. Craig, thank you so much for your time, your expertise, and your passion and heart for hybrid and online learning. And we're again so thankful that you're leading these efforts and helping us provide this option for our families in the Harrisburg School District. So again, to our families, our community, thank you so much for taking time this afternoon to be with us. hvla.us. If you go to hvla.us, resources are there, contact information, the enrollment paperwork, etc. So you can reach us via Facebook. You can reach us via hvla.us. You can reach us via a phone call. You can reach us via an email. So we have many different ways that we can connect to support you as you make your decision to come with us on this learning journey through HVLA. So again, I thank you for your time. I thank you for your continued support. There'll be additional information forthcoming on a weekly basis as we move closer to school. And again, please look at the end of the week, most likely on Thursday. There'll be another presentation that I will be providing to discuss the start of the 2021 school year and the pathways that we're going to be offering our families in the Harrisburg School District. So again, thank you so much for your time and your support.